Kellogg's Pep!
The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman. And today, having triumphed over his greatest adversary, the Atom Man, he tells Inspector Henderson of a danger that still exists. We'll join him in a moment. But right now, let's hear from Dan McCullough.
You know, Eddie's mother was kidding him the other day about the comic buttons he's wearing pinned on the back of his jacket. You know, the swell new buttons you're all collecting now from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Well, Eddie's mother said that she didn't know whether it looks more like an art gallery or a rogues gallery because those pictures of favorite comic strip characters are mighty good looking. Real bright colors and clear, sharp outlines. But, some of the pictures are kind of tough looking. Take K.O., for instance, with his oversized derby hat and his brilliant red sweat jersey. Or Moon Mullins, he's a real comic. Big black cigar and all. Well, anyway, isn't it swell fun collecting these slick comic buttons and swapping duplicates with your friends and looking forward to getting a brand new button every time Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep? That's the only way you can get them, you know. You can't buy these new comic buttons, and you don't send in any money, not even a box top. All you do is to make sure Mom gets you a good supply of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal. In every package, there's your exclusive prize, one of these dazzling new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Get your prize from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
During his titanic battle with Henry Miller, the Nazi Atom Man, Superman carried the human monster high into the heavens. Forgetting his own safety and his maniacal desire to destroy his hated foe, Miller attacked the Man of Steel with his deadly atomic power. Superman lost consciousness, and the two mighty opponents fell through space to the banks of the Metropolis Canal, where police and soldiers were on guard against Miller's threat to wipe out the city that night. The fall killed the Atom Man instantly. But when Superman revived a few moments later, he amazed Police Inspector Henderson and General Niles of the Army by stating, "Yes, gentlemen, a terrible threat still remains. To me, to you, and to the entire world."
What do you mean? The Atom Man is dead.
I know, Inspector. But two small pieces of kryptonite are still in existence.
What? Kryptonite? What's that?
That, General Niles, is the deadliest, most radioactive element on Earth. More powerful than uranium. Dissolved and injected into Henry Miller's veins, it gave him his atomic power. And the last two pieces of the original fragment, all there is in the world, are now in the hands of dangerous criminals.
I see what you mean. You think they might create another Atom Man.
That's exactly what I think, General. Or they may be able to create something even more terrible.
What could be more terrible than a living atomic monster? Nothing. Look, Superman, how can there be two more pieces of kryptonite? There was only one piece in the first place. The original fragment that fell to Earth about a year ago.
That's right, Inspector. But when the Scarlet Widow stole the fragment from the Metropolis Museum, she cut it up into 4 pieces. She knew it had the power to rob me of my strength, and she intended to sell the 4 pieces to my enemies for $1 million each.
Who is the Scarlet Widow? She's called the most dangerous woman in the world, and she's well named. Go on, Superman. What happened to the 4 pieces?
Der Teufel, the Nazi scientist who made Henry Miller an Atom Man, got the first one. He told Miller about the Scarlet Widow. So when Miller exhausted his atomic power on me in our first fight, he sent Sidney, his henchman, to the Widow to get more kryptonite. Sidney bought 1 piece, and the Widow told him she had sold the other 2 pieces.
Sold them? To whom?
Well, Sidney said she wouldn't tell him. But we've got to find the Scarlet Widow, Inspector, and make her tell us.
That's easier said than done. There's been a 48-state alarm out for her ever since she stole the kryptonite from the museum. We haven't been able to find a trace of her.
Sidney knew where she was.
Sure, but he's dead.
And he may have left some records.
Well, my boys ransacked his country house and his city apartment today, right after Clark Kent was found in his garage.
Nothing showed up?
Not a thing. But we're digging into his past now, trying to run down his connections. Well, I'll go back to headquarters now that this Atom Man scare is over and get to work on the case myself.
You won't mind if I look over Sidney's house and apartment, will you?
Of course not. But you won't find anything.
I'd like to have a try, anyhow.
Help yourself.
Thanks, Inspector. I'll be going then. Goodbye, General Niles. Glad to have met you.
Goodbye, Superman, and thanks again for what you did tonight. That goes for me, too.
Don't thank me. My own life was at stake. And until the last 2 pieces of kryptonite are recovered and destroyed, I'll be in danger. I'll be seeing you, Inspector. Up! Up! And away! Leaping from the bank of the canal, Superman streaks through the night skies to Sidney's country place. For hours he searches the empty house, And then the secret cellar under the garage where he had been so close to death. He examines every inch of the floors, the walls, the ceilings. The sun has long since risen when at last he gives up and streaks back to Metropolis. Resuming the guise and garb of Clark Kent, he phones Jimmy Olsen, and a short time later, the boy reporter joins him in the late Sidney's handsome apartment overlooking the park.
Well, we worried about you, Mr. Kent. Where were you all night?
Taking care of the Atom Man, of course. And then... Help me go through this desk, Jim.
Well, what do you mean taking care of the Atom Man?
Just what I said. Why, the Atom Man story, of course. His fight with Superman.
But you didn't cover that story.
Well, who says I didn't?
Well, I do. We got the story from Inspector Henderson when he released it to all the papers.
Well, how do you like that? I had a terrific scoop, and I forgot to phone it in.
What? You had a scoop on the biggest story of all time, and you forgot to turn it in.
That's right. A fine reporter I am.
Oh, I can't believe it.
That's true, though. I guess I was pretty groggy. All I could think of was that there were still 2 pieces of kryptonite that had to be recovered.
Oh, boy, Mr. White better not hear about this. Why, he'll boil you in oil. He'll fire you.
All right, never mind that. What we've got to do is make sure there'll never be another Atom Man or something even worse. Keep looking, Jim.
All right.
There's nothing in this drawer except the usual bills, club notices, and so on.
Oh, you don't expect to find the pieces of kryptonite here, do you?
Oh, no, of course not. We've got to find out about the Scarlet Widow, who knows where they are. Sidney had contact with her. Judging by that, and from other things I heard him tell Miller in the garage, he had powerful connections. If we can trace some of his connections, we may be able to find the widow.
Oh. Why, that guy Sidney sure fooled me.
Yeah, Sidney was very clever.
You said it.
Well, nothing in this desk.
Hey, maybe there's something behind one of the pictures, huh? I heard a story on the radio.
There isn't anything behind the pictures.
Did you look?
Yes.
Oh. Well, what about the furniture? There might be something inside the lining.
No, there isn't.
How do you know?
Well, Sidney was too smart to leave anything incriminating in the furniture. That's one of the first places the police look.
Oh, they listen to the radio whodunits too, huh?
You try that crack on Inspector Henderson sometime. Come on, we'll take a look at the bedroom.
Okay. Gosh, Mr. Kent, I was feeling so good about the Atom Man being finished, but now I'm just as scared as I was before.
So am I. Okay, you take the dresser, Jim. I'll go through this chest of drawers.
Okay. Say, don't you think maybe we ought to put an ad or something in the Daily Planet?
Huh?
To let Superman know there's still a couple of pieces of kryptonite around?
Oh.
He might think now that the Atom Man is done for that he's safe.
Oh, he knows everything I do.
How does he? Oh, you mean you saw him last night?
Huh? I guess you could say that, yeah.
What do you mean you guess?
Well, I was with him.
Oh. Gee, this Sidney was some dude. Everything silk. Shirts, socks, pajamas. Holy cow, even his underwear.
Uh-huh.
All with fancy monograms, too. Hey, what's this?
What?
This. Look, Mr. Kent, look at this.
Eagerly, Jimmy holds out a small, strange object. What is it? Has the boy reporter found a clue to the Scarlet Widow? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, did you ever stop to think, gang, how many of your favorite comic strips are represented in this new series of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep? Well, there's Superman, of course, that's one. Then there's a character or two from Moon Mullins, that's two. Then Smitty and Harold Teen, Orphan Annie, Gasoline Alley, and Winnie Winkle, the breadwinner. Why, they're all old favorite friends, looking just as real as they do in the funny papers. They'll hand you a lot of chuckles, sure. And talk about fun. Why, I can't think of a better hobby than working on your collection of comic buttons, trading duplicates with your friends to add a new button to your collection, and wearing them all pinned on your jacket or dress or cap. You see, these comic buttons are so doggone smart-looking, you're mighty proud to wear them. Done up in bright comic strip colors on a sturdy white enameled button, just about as big around as a shiny new nickel. And are they easy to get? You don't send in any money, not even a box top. You just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then see which prize you find inside. One of these slick new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. It's an exclusive prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now back to the adventures of Superman.
As Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen were searching the dead Sidney's apartment for some clue to the Scarlet Widow, Jimmy made a strange discovery in a dresser drawer. He is now holding out a small, round metal object about the size of a quarter.
It was in the bottom of the drawer under his pajamas.
Yeah?
First I thought it was a coin or a medal or something, but
Let's see it, Jim.
There you are. It's all smooth, see? Except for a little design on one side.
Uh-huh.
What do you suppose it is?
I don't know. It's an odd design, just a little arc. No, wait a minute. There's a tiny star over one end of the arc. You know, I suppose this might represent a crescent moon and a star.
Oh, what could that mean?
I don't know, Jim.
Maybe some secret society, huh?
Yes, that could be. Sidney belonged to several clubs and societies, apparently carrying out his pose as a successful businessman.
Oh, and I guess it's not important.
No, probably not. Wait a minute, though. I saw this same symbol just recently.
Well, you did? Where?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. It was a strange place. Oh, wait a minute. I know. In Sidney's country house.
Oh, so what? If it's the symbol of some club or society he belonged
I saw
to.
it at the bottom of an empty sheet of notepaper. The paper was folded and in an envelope addressed to Sidney.
Empty paper in an addressed envelope?
Yes. I thought I could see faint evidence that the paper had been written on. Probably was ink that fades after a certain time. I dropped it off at the police headquarters crime laboratory.
And this crescent and star design was on the paper?
That's right. It had been pressed on as if with a ring or a seal. It was pretty faint, but I could make it out.
Oh, well, golly, if somebody sent Sidney a letter written with disappearing ink and this symbol was on it, maybe it is important.
Yes, that's what occurred to me. Now, let's see. Oh, here we are.
Huh? What?
The phone.
Who are you going to call?
Harry Goldman at the Planet. He's a bug on symbols of all kinds. Makes a hobby of it. If anyone will know what the... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Phone's dead. Look, Jim, you run...
Uh-huh.
No. I better talk to Harry. I noticed a public phone downstairs in the lobby. I'll run down and call him. You go through the rest of those drawers. See if you find anything else, will you?
Sure, okay.
You don't have to worry about anything. There's an officer on duty in the hall.
Oh, I'm not worried.
Be right up.
Well, let's see. Didn't look through this drawer yet. More papers mixed in here with his collars. They look like bills, but... Oh, I guess I better check them.
As Clark Kent leaves the apartment, Jimmy bends over the dresser drawer. He fails to hear the slight, almost imperceptible sound of the window being slowly raised in the adjoining bathroom. A moment later, behind Jimmy's back, a swarthy-skinned, wiry man wearing soft sandals bound with thongs slips from the bathroom and advances toward Jimmy, moving as sinuously and silently as a stalking cat. Only a few paces from the unsuspecting boy reporter, he pauses. He draws a long, gleaming knife from under his jacket. Grasping the bone handle, he raises it and advances again, his thick, pale lips curling back over stained, yellowish teeth. One pace more. Another pace, and he is almost ready to strike. Fellows and girls, don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode as the story takes a strange new twist. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, as we begin a new adventure for the Man of Steel, Jimmy Olsen is in grave danger. We'll join the young reporter in a moment. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
Say, I know you fellows and girls follow the adventures of your friends in the comic strips pretty regularly. And nowadays, those comic strip characters are even more real and true to life because you're collecting those new comic buttons that come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. You see, first off, you get a close-up view of your favorites like Winnie Winkle and Smiling Jack and Superman, of course. Done up in full, bright colors, too, on gleaming white enamel, so they really show off. Then, you have the fun of collecting all 18 different buttons in the series and wearing them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And the fun of trading duplicates with your pals. Boy, it's mighty exciting. And it's the sort of fun that lasts a long time. You're always proud of your collection, and you're always looking forward to getting a new button whenever Mom opens a new package of Pep. That's the only way you can get these swell buttons, you know. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in any money. Don't have to spend any of your allowance. Why, you don't even have to send in a box stop. But inside every package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's an exciting prize. One of these nifty new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Tell Mom you'll eat lots of P-E-P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Although the Atom Man is no more, Superman is still in great danger because two pieces of kryptonite, the amazing element which robs him of his strength and which gave the Atom Man his deadly power, are in the hands of unknown enemies. In his guise of Clark Kent, Superman and Jimmy Olsen searched the apartment of the now-dead mysterious fat man known as Sidney, who had been the Atom Man's ally. When Jimmy found a strange metal coin bearing an odd symbol, Kent remembered something he had seen in Sidney's country house and left the apartment to make a phone call. A few moments later, a swarthy, dark-skinned man entered the apartment from the fire escape. Drawing a long knife, he slipped noiselessly up behind Jimmy, who was searching a dresser in the bedroom. As we continue now, a faint sound has caused Jimmy to raise his head. The mirror reflects the man behind him, and shouting wildly, the boy reporter leaps sidewise as the knife plunges into the dresser top.
Hey, what?
Be quiet.
Get away from me. Help, Mr. Kent.
Abdullah, I kill you.
No, let go. Help, Mr. Kent.
Now you will die.
Let go. It's choking. Help.
Struggling frantically, Jimmy tries in vain to free himself from his assailant, whose long brown fingers tighten slowly, inexorably around his throat. Meanwhile, descending the stairs to the phone in the building lobby, Clark Kent, who is Superman, hears Jimmy's cries, and his X-ray vision pierces the floors and walls above him.
Great Scott. No time to change clothes now. Back up to that apartment. Up!
Burst of wind, a swift blur up 3 flights of stairs, and Kent is at the door of the same apartment, wrenching it open.
No.
Filthy one, die.
Let him go.
I fix you too.
Now, Mr. Kent, he's got a knife.
A knife won't help him.
Yes, I kill you.
You're not killing anyone, my friend. Oh, you won't be good, eh? All right. In that case, I'll just have to calm you down, eh? Like this. Oh.
Had socket him, Mr. Kent.
Are you all right, Jim?
I guess so.
You sure? Take it easy now. Here, wait a minute. I'll help you up. Come on. Attaboy.
Oh, boy. Got it just in time.
Oh, thank heaven I did. Hey, where did this fella come from?
I don't know. I was looking through this dresser when I heard something. There he was behind me with a knife.
He must have come in through the bathroom window. There's a fire escape outside it.
What's going on in here?
Who's that?
That's the police officer who was supposed to be guarding this apartment.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Kent. Mother of mercy, where'd you come from?
Why,
I see you going down the stairs. The next thing I know, something blows past me, and then here you are.
Yes, well,
Who's this creature laying on the floor?
That's what we want to know. He tried to murder me.
He did now.
Yeah, and where were you? I thought you were supposed to be watching this place.
Steady, never mind that, Jim.
Faith, I knew you and Mr. Kent was in here, so I went to the window at the end of the hall for a bit of a smoke. Well, now, let's have a look at him. Strange-looking one he is.
I think he's an Asiatic.
He's an Arab.
An Arab, did you say?
Yeah, he said Hamdullah. Arabs say that. We heard them in the Sahara Desert last summer. Remember, Mr. Kent?
Yes. Wonder what he was doing here and why he attacked you.
Likely one of them sneak thieves.
Oh, no, hardly. Sneak thieves don't go out of their way to murder people.
They'll do anything if they need money bad.
Well, he didn't need money.
Huh?
Now, why would you be saying that, Mr. Kent? You can see how dirty and poor he is.
He's dirty, all right, but he isn't poor. He has several $1,000s in his pocket.
What?
Is that so now? Well, let's see. Faith, and you're right.
Jeepers, look at that roll of bills. Well, how did you know he had all that money, Mr. Kent?
Oh, I happened to notice the roll sticking out of his pocket.
2. No, 3 $1,000 bills. And all these hundreds. It's enough to choke a horse. Now, this is queer. With all this money in his pocket, why would he be breaking in here?
Well, he might have come here to get something other than money. Or to keep us from getting it.
Huh?
But what would... Oh, you mean something to do with Sidney and the Atom Man?
Yes. I don't know what it could be, though. We've gone through the apartment thoroughly and... Wait, maybe...
Maybe what?
Oh, just a minute, he's coming too. Better put the bracelets on him, officer.
That is just what I was about to do. There, that'll hold you, me lad.
His eyes are opening. Boy, does he look mean.
He does that. Now then, you. What were you after doing here?
I say nothing.
None of that now. What's your name?
I say nothing.
Speak up. What were you doing here? Why'd you try to knife this young fella?
I say nothing.
Well, we'll see about that. Up on your feet. Come on. You'll sing a different tune when I get you down to the station. I'll phone with the wagon.
The phone's been disconnected, officer.
Oh, it has?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. We'll make the call from the lobby. Mr. Kent, young man, I'll be asking you to come along.
Sure, okay.
Just a moment, please, officer. I'd like to show this man something. Did you ever see this before? No. Are you sure?
What is that funny-looking coin?
Well, I found it in Sidney's dresser. It's got a crescent and star on it. Say, maybe that's what he was after, Mr. Kent.
Why would he be risking his neck for such as that?
Well, I'm not sure why, or even if he did, but... You don't know what this is, eh?
I not know.
I'll bet he's lying. I'll bet
Let's not jump to conclusions, Jim. I want to know more about this man, and I think Inspector Henderson can find out.
Then that's where him and me will be going now. Straight to headquarters. Come along now, and come quietly, or I'll be remembering you tried to put a knife in the lad's back, and too bad it will be for you.
Okay, come on, Jim. Let's go with him and see what this is all about.
Followed by Kent and Jimmy, the policeman leads the sullen, ragged Arab from Sidney's apartment. A short time later, Kent and Jimmy are in the office of Inspector Henderson at Metropolis Police Headquarters.
One of my detectives was born in Cairo, Kent. He knows Arabs and he knows their language. He's working on your man now.
Good. Say, by the way, Inspector, I left a blank piece of notepaper at your crime laboratory early this morning. It had the imprint of a crescent and star at the bottom.
You mean the paper you found at Sidney's country house?
Yes, that's right. Have you had a report on it?
Yeah, just a few minutes ago. You were right, Kent. The paper had been written on with disappearing ink.
Was the laboratory able to get anything out of it?
No. But it's strange. The imprint of the crescent and the star you found on the paper, and then you're finding this coin with the same symbol in Sidney's apartment.
Well, do you know what the symbol means, Inspector?
No, I don't, Olson. And nobody in the department does either. I've sent it over to the FBI. They may be able to come up with something.
I hope so. We've got to learn more about Sidney, about his connections. He knew how to contact the Scarlet Widow, and we must find the widow and discover what she did with the last 2 pieces of kryptonite.
Yeah, and we better do it fast, before somebody uses the kryptonite to create another Atom Man.
Well, we're doing all we can. We haven't been able to trace the widow, and we haven't been able to dig up a thing about Sidney's secret connections either. This fellow was certainly a slick character if I ever saw one.
And I've got a hunch that this Arab can tell us something about Sidney, if we can only make him talk.
If he knows anything, we'll get it out of him, Kent. You can depend on... Excuse me. Yeah? Oh, yes, Greenwich. How about the Arab? He what? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, all right. I'll be right down. Bad news, Kent. The Arab is dead.
Huh?
Yes. Committed suicide.
But how?
Well, he had some poison hidden under a loose crown in one of his teeth, and he swallowed it while he was being searched. I went down to the cell block with me. This way, we can cut through the finding room.
Startled, Clark, Kent, and Jimmy Olsen hurry after Inspector Henderson, unaware that a much greater surprise awaits them in the cell block. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, I had a nice letter the other day from one of the girls in the gang who's collecting those new comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. She writes about a club all the fellows and girls in her neighborhood belong to. Used to be just an ordinary sort of social club, but nowadays it's turned into a Pep comic button club because, well, the fellows and girls spend a lot of meeting time comparing notes on their collections of comic buttons and trading duplicates with each other. Well, I think that's pretty swell, don't you? Because it's no end of fun collecting these nifty new comic buttons. And they're so doggone smart looking. All 18 of these favorite comic strip characters are printed in bright red and black and blue on a clear white background. So they really show up. And the buttons are made of sturdy metal, about as big around as a nickel. Looks swell, pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. What's more, these comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. Why, you can't even buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom keeps you supplied with plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's a swell prize. One of these exciting new comic buttons, or a military insignia, or warplane button. Remember, it's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
hopeful that the Arab who had attacked Jimmy Olsen could give them some valuable information about the mysterious Sidney, Clark Kent, Jimmy, and Inspector Henderson were shocked when they learned that the man had committed suicide. As we continue now, they are in the cell where the swarthy Arab, his body covered with a sheet, is stretched out on a bunk.
Now, don't feel too bad, Kent. He may not have been able to help us a bit. He might have been just another second-story man who broke in, got scared when he saw Jim, and tried to finish it.
Sure. I don't think so, Inspector. He had almost $5,000 on him. You say he has no police record?
No, not with us. But we may find he has one in another city. And as for his having all that money, well, I'll admit it is unusual, but it certainly doesn't prove he had anything to do with Sidney.
No, I suppose not, but... Wait a minute. What's this?
Huh?
What, Kent?
Look. Look here, both of you.
Oh, look at what?
His bare feet sticking out from under the sheet. Look at the right heel.
Great Jupiter. He's been branded.
With a crescent and a star. The same symbol that was on the coin I found in Sidney's apartment.
Their eyes wide, Inspector Henderson and Jimmy Olsen stare at the tiny brand on the dead Arab's heel. What does this mean? Has Clark Kent discovered a clue which will lead him to the devious secrets of the mysterious Sidney, and so to the Scarlet Widow and the kryptonite? There's excitement and mystery ahead, so don't miss tomorrow's action-packed episode when Superman, knowing that every minute counts, decides to take a desperate chance. Tune in, same time, same station, and thrill to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say there, gang, have you heard? Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 famous Kellogg cereals that makes breakfast so much fun. It's like eating in a restaurant where you can choose from a whole list of your favorite cereals, each one in your own private package. And Mom's sure to be glad Kellogg's Variety is back. Show her how you can eat right out of the swell new Kell Bowl pack. She'll like not having to wash dishes. So ask her to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety right away. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman.
Kellogg's Pep,
The super delicious cereal presents
the adventures of Superman.
faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman. And today it would seem that the crescent and star found in Sidney's apartment is linked with some strange mystery. We'll learn more about it in a moment. But right now, let's join Dan McCullough and his young pal Eddie, who has an idea he wants to try out.
Hey, Dan, I thought your cousin Doris was coming, too.
Why, she's coming, Eddie.
Here I am, Eddie. What do you want?
I want to try something out on you and Dan. It's a game we're going to play at a party tomorrow, and I want to see if it works all right.
Okay, Eddie, shoot.
Well, this is like our regular treasure hunt game, only you're hunting for one of those comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep.
I see.
Now, the clue I'll give you tells you where the funny paper character might be hiding, and that's where the button is.
Oh, that ought to be easy.
Okay, here's the first clue. You ready?
Ready.
I have paws, not wings, so I hide under things.
Paws, not wings. Oh, I know. That's Sandy, old friend Annie's dog.
Right.
Under things. That could mean under the sofa.
Right, Doris. Find the button?
Yes, here it is. Can I keep it?
Sorry, but it's part of my collection. We're just trying this game out. Now,
You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in any money. Don't have to spend any of your allowance. Why, you don't even have to send in a box stop. But inside every package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's an exciting prize. One of these nifty new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Tell Mom you'll eat lots of P-E-P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Although the Atom Man is no more, Superman is still in great danger because 2 pieces of kryptonite, the amazing element which robs him of his strength and which gave the Atom Man his deadly power, are in the hands of unknown enemies. In his guise of Clark Kent, Superman and Jimmy Olsen searched the apartment of the now-dead mysterious fat man known as Sidney, who had been the Atom Man's ally. When Jimmy found a strange metal coin bearing an odd symbol, Kent remembered something he had seen in Sidney's country house and left the apartment to make a phone call. A few moments later, a swarthy, dark-skinned man entered the apartment from the fire escape. Drawing a long knife, he slipped noiselessly up behind Jimmy, who was searching a dresser in the bedroom. As we continue now, a faint sound has caused Jimmy to raise his head. The mirror reflects the man behind him, and shouting wildly, the boy reporter leaps sidewise as the knife plunges into the dresser top.
Hey, what?
Be quiet.
For a moment, an Arab entered through a window and tried to stab Jimmy. Kent returned in time to subdue the man, who refused to answer questions, and later, in a detention cell at police headquarters, committed suicide. As we continue now in the cell where the Arab's body lies on a bunk, his bare feet protruding from under a sheet, Kent is pointing out a startling discovery. Listen.
Inspector, Jim, look.
What is it, Kent?
Look at the bottom of this man's heel. Right there, see? Great Jupiter.
He's been branded.
What? Yeah, with a crescent and star. Keeper's the same designs on the coin we found in Sidney's apartment.
Right, Jim, and on the piece of notepaper I found in Sidney's country house. Well, Inspector, do you still think this Arab had no connection with Sidney?
You win, Kent.
Yeah, but who is he? And who is Sidney? Or who was he really, I mean? And what does the crescent and star mean?
Those are all $64 questions, Jim.
We can come pretty close to guessing two of the answers, though.
Go ahead, Kent. Our guesses have been pretty good so far.
Well, we know Sidney wasn't the respectable businessman he pretended to be. Secretly, he joined up with the Atom Man, the greatest single menace civilization has ever known, and the Scarlet Widow, the most dangerous woman in the world. That means he was not only a dishonest character, but a very important one.
Check. Go on.
It's my idea that Sidney was the leader of a powerful secret organization, and that this crescent and star is its symbol or code sign, or whatever you want to call it.
Say, that could be it. They used the crescent and star for identification purposes.
Right.
But why should members of the same organization have to be identified to each other?
Well, this is only a guess, you know, but we know Sidney was very clever and very careful.
Yeah?
Well, the chances are his identity was not known to all the members of his organization. I mean, the small fry, the hired gunman, such as this Arab probably was, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So, when he had to see one of them, he identified himself by the coin we found in his apartment.
Oh, and they were branded on the heel. Jeepers, then... Look, Inspector, all you have to do is round up all the crooks in Metropolis, find out which ones have this brand on their heel, and...
And have them lead us to their head man, who will tell us where the Scarlet Widow and the two pieces of kryptonite are, huh?
Well, sure, but you gotta do it quick, before whoever has the kryptonite can create another Atom Man, or something even worse.
I'm afraid it isn't that easy, Jim.
I'll say it isn't. If Kent's right, and Sidney did control a secret organization, the chances are the members aren't known crooks, any more than Sidney or this Arab was. So far, we haven't been able to find a police record for him.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, then what are we going to do? We've got to find the Scarlet Widow.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me that. We're doing everything we can to trace her, and to trace Sidney's past connections. And I'm going to do everything possible to identify this Arab and follow that clue. I don't know what else we can do. Do you, Kent?
I know what I'm going to do.
What's that?
What are you going to do, Mr. Kent?
I'll tell you on the way. Come on. We've got to move fast.
Leaving police headquarters, Kent and Jimmy hurry back to the Daily Planet, where Kent leads the way to the desk of Harry Goldman, the thin, bespectacled feature editor.
Say, Harry, you got the largest fund of miscellaneous information locked up in that head of yours of anyone I know. I'd like to tap it.
Fire away, Pappy.
Okay. I made a copy of a certain design I'm curious about. Here it is. Tell me what you make of it, will you?
It's a crescent and a star, Mr. Goldman.
So I see. What do you want to know?
Well, first, have you ever heard of any secret society or club or any other organization using that symbol?
No, I can't say that I have.
Oh, shucks.
Just a minute, Jim. Does it have any significance at all to you, Harry?
Well, the crescent is commonly used in heraldry.
Huh?
In modern coats of arms, it indicates the second son of a noble house. Does that help you?
Gosh, no.
Anything else?
Let's see. The crescent is also the military and religious symbol of the Ottoman Turks.
The Turks?
Yes. Alauddin, I think it was, the Seljuk Sultan of Iconium in the 13th century, adopted the crescent as a device. And it appeared on the janissaries of the Sultan Orkan in the following century.
Leaping lizards. What kind of double talk is that?
Wait a minute. A great many Turks are Muslims, and so are the Arabs.
Huh? Oh, you mean the Arab we caught in Sidney's apartment. I don't get it.
Now you're giving out with double talk.
I was just wondering if this organization we're trying to trace could be Muslim.
Gosh, you mean we've got to go to the Sahara Desert and get bumped to pieces on those camels again?
Look, before you buy your plane tickets, you better hear me out. I've been telling you about the crescent only. This design you have here has a star, too.
Oh? You mean...
A star sometimes appears with a Turkish crescent, just as a cross might. But there's nothing distinctly Turkish or Muslim in the combination.
Oh, there isn't? And where are we?
I don't know, place, I'm afraid. Unless Harry can come up with something else.
I don't know, Kent. Wait. In architecture, a crescent indicates a street which follows the arc of a circle. How about that?
Gosh, this guy's a human encyclopedia.
Circular street, eh? That's interesting. But what about the star?
Forgot about that. The star doesn't fit there either.
Well, then that's that. Well, thanks very much, Harry.
Not at all. Sorry I couldn't help you.
I'm starting to think nobody can.
We're not licked yet, Jim. Come on. See you, Harry.
Thanks, Mr. Goldman.
Go on.
Golly, we're not getting anywhere, Mr. Kent. In any minute, whoever has those 2 pieces of kryptonite might... Gee whiz.
Now, don't get the jitters.
Well, how can I help it? I think there might be another atom man. Gosh, the first one almost killed Superman.
I know, but... Uh-oh, of course.
Of course what?
Never mind. Sit down, Jim.
Sit down.
Yes, this is your desk, isn't it? I've got to take the next step alone.
Without me? Oh, nothing
Don't
doing.
argue, Jim. Every second counts. I've got to get help, and I can't take you along.
Well, why can't you? What help?
There's just one man who might be able to follow the crescent and star and find the Scarlet Widow.
There is? Well, you mean Superman?
No, somebody else. But I've got to see him alone. Look, you tell the Chief and Lois what happened and not to worry if I'm away for a while.
Oh, where are you going? Who is this man?
I can't tell you. So long, Jim. See you later.
Oh, wait. Why can't you tell me? Why can't I go along?
Sorry, I've got to handle this alone. So long, Jim.
Bursting with curiosity, Jimmy Olsen watches Clark Kent stride swiftly from the city room. Who is the mysterious man Kent says is the only one who can lead him to the Scarlet Widow? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, it's just like having pictures of your favorite friends collecting those swell new comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because every single button has a picture of a favorite comic strip character straight from the funny papers, in full, brilliant colors, too. So they show up like anything when you pin them on your jacket or your dress or cap. But the best part is, you don't have to send in any money to get these new comic buttons, not even a box top. You can't buy them anywhere. Just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then see which prize you find inside. One of these exciting new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now back to the adventures of Superman.
Telling Jimmy Olsen that only one man might be able to follow the strange symbol of the crescent and star and find the Scarlet Widow, Clark Kent left the Daily Planet and drove across town to a fashionable residential district. Parking in front of a handsome brick house in which he knew, as Superman, that Batman and his young companion Robin lived under their true names of Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson, he crossed the well-kept lawn and rang the doorbell. As we continue now, Bruce Wayne, wearing a gray tweed suit, is opening the door.
Yes? Hello, Batman.
What did you call me?
I'm sorry. I mean, Wayne.
Who are you?
What? Oh, of course. I'm Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet.
Well, come inside.
Thanks.
Come into the library, please.
Yes, sir. Listen, I need your help very badly.
Sit down.
Thanks. Now, look, Wayne.
Why did you call me Batman?
Why... I don't know. I guess I've got Batman on my mind. I need his help desperately, and I came here to ask you to help me contact him.
What makes you think I can contact him?
Well,
why? Stop hemming and hawing, Kent. Give it to me straight.
Okay, I will. I understood from Superman that you can get hold of Batman.
I don't believe you.
What? Well, now, look here. I don't lie.
If you expect me to believe that Superman told you to contact Batman through me, you're wasting your time. I'll show you to the door.
No, wait. This is urgent, terribly urgent. I must see Batman.
I once heard that someone who needed him badly put an ad in the newspapers. And he happened to see it. Why don't you try that?
It's too late to make the evening editions, and I can't wait until tomorrow. This is a matter of life and death for me, for Superman.
For Superman? Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. Now, how can I get you to believe me?
There's just one way, Kent.
What's that?
Come clean.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Tell me why you think I can contact Batman.
Well, I told you.
You said Superman told you I could.
Yes?
And I said I didn't believe you. Now, tell me the truth, Kent. Or I'm sorry, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, what'll I do? You're the only person who can help me, the only one.
I'm waiting, Kent.
but I don't know what to do. I don't know. I need your help. I've got to have it, but I don't know what to tell you or how.
Torn with indecision, Clark Kent hesitates, unable to make up his mind whether or not to reveal his most cherished secret. The secret he has guarded with his very life, that he is Superman. But unless he does reveal his true identity, he may lose the cooperation of Batman. And only Batman, he feels, can help him trace the clue of the crescent and star, locate the Scarlet Widow, and get possession of the 2 pieces of deadly kryptonite. What decision will Kent make? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, fellows and girls. It's full of surprises and thrills. So tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today the Man of Steel is faced with a decision, the most difficult he has ever had to make. We'll join him at the home of the famous Batman in just a moment. But right now, here's a word from Dan McCullough.
You know, it's getting so that whenever 2 or more kids get together, all they talk about is their collections of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. First, there's the business of showing how many you've collected, and then there's trading duplicates to add to your collection. Here's how that works. Suppose you have 2 buttons with Superman on them, and your friend has 2 Moon Mullins buttons. Well, you swap your extra Superman for his extra Moon Mullins, and then you each have a different button to add to your collection. Fun? Why, I'll say so. And these buttons are all so doggone smart-looking that, well, you get a great kick out of wearing them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap for everybody to see. They're bright-colored as can be, brilliant blue and red and black on a gleaming white background, and they're just about as big around as a nickel. Now, here's how you get these swell buttons. Just ask Mom to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's all there is to it. You don't send in either money or a box top. You can't even buy these comic buttons anywhere. All you do is to look inside the Pep package for your prize, an exciting new comic button or a military insignia or warplane button. Ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Although the Atom Man is dead, Superman is still in mortal danger. 2 pieces of kryptonite, the rare element which gave the Atom Man his deadly atomic power, are in the hands of unknown enemies. Aware that Sidney, the late ally of the Atom Man, had been in contact with the Scarlet Widow, who had stolen the original kryptonite fragment, Superman searched Sidney's apartment and found a strange coin engraved with a crescent moon and star. The same symbol was later found branded on the heel of a dead Arab who had been in the apartment. Hoping that the famous Batman could help him, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, visited the house where Batman and his young companion Robin reside under their true names of Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson. But when Kent asked Wayne to contact Batman, Wayne became suspicious. As we continue now in his library, Bruce Wayne, alias Batman, and Clark Kent, alias Superman, face one another. Listen.
You might just as well come clean, Kent. What makes you think I can contact Batman?
I told you.
You said Superman said I could.
Yes?
And I said I didn't believe you. Now, tell me the truth, or I'm sorry, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Well, it's just... All right, Wayne. All right, I'll tell you. I'm going to reveal a secret which no one else in the world knows, but which many would pay millions to know.
Oh, this sounds very interesting.
It is. I've guarded this secret with my very life. But now, not only my own life is at stake, but all civilization. I need Batman's help desperately. So I'm going to take you into my confidence and trust you never to betray me.
You're giving the secret quite a build-up. What is it?
It's this. You see, Wayne,
Yes?
I am Superman.
What?
Yes. Yes, I, Clark Kent, am Superman.
Well, what do you know? Superman, unmasked at last, huh? You didn't get hit on the head by a brick or something on the way here, did you?
Oh, apparently you don't believe me.
Let's just say I'm skeptical.
Well, then I'll prove it to you. Here, I wear my costume under my street clothes. There we are. Now, off with my glasses like this.
Say, you do look like Superman.
Naturally, because I am.
Well, now you sound like him, too.
Naturally again. Well, are you satisfied, Wayne?
No, of course not. A good actor can impersonate almost anyone, and costumes are easy to get.
Oh, I see. Well, then I'll prove it by...
No, hold on. Let me give you some tests.
Just in case I've arranged some hocus-pocus with mirrors and what have you, eh?
Maybe. Now, look, Superman has X-ray vision, right?
Right. I can see through anything but lead.
Okay. Tell me what I have in my right trousers pocket.
Oh, that's easy. A bunch of keys, 2 quarters. Let's see now. Their dates are 1906 and the other one's upside down. 1917.
2 quarters, all right. What did you say their dates were?
1906 and 1917. Right?
Yes.
Are you satisfied now?
Not quite. You might have... don't misunderstand me, but you
well,
might...
I might be a sleight of hand artist and slip those coins into your pocket, eh?
I didn't say that.
But you meant it. All right, what's your next step? Let's work fast. My business is urgent.
This won't take long if you are Superman. Come over here, will you?
Certainly. What'll it be?
Wait till I open this window. There we are. Now, just one more test. And if you pass it, I'll believe you're Superman.
Shoot.
See that flagpole at the rear of my lawn?
Yes?
It's 60 feet high. Let's see you place this quarter on top of it and return here within 3 seconds. Or should we call the whole thing off?
Are you kidding? Step aside, please.
Okay.
Now watch closely. Out and away! Well, do I pass, teacher?
You certainly do. I hope you'll forgive all this waste of time.
Don't apologize. I don't blame you at all. Batman.
What? Then you did know who I was all the time.
Of course. Can't you guess how?
Why, sure. Your X-ray vision saw through my mask and hood that last time we worked together.
Mm-hmm.
So that when you saw me today as Bruce Wayne, you recognized me at once.
That's right. And what's more...
Well, dust me off and polish my shoes. Superman.
Hello, Robin. Dick.
Oh, you know who he is, too.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean he knows who I am, too?
Superman is onto us, Dick.
What? You mean he knows you...
He knows I'm Batman.
Christopher Columbus.
Oh, but that's fair enough. He's told me his other identity.
What? No kidding. Who is he?
I'm afraid that'll have to remain a secret for the time being, Robin. And now, Superman, you said you needed my help.
I certainly do. The Atom Man is dead, but...
thanks to you.
Make those thanks for two.
Well, I was lucky. He could have finished me if he'd listened to Sidney and stayed with me, keeping me helpless under the influence of the kryptonite in his blood until I starved to death.
Listen, is it true this kryptonite has the Indian sign on you?
Yes, Robin, it has. It's a fragment of the former planet Krypton, where I was born. But here in the atmosphere of Earth, for some strange chemical reason, I get weak when it's brought within 10 feet of me.
Gee, Ruth.
Go on, Superman.
Well, that's the first reason I need your help. Because I can't get near the kryptonite, and there are 2 pieces of the original fragment still in existence, in the hands of our enemies. Now, listen closely while I tell you everything that's happened so far.
Speaking swiftly, but omitting no detail, Superman brings Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson, who are in reality Batman and Robin, up to date on the story of the kryptonite. He tells them of the Scarlet Widow and the mysterious Sidney, the late advisor of the Atom Man, of the strange coin found in Sidney's apartment, engraved with the symbol of a crescent and star, and of the dead Arab with the same cryptic symbol branded on his right heel.
And that's why I have every reason to believe that Sidney was one of the leaders of a powerful secret organization using the symbol of a crescent and star. The Scarlet Widow either belongs to the organization or she has contact with it.
And by tracing the organization, you think we can locate the Scarlet Widow and force her to tell us to whom she sold the last 2 pieces of kryptonite. Is that it?
Right. You see, I know you and Robin have a wide knowledge of the underworld. You've fought the big crooks and the hangers-on for years. It's my hunch that somewhere among them we'll pick up a clue to the people we want. Now, of course, it's a dangerous mission I'm asking you to undertake.
I'm used to danger. You can count on me to do everything I can.
I knew I could. Thanks, Lois.
And count me in, too. I'll blow those bugles and beat those drums. Where do we go from here, Batman?
I know exactly where we're going. And right now...
I'm listening.
I'll tell you on the way. I'll contact you later, Superman, perhaps even tonight.
You sure you don't want me to go along with you?
No, I think Robin and I can do this job better alone.
All right, but call on me if you need me. You know how to contact me?
You bet I do. Uh-oh. 5 o'clock. We've got a lot to do and just 1 hour to do it in. So long, Superman.
So long and good luck. You don't mind if I use this window to leave by, do you?
Help yourself.
Righto.
Out and away!
Phew, look at him go.
We're going places ourselves. Come on.
Lead the way, Pappy, and just try to lose me.
Followed by the eager Dick Grayson, Bruce Wayne hurries from his house and enters his Batmobile car. We'll rejoin them in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, gang, I know a certain young lady who's mighty fond of her bigger, older brother, but she says there never were enough games she and her brother could share in until Kellogg's Pep began putting out those swell new comic buttons. Now they have a lot of fun comparing notes on how many each is collected and swapping duplicates, too. Yes, sir, both fellows and girls are having a load of fun with these new comic buttons. I've seen a lot of caps and jackets and dresses with a buttons pinned right on them. And do they look smart? So bright-colored and shiny that, well, they show up like anything. You know, every single one of these new comic buttons has a true-to-life picture of one of your favorite comic strip characters. So you'll want to collect all 18 of them. You can, too, easy as pie. Just ask Mom to get you a good supply of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these new comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. You can't even buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's an exciting prize. One of these brilliant new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Get your prize, gang, from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
On the trail of the two pieces of kryptonite, Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson, who in reality are the famous Batman and Robin, made a brief call at police headquarters and then drove to the shabby waterfront district. Before leaving their car, they disguised themselves as ragged, seedy individuals. And now, caps pulled low over their eyes, they are lounging against some rotting pilings at the street end of a long pier. It is early evening, but the fog swirling in from the harbor shrouds the street lamps to pale yellowish blurs.
Maybe I'm dumber than usual tonight, Batman, but I don't get it. Why do we want to see a no-good rat like Squealy Evers?
It's simple, Robin. He knows what's cooking in every dirty pot in Metropolis. And for a price, he'll talk.
Oh, you figure he might know something about the Star and Crescent, huh?
Not so loud. Yes.
But Squealy's so crooked he puts a corkscrew to shame. How can we trust him?
We're not going to trust him. We're just going to request a little information.
Something tells me we'll get a knife in the back.
Stop worrying. It makes wrinkles.
That's the way I want to die, old and wrinkled.
Scared, Mr. Grayson?
No, not scared. I just got a yen to see the sun come up tomorrow.
It will come up.
Sure, but I want to see it.
But not. Here he comes.
Oh.
Squealy, of course, and right on time. He always makes this beat around 6 o'clock.
What if he sees through these rags and catches on who we are?
Yeah, be quiet now. Here he is. There's Squealy.
Huh?
Hello, Squealy.
Yeah? What do you want?
A little information.
Who are you?
Oh, my name's George Robinson.
I'm his brother Jack. You know, quick as...
Cut it out.
You a cop?
No, but I've got $200.
Let's see it.
Here it is. Nice and fresh. Mustn't touch.
Pretty little cabbage leaves, aren't they, Squealy?
What do you want to know?
Whatever you can tell us about this coin.
What the Crescent and Star? Where'd you get this?
What's the difference? What do you know about it? For $200. Can you help us?
Yeah, I can help you.
You can?
Yeah, I can help you a lot.
All right, Squealy. Start talking.
Eagerly, Batman and Robin wait for the stooped, ferret-faced man to speak as the gray fog swirls around them. What will he tell them? And will it lead our friends to the mysterious organization they seek? And to the missing kryptonite? Monday's episode is tense and exciting, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, as Batman and Robin combine with the Man of Steel to stave off the greatest threat ever directed at the world in the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, get a load of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the famous variety carton of 6 swell Kellogg cereals in 10 separate packages. makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. With Kellogg's Variety on the table, you can choose among Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Pep, Corn Flakes, Shredded Wheat Crumbles, and Bran Flakes. Simply help yourself to your favorite. Each box holds a fresh, crisp-keeping portion. So ask Mom to get Kellogg's Variety right away. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. And remember, it's Pearl Harbor Day, and buy Victory Bonds.
Kellogg's Pep,
The super delicious cereal presents
the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman. And today his famous friends, Batman and Robin, are hoping to gain some information for him concerning the mysterious crescent moon and star symbols. We'll join them in a moment. But right now, let's hear what Dan McCullough has in store for us.
Say, I just heard about a fellow and a girl who are having a load of fun out of these exciting comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep by long distance. That's right. Yes, sir. You see, they're cousins, and they live about 100 miles from each other, but they write letters every week telling how many buttons they've collected so far and which new ones they have and how they've traded duplicates with their pals. Of course, they're mighty proud of these smart-looking buttons because the colors are so bright and clear and the pictures of your favorite funny sheet characters stand out like anything. And remember, gang, there are 18 different comic buttons in all. Why, you'll want to collect every single one of them. Just make sure Mom gets you a good supply of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the prize package, the only way you can get these swell comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. Can't even buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's an exclusive prize. One of these bright-colored new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Although the Atom Man is dead, 2 pieces of kryptonite, the deadly element which gave him atomic power, are still in existence. Fearful that they may be used to create another atomic monster or something even more horrible, Superman called on the famous Batman and Robin for aid in locating the Scarlet Widow, who had stolen the original kryptonite fragment. Their only clue to her was a mysterious coin engraved with a crescent moon and a star, which Superman had found in the apartment of Sidney, the late ally of the Atom Man. Disguised as seedy, down-at-the-heel characters, Batman and Robin drove to the waterfront that evening and contacted a shabby, ferret-faced man known as Squealy Evers, who collected and sold information to members of the criminal world. As we continue now, at the street end of a fog-shrouded pier, Batman and Robin, calling themselves George and Jack Robinson, have just showed the strange coin to Squealy. Listen.
What is it?
Quarter? Look again, Squealy.
What the? Crescent and star. Where'd you get it?
What's the difference? Can you give us any information about it? $200 in cash, if you can.
How about it, Squealy?
Yeah, I can help you.
You can?
Yeah, I can help you a lot.
Well, give, Squealy, give.
I'll take the $200 first.
Nothing doing. We got to see the merchandise.
Give me the dough or I don't talk.
Now, wait a minute.
Let me handle this, Jack. Here's 100, Squealy. You get the other 100 when you've spoken your piece. Okay?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess that's okay.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'll get this, you guys. I don't know where you got the gimme.
What?
That thing. The coin with the crescent and star on it.
Never mind where.
And I don't know who you are.
We're Mrs. Robinson's boys, George and Jack. I'm Jack, the one you say quick ass.
Okay, George and Jack. I'm going to tell you something worth lots more than $200, see?
Stop stalling. Give.
We're all ears.
Then listen. Take my advice and drop the coin in the sewer.
Huh?
Then beat it out of here and forget all about it. Don't ask nobody no questions about it. Don't try to find out nothing. Just forget it.
Are you kidding?
What kind of talk is that, Squealy?
Smart talk. And like I say, worth a lot more than $200. I'll take the 100 now.
Not so fast. We're buying information, not advice.
I'm giving you information on how to stay healthy.
For $200, you ought to throw in a bottle of vitamins.
Cut the wisecrack. Now, look, Squealy. We don't scare easily. So if you've got something to tell us, let's have it. Or we'll take our money back and be on our way.
And that's our advice to you.
Listen, will you? I knew 3 other guys wanted to know about the crescent and star, see? guys just as smart as you think you are. And two of them bigger and tougher. And where are they now?
All right, where?
One of them was found floating out in the harbor not too far from this pier. He wasn't out there taking a swim. He had a knife in his back.
That's all very interesting.
Gruesome is a better word.
But it doesn't tell us what we want to know.
Take my advice, buddy, and don't try to find out nothing. There's easier ways to commit suicide.
Then you think the people we're curious about took care of those three men?
I didn't say that. I just said they were inquirers, see? Just like you are.
Then each one had an accident. I get it.
Yeah.
All right, you've done your duty. Now, suppose you stop trying to scare us and tell us what we want to know.
I told you all I'm going to tell you, for your own good. Now, give me that other C note. I got a scram.
What for? You didn't tell us anything.
Oh, no? I told you how to save your hide.
Thanks very much. But that wasn't the information we came to you for. We want to know who's behind the secret symbols and where we can find them.
I don't know. I don't know no more than I told you. Nobody does.
Come clean, Squealy.
I swear it. Please, mister, I gotta beat it. Give me my dough.
Okay. Here you are.
What? Hey, wait a minute.
Thanks. Good night. Be smart. Do like I told you.
Well, he sure made a sucker out of you, Batman.
Not so loud, Robin. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah? You paid that fox $200 for telling us exactly nothing.
Not quite nothing.
I call it nothing. We knew the gang we're trailing are bad actors. He didn't have to tell us.
Will you keep your voice down? Come on.
Where to?
That's Squealy, of course.
What do you want to do, tip him another 100?
I want to find out where he's going.
He's probably going to look for another sucker. The way you fell, he must think this is his lucky night.
Maybe it'll turn out to be our lucky night.
You mean handing out good money to a water rat is lucky?
Squealy gives us the lead to the people we're looking for. It'll be worth 10 times what we paid him.
How's he going to give us a lead?
Squealy gets well paid by the racketeers in this town for passing along tidy bits of information.
So?
So, I think he might consider his little interview with us a tidy bit of information and pass it along to some interested parties. Catch on?
So that's it. You think he's hot-footing to tell the Crescent and Storm Mob about us, huh? And if we tail him, we'll find out?
Take it easy, Robin. I'm just hoping. Oh, quick, into the doorway.
What's the idea?
He stopped and turned around. See?
So what? He can't make us out in this fog.
Then taking any chances. All right, he's moving now. Let's go.
Yeah, I should have known better than to call you a sucker, Batman. You knew all the time he intended to double-cross us, huh?
I was sure he knew something about the people we want. Maybe not much, but something. Because he knows a little about everything crooked that goes on around here. So when he refused to tell us anything at all, I figured he might try to sell any information we gave him to whoever's behind the Crescent and Storm. Now, careful. Careful crossing the street. The car might not see us in this fog.
Okay. But look, if you thought that, why did you pay him the money?
Just on the off chance that he'd think I was a sucker, the way you did. And not watch too closely to see if we were trailing him. Quick, duck back. He's turning around again.
Look, he's going into that coffee joint.
Come on, step on it.
We're not going in after him, are we?
Of course not. Unless he steps into a phone booth. But I want to see what he does. And if he meets anybody. Is this as fast as you can walk?
I'm taking it easy out of respect for your age.
Oh, thanks. Okay, hold it. Now, come on up to the window.
He'll see us.
No. Light in there and we're out in the dark.
There he is, sitting at the counter.
All right. Now keep your eyes open. And don't get too close to the window.
Standing on the dark, fog-swept sidewalk, Batman and Robin peer into the shabby coffee shop at the gray, ferret-faced man, who they hope will lead them to the mysterious people they seek. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, there's loads of fun for you just in looking over your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because every single picture of a funny paper character makes you think of all the things that character has done in the comic strips. For instance, when you look at K.O.'s picture, you remember how silly he looks, sleeping in a dresser drawer. And Smitty reminds you of all the gags he thinks up so his boss will let him go to the ball game. And, of course, Superman stands for the wonderful things he's done, preventing crimes and saving people from danger. Actually, every single one of these 18 comic strip characters looks just as real as in the funny papers, and even more colorful because the buttons are done up in brilliant red and blue and black on a gleaming white background. They look mighty smart, pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap, and they're so easy to get. Why, you don't spend it any money, not so much as a box top, and you can't even buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's an exclusive prize, one of these exciting new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. You'll want to eat lots of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. And now back to the adventures of Superman.
Batman and Robin have trailed a man called Squealy Evers, an underworld informer, to a shabby coffee shop on the Metropolis waterfront. Standing outside in the fog-swept darkness, they peer in through the dirty plate glass window, watching Squealy's every move. Meanwhile, within the shop where a radio is playing softly, the informer sits alone at the counter, paying no attention to the few other customers who sit a few stools away. When the waiter sets a cup of coffee before him, Squealy speaks to him in a low, barely perceptible voice, scarcely moving his lips.
Call the boss, Tommy. Tell him 2 guys were asking me about the Crescent and Star.
What 2 guys?
Big guy and a kid. Go get me a cruller or something now. Don't make out like you're talking to me. They're out front.
Okay. Hey, mister. Now, what's dope?
They call themselves Robinson, but that ain't their name. I tried to scare them off, but they didn't scare. They think I don't know they're tailing me. Tell the boss I'll stare him down Front Street and around behind the North Docks. Now scram and call from the kitchen. Don't come near me no more.
Okay.
Methodically, the gray, ferret-faced informer munches his cruller and drinks his coffee. Then, rising, he drops a quarter on the counter, selects a toothpick from a bowl, and moves in the stoop-shouldered gait to the door. He opens the door and steps into the street. For a moment, he stands idly, glancing about him, then begins walking up the street, the fog swirling about his shabby, stoop-shouldered figure. When he is almost lost to sight, Batman and Robin slip from a doorway and start after him. Come on, Robin, after him.
I'm with you. I hope he leads us to a more interesting place than that coffee shop this time. That was a washout.
Apparently.
What do you mean, apparently? It was. All he did was eat a cruller and drink a cup of coffee. Oh, yeah, and suck a toothpick.
Keep your chin up, Robin. Maybe the next stop will pay off.
Swiftly, Batman and Robin slip through the fog behind Squealy Evers, unaware that the gray informer is leading them into a deadly trap. What will happen now? Tomorrow's episode is packed with tense action and excitement, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Be with us at the same time, same station, when Batman and Robin battle terrific odds as only they can in The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, you'll get a bang out of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 swell Kellogg cereals. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. Makes it easy for Mom, too. No dishes to wash, thanks to the new Kell Bowl Pack. You can eat right out of it. What's more, these generous packages are great for lunch boxes and outings. So ask Mom to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety at the grocer's her very first chance. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. Kellogg's Pep! The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, Batman and Robin are walking straight into a trap set by the wily informer, Squealy Evers. We'll learn the outcome in a moment. But right now, here's Dan McCullough with a nifty suggestion. Let's have it, Dan.
Okay, there's a young fellow in our block who's got a new game. It's built around those comic buttons you fellows and girls are all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Well, I thought that maybe you'd like to try it. You see, it's a guessing game, identifying the different funny paper characters, and you get a score every time you know the right answer. For instance, one time it might be about the hats they wear. Somebody would ask, who wears a white derby? And the answer would be Moon Mullins, sure. Or, who wears a skating cap? You know that one? Why, that'd be Lillums. Or maybe, who never wears a hat? Think now. Why, sure, Superman, of course. Isn't that fun? Yes, sir. There's no end to the fun you can have with these swell comic buttons. And they're so bright-colored and smart-looking that, well, you're mighty proud to wear them and collect them and wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Of course, there's only one way to get these comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them. But whenever Mom opens a new package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's an exclusive prize for you. One of these brilliant new comic buttons, or a military insignia, or a warplane button. Ask Mom to get you lots of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
2 pieces of kryptonite, the strange and deadly element that gave the late Atom Man his atomic power, are still at large. Fearful that they may be used to create another Atom Man, or something even more terrible, Superman enlisted the aid of Batman and Robin in his search for them. Their only clue is a strange silver coin, engraved with a crescent moon and star, which Superman believes is a symbol of a powerful secret organization. At the Metropolis waterfront, Batman and Robin, disguised in tattered clothes, contacted a criminal informer known as Squealy Evers, who warned them to give up their search. Our friends trailed him to a shabby coffee shop, where, unseen by them, he mumbled a message to the waiter. As we continue now, unaware that they are being led into a trap, Batman and Robin are trailing the gray, stooped figures of Squealy Evers through the dark, fog-bound waterfront streets. Listen.
Look, Batman, I just thought of something.
Don't think so loud, Robin.
He's almost a block ahead. He can't hear us.
Just the same.
Okay, but listen. You said you figure Squealy's on his way to tip off the Crescent and Star mob that we've been inquiring about them.
I said I hoped he was.
Okay, but if he knows who they are and can get money for tipping them off about nosy gents like us, why didn't he just lead us into their arms like a couple of lambs to slaughter?
Informers don't work that way, Robin.
What do you mean?
Informers are cowards. The hyenas of the criminal jungle. They put the finger on the victims, but let others do the actual dirty work. They are never found on the scene of a crime. Rarely even carry weapons.
They keep their own dirty skirts clean, huh?
That's right.
Lovely character.
They don't come any worse. They... Oh, behind these pilings, quick.
What's up now?
Squealy stopped and turned around again.
It's hard to see in this fog. Yeah, I see him. But did he see us?
I hope not. But he might have.
That's a sweet thought. If he does know we're tailing him, he might be leading us into a trap.
Could be. Well, come on. You hit the road again.
Could be, huh? I must say you're cool enough about it.
What do you want me to do? Run a temperature?
No, but if it's all the same to you, let's strip down to our costumes just in case.
Might be a good idea. These old shoes we're wearing make a lot of noise on the pavement. All right, let's change. Work fast, Robin. We don't want to lose him.
I'd like to lose him on a desert island and do the world a favor.
No, don't be silly. I'm hoping that Squealy will give us a lead to the 2 pieces of kryptonite.
When I remember what Superman said about somebody maybe creating another Atom Man with the kryptonite, I get more duck bumps than a...
A duck?
Thanks.
You're welcome. You ready?
All set.
Mask on?
Yep.
All right, let's go then. On the double till we spot him again.
See him yet?
Not yet.
Golly, hope we didn't lose him.
I don't see how we could. There's no place he could have turned. Oh, slow down. There he is.
Where?
Turn left at that big stack of packing cases there. Yeah. Looks like the beginning of a dock. Come on.
What's he going out on a dock for?
Your guess is as good as mine. We'll soon find out. Don't trip over those sacks.
I just want to trip over those 2 pieces of kryptonite.
Okay. Here's where Squealy turned off. Come on. Hold it, Robin.
What now?
I don't see our ferret-faced friend.
No, neither do I. Where'd he go?
Search me. There's just a small aisle running up the dock.
Maybe he wised up we were trailing him and ducked behind one of the packing cases.
Looking for somebody, boys?
Who said that?
Somebody up ahead on the right.
Okay, boys, let him have it.
Robin, watch out!
I'm watching a lovely chin just right for a haymaker.
Hey, Batman and Robin. Mickey.
No, you don't, John. Stop this one.
Nice going, Batman. Have you bums seen my flying tackle lately? You're guaranteed to bring the house down.
Put that gun down. It might go off, I said. Oh, you won't. Okay. When you wake up, remember where you got the black eye.
Batman, you okay?
Never better. How are you doing?
Not so good. I'm running out of punching bags.
Hey, the cops, let me out of here.
Not so fast, ugly foot.
Never mind that last one, Robin. Come back here.
Well. 2 more wells. I count 5 Sleeping Beauty.
Yes. That was a trap that failed to click.
A trap? Well, you figure friend Squealy walked us into it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Hey, what's going on there? Right this way, officer.
You can put your hardware up. The fun is over.
Telling the 2 police officers what had happened, Batman and Robin helped load the 5 unconscious men into their squad car and accompanied the police to headquarters, where, a short time later, having phoned Clark Kent to join them, we find Batman, Robin, and Kent in Inspector Henderson's office.
We've had those 5 mugs on the grill for half an hour, but there's no soap.
You mean they won't talk, Inspector?
Oh, they talk all right, Batman. But they won't give us any answers that help. They swear they don't know Squealy Evers, and they never heard of an organization using the symbol of a crescent moon and a star.
I suppose they just jumped us for the exercise, huh?
They started to tell the usual story. They were minding their own business, and you fellas came along and said something that started a fight. We soon washed that up, though. And then they admitted they'd been hired to beat you up.
To kill us, you mean? They had guns.
Who hired them, Inspector?
They say they never saw the man before. He met 2 of them at a bar, described you, told them you'd be passing the dock, and gave them $500 to give you the works.
That's a lie.
Maybe. But we can't prove it.
By the way, Inspector, I suppose you examined the men thoroughly?
Of course. Why do you ask, Kent?
Well, I was just wondering if any of them had the crescent and star branded on his heel, like the Arab I caught in Sidney's apartment.
That's right. How about it, Inspector?
Don't worry. I looked them over myself. Nothing doing.
Shucks. But I still say they're lying.
No, I think they're telling the truth, Robin.
Huh?
What do you mean, Kent?
Just this, Batman. If it was the leader of the Crescent and Star who ordered you and Robin wiped out...
Who else could it have been?
Well, you have plenty of other enemies, haven't you?
Yes, but I'm sure they didn't spot us in the waterfront tonight. Besides, we were disguised.
They might have been trailing you. But anyway, let's assume it was the leader or leaders of the Crescent and Star, and I'm inclined to think it was. We know they're clever and very careful to keep their identity secret. So it stands to reason they wouldn't let these hired gunmen know who they are or anything about them, doesn't it?
How about the Arab you caught, Kent? He had the brand on his heel and committed suicide before we could question him. So he must have known about them.
Well, the chances are the guys we're looking for didn't have time to send their own men tonight or didn't have any available on such short notice. Or maybe after what happened to the Arab, they might have just preferred to play safe and use outsiders.
I think you're right, Kent.
Oh, Kent's always right, confounded. I want to be around just one time when he's wrong.
Oh, I've been wrong plenty of times, Inspector.
And it looks like Batman and I scored a great big goose egg tonight.
Oh, no, you didn't, Robin.
Well, what do you mean we didn't?
You made a very important discovery, which should lead us to the people we're looking for.
Huh?
What?
What discovery, Kent?
Well, I don't know exactly what it is yet, but if you'll drive back to the waterfront with me, I'll find it for you within 10 minutes.
Are you kidding?
I was never more serious in my life.
Then what are we waiting for? Come on, Robin, let's go, Inspector.
I can't leave now. I've got a lineup.
We'll call you later, then. Lead the way, Kent.
Okay.
Step on it, Robin.
Leaving police headquarters, Clark Kent, Batman, and Robin hurry out to Kent's car parked at the curb. What did Kent mean? What important discovery did Batman and Robin make? We'll return in a moment for the tense climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, I happened to pass the schoolyard the other day when Eddie and a bunch of his pals were swapping duplicate comic buttons, from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Well, the conversation they were carrying on would sound mighty funny to anyone who didn't know about these swell new comic buttons. Like one young fellow would say, "Trade you Uncle Walt for Orphan Annie," and another'd come in, "I'll take that, and I have 2 Superman buttons. Who wants to swap?" And another'd say, "What'll you offer for a Skeezix?" Now, maybe that sounds like double talk, but it means a lot to you fellas and girls who are collecting these exciting comic buttons, because you're all mighty anxious to collect all 18 buttons in the series. And they're so doggone smart-looking that, well, you get a real kick out of wearing them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. But the best part is, they're so easy to get. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top, and you can't even buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then, see which prize you find inside. One of these exciting comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. It's an exclusive prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Stating that Batman and Robin had made an important discovery and that he would show it to them within 10 minutes, Clark Kent drove them back to the mass of rotting pilings on the dark, fog-swept waterfront where they had first contacted the informer, Squealy Evers.
It was right here that we met Squealy, Kent.
Uh-huh. Okay. Which way did he go when he left you?
Straight up the street.
Right. Here we go. Where? I want to follow his trail exactly as you did. I'll drive slowly. You tell me what turns to make, Batman.
What's the idea, Mr. Kent?
At some point, Robin, Squealy contacted somebody who had those goons sent to the docks to ambush you, or else Mr. Somebody passed on the information to someone else who sent the goons out.
But he didn't contact anyone. We were right behind him all the time. He was never out of our sight.
Except for the minute or so when we stripped down to our costumes.
He must have contacted someone. If he'd steered you into those mobsters by accident, he'd have been caught, too.
It's my hunch that he left a note somewhere. Maybe in some pilings where someone was waiting and we didn't notice it in the fog. No, I admit it's not too good a hunch. Wait a minute.
What?
Of course, we were dumb, Robin.
How come?
The coffee shop.
What coffee shop?
Squealy stopped in a coffee shop for a crawler and a cup of java. It must have been there.
But we were watching him every second. He didn't sit next to anybody. He didn't make a phone call. He didn't write any notes, and he didn't talk to anyone.
Oh, no? How about the waiter?
Christopher Columbus, I never thought of that.
Uh-huh. Now we're getting someplace. That's what I meant when I said I'd show you the discovery you made. You weren't aware of it at the time. Where is this coffee shop?
Up the street, just a couple of blocks.
Right. You tell me where to stop.
You bet.
Oh, it must have been the waiter. He was only near Squealy for a few seconds, but that was enough to get the tip off. Step on it, Kent.
I am. Just keep your fingers crossed that the waiter didn't disappear like Squealy did.
Jamming his foot down on the accelerator, Clark Kent sends the car leaping through the foggy night toward the shabby little coffee shop. Is the waiter still there? And if he is, can he be forced to reveal the identity of whoever is behind the mysterious crescent and star? Tomorrow's episode is packed with thrills and excitement, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, as the famous Batman and Robin join forces with the Man of Steel in the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, as Clark Kent, he hopes to find some clue to the mysterious crescent and star in the waterfront coffee shop visited by Squealy Evers. We'll join him with his famous friends, Batman and Robin, in just a moment. But right now, here is Dan McCullough.
You know, gang, even if you'd never met those characters on the comic buttons you're all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep, you'd still want to get all 18 of them because the colors are so bright and sharp. Why, those buttons are really on the beam when you wear them on your jacket or your dress or cap. But since you do know all the characters, since you've followed their adventures in the funny papers for a long time, well, it's even more fun. And they look true to life, too. So real they could speak to you. Take Smokey Stover, for instance, with his bright red fireman's cap and his silly grin. Or Herbie, wearing his famous striped beanie and carrying his books under his arms. Or Superman himself, complete with flying red cape and Superman insignia. Yes, sir, these shiny round comic buttons are mighty colorful, mighty smart-looking, and so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. The only way you can get them is to ask Mom to get you a package or two of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then see which prize you find inside. One of these slick-looking comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
small silver coin engraved with a crescent moon and a star is the only clue Superman has to the two missing pieces of kryptonite, the strange, deadly element which gave the late Atom Man his atomic power. Fearful that the kryptonite may be used to create another terrible atomic monster against whom he would have no defense, Superman asked Batman and Robin to help him trace the mysterious organization using the symbol of the crescent and star. Through the dimly lit streets of the Metropolis waterfront, Batman and Robin trailed a criminal informer known as Squealy Evers, who led them into an ambush from which they fortunately escaped. Reporting their experience to Clark Kent, who is Superman, the three of them returned to the scene of the ambush. As we continue now, Kent has just stopped his car in front of a shabby little coffee shop facing the dark, fog-bound harbor. Listen.
Is this the place, Batman?
Yes. Squealy stopped here for a cup of coffee.
And there's the waiter he must have talked to, Mr. Kent. The skinny guy wiping the counter, right, Batman?
Yes, Robin. But I didn't see them talking.
Looks like he's getting ready to close up. We'll have to work fast.
Hey, what?
Where are you going, Kent?
I'll park a little farther along. I don't want him to see us getting out of the car.
Why not?
Well, I've got a little idea. I guess this'll do. Yes, I used this stuff a long time ago. It just might work again. Open the glove compartment, will you, Robin?
Okay. What are you going to do?
I'll show you. There ought to be a can of talcum powder in there.
Well, what's the stunt, Kent?
Show you in a moment. Got it, Robin?
Yeah, here it is.
Good. Okay, come on, Batman. Take your mask off and douse this stuff on your hands and face. I'll do the same.
What's the idea?
Well, we want that waiter to talk, don't we? This might be the way.
Oh, yes, I get it.
I don't. Why don't we take him to headquarters and let the police loosen up his vocal cords?
It'll take too long. Maybe he won't talk. This way, I think he will. How are you coming, Batman?
Almost ready.
Good.
Frankly, I don't get it. You guys look like a couple of ghosts.
The idea exactly. Right, Kent?
Right. Okay, let's go.
Hey, wait. I get the gag now, but it's awful corny. You don't really think you're going to make the waiter believe you're ghosts and scare him into talking, do you?
Oh, it's not quite that simple, but we haven't time to explain. Now, look. You stay here.
Oh, nothing doing this. I got to see.
Sorry, Robin, but you'll have to stay in the car to warn us if anyone comes along. Toot the horn if you want us back.
Kent's right, Robin.
Okay. I'd probably bust out laughing if the ghost asked anyway.
Poor Robin. If he knew you were Superman, we couldn't get rid of him so easily.
I know. Oh, wait a minute.
Forget something?
Yes, your costume might tip him off. And also, we don't want him to be able to describe us later. Here, put my overcoat on and turn the collar up.
You watch the little details, don't you?
I try to. That's better. You all set?
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, good. Nobody in there but the waiter. Oh, I hope this works, Jim.
So do I. Here we are.
I'm just closing up. All the food's put away. I said I'm closing up. Who are you guys? Hey, what's the matter with your faces?
He wants to know what's the matter with our faces.
If he only knew.
Listen, what's the joke?
He thinks it's a joke.
He'll know better pretty soon.
Now listen.
He keeps telling us to listen.
And he doesn't say anything.
Let's ask him to listen.
All right. Listen, friend, you saw Squealy Evers tonight, didn't you?
Squealy? Yeah. Who? Who'd you say?
You heard us. Squealy Evers.
Never heard of him. Now listen.
I know why he always says listen.
Why?
It means he's going to tell a lie.
Right.
Who's lying? Who are you guys? What's the big idea coming to my place with your face and hands fixed up funny and asking questions?
Do you object to answering simple questions?
I ain't answering no questions, see? Now scram out of here.
I wouldn't go for the gun in that drawer if I were you. You'll regret it.
How did you know?
My friend has strange powers. Show him, Ebenezer.
All right, Silas. Shall I go up and catch that fly on the ceiling?
Why don't you?
Say, you guys are nuts. Hey, look. Look, he did go up to the ceiling.
Why, of course he did. Did you catch the fly, Ebenezer?
No, Silas. He flew away. Shall I chase him?
Yes.
All right.
He's flying.
Of course he is.
It can't be. I'm going out of my mind. Hey, please, buddy, tell him to come down.
How am I doing, Silas?
Wonderful, Ebenezer. But our friend seems to be turning green.
Oh?
You would better come down.
Down? Why, how strange he looks. Maybe he'd feel better if he flew around the ceiling with me.
No, stay away from me. Stay away. I know what you guys are now. You're ghosts.
We are?
Yeah. Go away, please. Go back where you came from.
Oh, but we can't go back until you tell us what we want to know.
You can't?
No, we have to know about Squealy Evers.
Squealy?
Yes. Whom did you call up earlier this evening when he told you a man and boy were following him?
Nobody. I didn't see Squealy tonight.
You'd better fly him up to the moon, Ebenezer.
Yes, I guess I'd better. Come
No,
here.
no, don't. I'll tell you. I'll tell you anything. Only don't touch me.
Whom did you call up?
Oh, Patsy.
Who's Patsy?
He's the guy I phone when I get any information from Squealy or anybody else. I only seen him once or twice. He's a little dark guy.
Where is he?
At the Golden Lily.
The Golden Lily?
I know the joint. It's a night spot down at the end of the waterfront. Big shot crooks go there, and society people out slumming.
Yeah, that's right.
What's your name?
Me? Tommy Niles. Listen, why don't you go away? I told you.
Tell us some more, Tommy. Tell us what you know about the gang who used the crescent and star for a symbol.
I don't know nothing about them. Nothing.
Don't lie, or...
I don't know nothing. Honest. All I know, a couple of times before, Squealy told me to tip off Patsy about some guy asking about this crescent and star, see?
All right. But get this, Tommy. If you tell Patsy or anyone else about our being here tonight, we'll come back and...
No, I won't. Patsy would send his goons over to see me. Please, fellas, go away now. Go on back to wherever you came from.
Come on, Silas. Good night, Tommy.
Pleasant dreams, Tommy.
Too bad we had to scare him out of a year's growth.
That cheap crook. Well, we let him off easy. But we got our lead, Kent. Now, let's visit Patsy.
You bet. The trail's getting warm.
Eagerly, Clark Kent and Batman hurry to the car where Robin awaits them. We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, I know a young fellow who's kind of handy with a pencil and crayons, and you should see the drawings he's made. Copies of the pictures of funny paper characters on those comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. So every time he gets a new comic button, he has a new picture to draw. I thought maybe you'd like to try it. You know, you can color them in bright red and black and blue, just like the Pep comic buttons. And those pictures are really easy to copy because the outlines are clear and sharp and the details are all there. Yes, sir, these comic strip characters are straight from the funny papers. Their pictures make the best-looking buttons you'd ever hope to see or to wear pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And it's a heap of fun to work on your collection and to trade any duplicates you get with your pals. And if you don't want to let your friends get ahead of you, you'd better get busy. Ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these exciting comic buttons. You can't buy them. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. But inside every package of Pep, there's a swell prize. One of these smart-looking comic buttons, or a military insignia or a warplane button. Ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Following what looks like a definite lead, Clark Kent with Batman and Robin drove to the end of the foggy waterfront, where in a section of rickety cottages and a few dark, cluttered stores, a glittering nightclub stands, complete with handsome canopy and uniformed doorman, and a huge winking neon sign in the shape of a golden lily. Parking their car nearby, Kent and Batman removed the ghostly white powder from their hands and faces. Now, with Batman and Robin in the well-tailored clothes of Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson, they are approaching the nightclub entrance.
Yes, this is quite a place, Kent. The big shot racketeers come here to spend their money. Oh, Robin, look.
What's that, man?
Just getting into that car, see? It's Squealy Evers.
That's right.
It is. We want to see him. Come on.
Oh, he got away.
No, he didn't. Hold it.
What do you mean he didn't? There goes his car.
I'll take care of that. Now, you two go
You'll take care of it.
Yes, you two go into the Golden Lily and get a table. I'll join you later.
Okay, Kent. Come on, Robin.
Hey, he's going the wrong way. We left the car back there.
Don't worry about Kent. He knows what he's doing. Oh, quiet. Here's the doorman. Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. Step right inside for a big evening. Yes, sir, a big evening.
We've already had one, thanks.
The evening's still young. Come on.
Wonder what Squealy was doing here.
Probably powwowing with friend Patsy. Oh, I'm sorry. We left our hats in our car.
The hat shake girl loves us for that.
She doesn't get the tips. The house does. It's a racket. Come on.
My. Look at all the white ties and evening gowns in that crowd. You'd think this was a Ritz instead of the waterfront, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir. Crook likes to put on the dog, too, Robin. Well, let's find the head waiter and get a table.
What gives now?
Search me. Oh, the orchestra leader's going to make an announcement.
He's probably going to announce that Muscle Molly has just lost her gat and a string of pearls.
Quiet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know dynamic music to introduce Miss Chloe Garrett, the host of London's Music Hall, who's here in our audience tonight. Miss Garrett, will you take a bow?
My. Imported talent, no less. Probably came all the way from Brooklyn.
Oh, for a youngster, you're pretty cynical, Robin. Look.
Look where? What?
Look at her hair.
Whose hair?
Gloria Garrett's. Look at the ornament in it. The comb or pin or whatever it is. Can't you see?
Christopher Columbus. She's wearing the symbol of the crescent moon and star.
Their jaws sagging, Batman and Robin stare at the tall young woman acknowledging the applause, in whose raven black hair gleams a jeweled crescent moon and star. What does this mean? Yes, gang, the trail of the 2 pieces of deadly kryptonite is growing plenty warm. So don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, when thrilling and surprising things occur. Tune in, same time, same station, for Batman, Robin, and the Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the Adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the Grand Old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Give a hip, hip hooray, gang. It's back. For you and me, now there's Kellogg's famous variety. That's the swell variety carton with 10 separate generous packages of Kellogg's cereals, including Kellogg's Pep, Rice Krispies, shredded wheat, corn flakes, crumbles, and bran flakes. Each box in Kellogg's variety holds a fresh, crisp, heaping portion. Just help yourself to your favorite kind. Makes breakfast a picnic of fun. So ask Mom to get Kellogg's variety right away. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today at the Golden Lily Cafe, Batman and Robin have made a startling discovery. We'll join them in a moment. But right now, here's Dan McCullough and his young pal Eddie, who is getting some help on a little project.
Well, you see, Dan, our club meets tonight, and I'm chairman for this week, so I figured it'd be fun to have an election.
Well, who you going to elect?
Well, the most popular comic button. You know, those swell buttons we're all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep?
Hey, that sounds like a heap of fun.
Well, yeah, it is, but, I'm not sure I know how to run an election. Will you tell me?
Well, I'll try. Now, pretend this is the club meeting. You're the chairman, and the first thing you do is to ask for nominations.
Oh, do I hear a nomination for the most popular Pep comic button?
Yeah, then one of the kids says, Mr. Chairman?
Dan McCullough has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to nominate a character we've all known for years. That fellow who's proved himself on the side of good against evil. An exceptional person we know in the funny papers and on the radio. I wish to nominate Superman.
Do I hear a second?
I second the nomination.
Oh, boy, what voices.
Well, that's the best I can do, Eddie. But say, let me know how the election comes out, will you? Because I like to keep tabs on all the different kinds of fun that you fellows and girls are having with these slick-looking comic buttons. There are 18 different buttons in all, you know, each one with a true-to-life picture of a favorite comic strip character. And each one is a real humdinger. What's more, it's just as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get them. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. You just ask Mom to get you a good supply of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then see which prize you find inside. One of these slick new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. It's an exclusive prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Fearful that 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, the deadly element which gave the late Atom Man his terrible atomic power, may be used to create another human monster, Superman, Batman, and Robin are trying to trace a secret criminal organization which uses the symbol of a crescent moon and star. Trailing an informer named Squealy Evers, they came to a shabby coffee shop where a frightened waiter directed them to the Golden Lily, a nightclub on the waterfront frequented by underworld characters. Seeing Squealy leave the club, Superman followed him, while Batman and Robin, wearing street clothes over their costumes, entered the crowded, noisy cabaret. a young woman singer named Gloria Garrett has just been introduced as a celebrity. And as she rises from her place at one of the tables to acknowledge the applause, a spotlight is focused on her. And Batman stares incredulously at the jeweled ornament in her dark hair. Listen.
Robin, look. Look at her hair.
Whose hair?
Gloria Garrett. Look at the jeweled ornament.
Christopher Columbus. The crescent moon and stars.
Not so loud.
What?
Quiet, I said. There's an empty table. Come on.
Thank you, Miss Garrett. Now, folks, dance and make merry.
Here we are. Sit down.
How do you add this up, Batman?
Gloria Garrett must be a member of the gang we're looking for, whose symbol is the crescent moon and star.
Go on. If she is, why would she stand up in public and take a bow with a spotlight on her while she was wearing the gimmick?
To make sure she's seen, of course.
But none of that. Mob wants to be seen.
Oh, you're a little slow on the upbeat tonight, son. Didn't the waiter at the coffee shop say he phoned this joint when Squealy told him you and I were asking questions about the crescent and the stars?
He said he phoned a character named Patsy.
Patsy runs this nightclub.
How do you know?
Well, look at the menu. Proprietor, Charles Patsima. That's Patsy. Yeah, this joint must be a contact point for the members of the mob. And it's evidently a bigger mob than even Kent believes. And an international mob.
So what?
Gloria Garrett comes from London. She's new here. And she must have been told to come to the Golden Lily, wear the crescent and star symbol, and make sure she was seen.
Yeah, but why all the rigmarole? Why couldn't she just go to Patsy? Plenty of people seem to know him. Squealy Evers, the waiter at the coffee shop.
It's my hunch that Patsy is only a go-between. The leaders of the gang are too careful to let their identities be known to small fry like Squealy and the waiter.
Well, if you're right, then some big shot from the Crescent and Star gang is in this crowd this very minute, and nobody knows him.
That's what I'm hoping.
But if he contacts Gloria, we'll know him.
Check.
Well, where is he? Why doesn't he join her or call her over to his table or something?
Give him time, Robin. Just keep your eyes on Gloria.
I am, but nothing's happening.
Oh, take it easy. Here comes the waiter.
May I have your orders, please?
I'd better order something.
Let's see. Make it a turkey sandwich and a glass of milk.
I'll have the same.
Oui, monsieur. Thank you.
Look, little Gloria's all still by her lonesome.
Relax, will you? There's plenty of time.
Maybe not.
Oh, sure there is. It's not midnight yet.
I don't mean that. I'm thinking about those 2 pieces of kryptonite. Superman said unless we get hold of them in a hurry, we might have another Atom Man on our hands. Or something even worse. Look, Batman, what could be worse than another Atom Man?
2 Atom Men.
2? Christopher Columbus, you don't think
At the moment, I'm only thinking about tracking down this Crescent and Star gang. They know where their Scarlet Widow is. And she knows where the 2 pieces of kryptonite are. Now, just concentrate on that. And keep your eyes on Miss Gloria Garrett.
I am, but nothing gives. Could be that whoever she wants to contact isn't here tonight.
Well, if he isn't, I think he will be. Or at least get a message to her.
Nothing happens soon. How about us tackling Patsy?
Can't take a chance on the girl getting away? Nothing doing. I'm counting on her to lead us to the head man. We're not going to let her out of our sight. No, but I wonder what's keeping Kent so long.
Well, he went after Squealy.
Well, it shouldn't take him this long to catch him.
What do you mean? Squealy was in a car and he had a start. Mr. Kent had to go back up the street for his car.
No, he didn't.
Well, of course he did. How else was he going to chase Squealy?
Oh, Robin, you'd be surprised.
Well, go ahead and surprise me. I don't get it.
Oh, look.
What now?
There's a waiter at Miss Garrett's table.
So what? Maybe she got hungry waiting for Mr. Hoosick.
Wake up, Robin. Don't you see the envelope in his hand?
Oh, yeah. And he's giving it to her. Golly, I'd like to know what's in that note.
So would I.
Hey, she's getting up. Come on.
Sit down.
She's taking her coat. She might get away.
She won't get away. Sit down, I said.
Okay, but why?
I want to see if she goes to another table.
She's not. She's heading for the door.
Now, wait. We don't want to be seen following. All right, let's go.
Wait, monsieur, your sandwiches.
Oh, yes. Here you are. Keep the change. We just remembered another appointment.
But, oui, monsieur. Thank you.
I could have used that sandwich.
All right, Robin. We'll have to wait. Miss Garrett's leaving, all right.
Suppose Patsy sent her that note?
Maybe. Or someone in the crowd might have. He's waiting outside.
There she goes out. I don't see anybody there except the doorman.
No. All right, move fast now. Hold it, Robin.
Uh-oh. She's got a car, and we have it. I don't see a taxi. What do we do now, Batman?
Follow me.
Wait, where?
The driveway curves around here. Behind these bushes. Hurry. And strip down to your costume.
Oh, I get it. When the car comes around the driveway, we latch onto it, huh?
That's the idea. Here it comes. What's holding you up?
My socks didn't match my tie.
Keep low.
All set.
Keep low now, those pants. Okay, come on.
That rear bumper looks nice.
Right, jump on it. Don't miss.
Here we go, Pappy. All set. You know, for an old codger, you do pretty well, Batman.
Oh, thanks. The chauffeur driving the car. The man in the back seat with Gloria.
Did you get a good look at him?
No. He's got the collar of his overcoat up around his face. Never mind trying to look now. Keep low. And try to keep your lips buttoned just this once.
Anything else?
Yes. Don't fall off. Something tells me this is the payoff ride, Robin.
If it pays off in kryptonite, I'll be satisfied.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Clinging to the rear bumper of the big sedan in which Gloria Garrett rides with an unknown man, Batman and Robin are carried swiftly along the fog-swept waterfront. Where is the car going? We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, you've heard the expression, authentic reproduction? You know, means an accurate, exact copy of something. Well, when you get one of those colorful comic buttons from a package of Kellogg's Pep, you get an authentic reproduction of one of your favorite comic strip friends, like Moon Mullins, for instance, or Orphan Annie, or Winnie Winkle. And there are 18 different characters in the series, so you can have no end of fun working on your collection and trading duplicates with your pals. Now, how you get these bright-colored comic buttons is important. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top. You just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's an exclusive prize. One of these slick-looking comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. It's a prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
For 3/4 of an hour, Batman and Robin have been crouched on the rear bumper of a speeding sedan in which Gloria Garrett, who wears the symbol of the crescent moon and star in her hair, rides with an unknown man. Reaching the end of the waterfront road, the car swings into an old, little-used highway and speeds into the country. Turning into a narrow road, it is now rolling down a steep hill, its headlights cutting a path through the darkness.
No more comfortable chairs in this bumper. How long does this go on, Batman?
And you've got me. I don't even know where we are.
This fresh air works up an appetite. I could use that turkey sandwich we almost had in the Golden Lily.
Maybe we'll get something better than turkey where we're going.
You mean the kryptonite?
Maybe. With mustard. Look, hang on. We're swinging around another curve.
Another one? Oh, I feel like I've been out on a merry-go-round. What a night. First Squealy Evers and his roughnecks on the dock.
Hold it. We're slowing down.
Uh-huh. We turned into a one-way lane. Look, there's a big old house ahead up to the right.
Yes. No lights in it, though. There are trees on both sides of the drive. Get ready to hop off, Robin.
Anytime you say.
Now, wait till I give you the word. They may not stop. Yeah, the drive goes right past the house. I was wrong. They're stopping. Jump, Robin, and duck into those trees.
Heck. Hey, there are lights in the trees. Somebody turned them on.
Good evening, Batman and Robin.
What? Look out, Robin. There's a man with a gun behind you.
And there's one behind you, Batman. And 10 others surrounding you.
What? He's right.
4 excellent shots, by the way.
It looks like we stepped into something, Robin.
Yes. You stepped into a little trap, my friends. A trap from which I regret to tell you there will be no escape.
Startled, Batman and Robin stand in a blaze of light from the trees, facing a heavy-set middle-aged man who levels an automatic at them. While in a ring around them, 10 other men clad in evening clothes also point guns at our two friends. Meanwhile, almost 100 miles away, Superman streaks through the night above another country road on which the car carrying Squealy Evers, the informant, travels swiftly.
Where's Squealy going? He led Batman and Robin into an ambush before after contacting the Crescent and Star gang and then went to the Golden Lily. Well, he may be on another mission for the gang now. I've got to follow him.
Unaware of his friend's peril, Superman rockets farther and farther away from them. What will happen to Batman and Robin? And who are the mysterious people who trapped them? Tomorrow's episode is tense and exciting, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman. And today, with the Man of Steel miles away, Batman and Robin are again ambushed, this time with all odds against them. We'll take you to the scene in a moment. But right now, let's join our good friend, Dan McCullough.
Say, I know there are some times when you fellas in the gang have a different idea of what's fun than the girls do. But I know, too, that both fellas and girls like to get prizes, and that both fellas and girls are mighty excited about those smart-looking comic buttons that come now as prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. And no wonder why there's a bright-colored and so doggone slick-looking that, well, you get a real bang out of wearing them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. You see, they're pictures of your favorite comic strip friends, characters that you've been following for a long time in the funny papers, like Smilin' Jack and Orphan Annie and Superman, of course. So, opening a new package of Pep is a double feature treat because you have lots of good eating in this super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, and you get a brand new button every time. Maybe a comic button that you don't have yet, or maybe a duplicate that you can trade with your pals. But remember, these comic buttons are exclusive prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's an exciting prize. One of these swell comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
A mysterious criminal organization using the symbol of a crescent moon and star is believed by Superman to have knowledge of two missing pieces of kryptonite, the strange, deadly element which gave the late Atom Man his terrible atomic power and which robs the Man of Steel of his great strength. With the aid of Batman and Robin, Superman followed the clue of Squealy Evers, a stool pigeon, to the Golden Lily, a nightclub frequented by underworld characters. As Superman remained on the stool pigeon's trail, Batman and Robin entered the nightclub, where they saw a girl singer introduced as Gloria Garrett, wearing a jeweled crescent and star in her hair. When the girl left, Batman and Robin leaped through the rear bumper of her car and were carried into the country. Suddenly, the car swung into a tree-bordered lane and stopped. And as our friends dropped to the ground, hidden lamps in the trees blazed into light, and a circle of 10 men in evening clothes, all armed with blue steel automatics, were revealed. Dismayed, Robin gasped,
Looks like we stepped into something, Batman.
You're not kidding. And it doesn't look healthy.
You have indeed stepped into something, Batman and Robin.
Who's the party behind the handlebar mustache?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Permit me to introduce myself. My name is Mr. Smith.
My, what an odd name.
Of the Sing Sing Smiths, I presume.
How clever. Strange that such clever fellows should let themselves be trapped.
Isn't it? Just for the record, how did you do it?
Can't you figure it out?
I suppose the girl, Gloria Garrett, was a plant. Is that it?
Excellent, Batman. Worthy of Sherlock Holmes himself. When we heard you and Robin managed to escape our little ambush on the dock and return to the coffee shop.
How'd you know we went back there?
Easy. Squealy figured we would, so he hung around and spotted us. Then hustled to the Golden Lily to report. That's why we saw him coming out of there. Right?
Right again. We were quite certain you would turn up at the Golden Lily eventually, so we arranged our little trap for you. Gloria Garrett wearing the crescent and star ornament was the bait.
And we fell for it.
Hook, line, and sinker. Okay, Mr. Smith, you've got us. Now, what do you intend to do with us?
Mr. Jones will tell you that.
Oh, another fancy moniker.
Now, who's Mr. Jones?
You're about to find out. Felix, Herbert, tie them up.
Helpless in a circle of menacing automatics, Batman and Robin submit to having their hands tied firmly behind their backs. Then, shepherded by their captors, they are taken to a huge old house at the end of the tree-bordered lane. A brass plate beside the door gleams dully in the moonlight and reads, Dr. Joseph Winters, Sanitarium. In a large oak-paneled room, almost stiflingly hot, a great fire burns in a wide fireplace, beside which, at a flat-topped desk, a slender, scholarly-looking man with a shawl over his shoulders and wearing pince-nez glasses sits writing. As Batman and Robin are ushered into the room, he lays aside his pen and picks up a glass atomizer, heavily encrusted with silver, which stands at his elbow. Opening his mouth, he sprays his throat, then calls irritably,
Close the door, please, Mr. Smith. There's a draft.
A little fresh air won't hurt you, Mr. Jones. It's like an oven in here.
Nonsense. Fresh air is full of germs and disease. I'd better spray my throat again.
What do you make of this wacky setup, Batman?
I think we're in the inner sanctum of the Crescent Star Gang.
Wow.
There. That's better. Now we can get down to business. I presume these young men in the masquerade costumes are Batman and Robin.
That is correct, Mr. Jones.
I suppose I should be flattered that such famous personalities are interested in us. But I'm not. Tell me, gentlemen, how did you find out about us?
I don't remember at the moment. Do you, Robin?
I'm afraid it slipped my mind.
Here. Let me show you this silver coin. It is engraved with a crescent moon and a star. And was in your possession, Batman. Where did you get it?
Where? Oh, I found it.
Where did you find it?
In the street.
Sure, we tripped over it.
Understand me, gentlemen. I intend to get at the truth by one means or another. Now, about this coin. There are only a certain number of them in existence, in the possession of specific persons. If one of them has seen fit to entrust you with this symbol without our knowledge, we should like to know about it.
We didn't get it from any of your people.
From whom did you get it?
I told you, we found it.
I don't believe you.
If you let me take them below for an hour or so, Mr. Jones...
The last person you took below died, Mr. Smith, and his information died with him. I should like to prevent that in this case, if possible.
Thank you, Robin.
Should I make a curtsy, too?
Apparently neither of you think I'm serious. Believe me, gentlemen, I am. I want to know where you got this coin and any other information you have about us.
Suppose we tell you, then what?
You will save your lives.
What assurance do we have of that?
My word.
Take the word of a murderer and crook? Are you kidding?
Easy, Robin.
I will give you one more chance. Will you tell me what I want to know?
Sure. We found the coin in a grab bag.
You'll find the most interesting things in grab bags.
Very well. We'll see how long your sense of humor and your stubbornness last in room 0.
Where?
Room 0. Once you're there, you'll understand the meaning of the name. Now take them away, Mr. Smith.
With pleasure. Come, my friends. I am very proud of Room 0. It is my own invention. I assure you there's nothing like it in the entire world. Nothing.
As Batman and Robin are led to the mysterious Room 0, Superman is streaking away from a small town 75 miles south of Metropolis, to which he trailed Squealy Evers, the underworld stool pigeon. Having seen Squealy retire for the night in a tourist cottage, and having enlisted the local police to watch him, the Man of Steel returns to the Golden Lily nightclub where he left Batman and Robin. Although it is 4 o'clock in the morning, the Golden Lily is still crowded and merry. Unable to find his friends, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, finally locates the waiter who served them.
Now think. Do you recall the people I described to you?
Sure, I remember the man and boy. They ordered turkey sandwiches and milk, but when I bought them, they gave me $5 and left without eating.
They did?
Yes. The man said he remembered they had another appointment.
When was this?
Oh, a few hours ago, around midnight, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Were they alone?
Yes, just the two of them.
Tell me, did you notice them talking to anybody?
No, they were here only 10 or 15 minutes.
Did they leave a message for me? My name is Kent, by the way.
No, they did not, Mr. Kent. That is all the man said about another appointment.
Didn't leave a message with a cashier or a doorman either. Well, I'll probably find one at home or at the office. Thanks, waiter. Here's something for your trouble.
Thank you very much, sir. Good night.
You're welcome. Good night. Well, another appointment, eh? Where, I wonder? And with whom?
Only slightly uneasy, Clark Kent leaves the Golden Lily. unaware that Batman and Robin are in deadly peril. We'll return in a moment for the tense climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, I'll bet you've had more than a few chuckles out of the antics of Smokey Stover in the funny papers. Seems like he's always doing things backwards. So it's no wonder that the grand old Kellogg Company included him in this series of comic buttons that now come as prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Looking just as real as in the comic strips. Fireman's cap and hose and all the other buttons are just as real, from K.O. right up to Superman himself. Boy, what a load of fun it is to get a new button every time Mom opens a package of Pep. If it's a duplicate, like one, you already have in your collection, why, that's even more fun because you can trade it with one of your pals. And you can really strut around when you wear your collection of comic buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Aren't you glad these buttons are so easy to get? Why, you don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop. Fact is, you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. But if you'll ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, you'll find an exciting prize in every package. One of these brilliant comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. It's a prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
As Clark Kent, not yet fully alarmed, left the Golden Lily nightclub, Batman and Robin, their arms still tied behind them, were pushed into the mysterious Room Zero in the House of the Crescent and Star, and a heavy oaken door was locked and bolted behind them. The room in the basement of the house is small and windowless. The walls are of smooth concrete, and the only illumination is from a tiny electric bulb set in a recess in the ceiling. It is that ceiling which now engages Batman and Robin's alarmed attention, for every few moments there is a sound as of heavy bolts slipping in a cogwheel, and the ceiling lowers slightly.
Here it goes again, Batman. Look, the ceiling lowered some more.
Only about an inch that time, Robin.
And an inch before that, and another inch before that. It must have dropped 6 inches since we got in here.
Just about. We've been here half an hour. Let's see. That's at the rate of a foot an hour. The ceiling's about 8 foot high. So at the rate it's dropping, it'll take 8 hours.
Never mind the mathematics. I can add. I can figure out why they call this room zero, too. It means ceiling zero.
I guess so. Nice sense of humor our newfound friends have.
You're not kidding. Look, I don't relish the idea of being flattened out like a pancake. What are we going to do?
I'm open to suggestions.
Suppose we tell the head man with the atomizer that the coin we had belonged to his pal Sidney.
No soap. We can't let them trace things back. Too many people are involved.
Yeah,
there are no buts, Robin. Kent and Inspector Henderson know about this gang. We've got to keep our mouths shut and hope that they get to them in time. Besides
what?
Even if we did tell them, you don't suppose, knowing what we know about them, they'd turn us loose, do you?
Oh, I never thought of that. Of course they wouldn't.
What I should have done was left a message for Ken at the Golden Lily. Mark me down for a big goon.
What good would it have done? We didn't know where we were going, and besides, the ceiling's dropping again. What'll we do, Batman?
I don't know yet. Better dream up something soon, or we'll be a couple of pressed ducks. Attempting to hide their deep concern behind a mask of gaiety, Batman and Robin watch the ceiling descend toward them slowly. A fraction of an inch at a time, but steadily it drops lower and lower, with seemingly no chance of escape. And meanwhile, Clark Kent, who is Superman, has no clue to their whereabouts. Will they find a way out, or are Batman and Robin doomed? Fellows and girls, don't miss Monday's exciting episode as Batman and Robin sweat it out in Room Zero. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today his friends, Batman and Robin, find themselves prisoners of the secret society they have been trying to find. We'll join them in a moment. But right now, here's a word from Dan McCullough.
Say, you know what I heard the other day? Well, I heard that one of the kids in our block always makes it a point to hang around when his mother is making out her grocery list to remind her to get some Kellogg's Pep. Yes, sir, that young fellow likes to eat lots of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, and he's mighty eager to collect more of those nifty comic buttons Pep is putting out. Aren't they, honeys? The colors are so bright, and the pictures of your favorite funny sheet characters stand out like anything against that clear white background. And how those buttons do show off when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Why, they make you feel like strutting around. And for doggone good fun, you can't beat the excitement of trading duplicates with your pals and getting another comic button to add to your collection. Maybe it'll be Skeezix or Herbie or even Superman himself. And don't forget how easy it is to collect all 18 different buttons in the series. Now, you don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But every time Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep, there's a swell prize inside for you. One of those humdinger comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Ask Mom to get you some P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
While aiding Superman in his search for 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, the strange, deadly element which gave the late Atom Man his terrible atomic power, Batman and Robin were captured by a mysterious criminal organization using the symbol of a crescent moon and star, believed by our friends to have knowledge of the kryptonite. In the gang headquarters, a bogus sanitarium near Metropolis, Batman and Robin were placed in a basement dungeon known as Room Zero, where, to their dismay, they watched the ceiling, the steel ceiling, slowly move down on them, a fraction of an inch at a time. It is now 8:30 in the morning, and we find them both seated on the cold concrete floor, the lowered ceiling now only inches above Batman's head. Although they have succeeded in loosening the ropes which bound their hands and arms, the situation still seems hopeless. Listen.
Ceiling dropped again. What'll we do, Batman?
Oh, I hate to say it, Robin, but I'm afraid this time we're in a spot we can't get out of.
Don't talk like that. If only someone knew we were here. Inspector Henderson or...
Oh, while you're dreaming, sonny boy, make it good. Why not Superman?
Sure, why not? What's that?
The slot in the bottom of the door. Our friend Mr. Smith probably wants to tell us another bedtime story.
If I could only get my hands on him, I'd tell him one that I'd put him to sleep for a long time.
Are you gentlemen enjoying the view in there?
Sure. Gets better every minute.
Why don't you come in and enjoy it with us, Bud? We're sociable guys.
Thank you. But I prefer to watch from out here. Let me see. It is just 8:33. The ceiling lowers at a rate of 1 foot per hour. At 9:33, you will have to crouch on your hands and knees. At 10:33, you will be lying flat. At approximately 11 o'clock...
All aboard!
Train leaving for Buffalo on track 6. Woo-woo!
I wonder if you'll find things so amusing at 11 o'clock when the ceiling finally reaches the floor. Dropped another quarter of an inch. Well, my friend?
We're very well, thank you. How are you, Mr. Rat?
Now, don't be nasty to the gentleman, Robin.
You are stupid fools. By now it should be clear to you that we of the Crescent and Star mean business. In a matter of hours, you will both die horrible deaths unless you tell us what we want to know.
You mean where we got the silver coin with the crescent and star on it?
Yes. And how much do you know about us? Tell me and I will release you. I give you my word.
I wouldn't take your word if you swore on a stack of Bibles. Release us first, and then maybe we'll tell you.
Maybe.
Do you hear that? The ceiling dropped again. This is your last chance to save your lives. I will not give you another. Well, what do you say?
Go peddle your papers on some other corner, Bud.
All right, then. Die. Die like the stupid idiot you are.
Wait, Mr. Smith, come back.
What the...
So you changed your mind, huh? Well, go ahead, talk.
No, Robin.
Yes, I'll talk. What do you want to know?
Robin.
Where did you find that silver coin?
In your father's mustache. Well, that's that.
Yeah, you had me worried for a minute.
I've been worried for the last 5 hours. Maybe he's right, Batman. Maybe we are making jokes to cover up. Are you frightened?
Well, I'm not too happy. Let's take another look around the walls.
Oh, what's the use? We've been over them 100 times. They're concrete, and there isn't a crack in them big enough for an ant to crawl through.
I know, but... Oh, there goes the ceiling again.
It'll be ceiling zero soon. Too soon.
Lower and lower, inch by inch, the heavy steel ceiling descends to the floor, and Batman and Robin give up all hope. Meanwhile, alarmed because he has been unable to find any trace of his friends, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, is in the office of Police Inspector Henderson, who was just completing a telephone conversation.
You sure he's not holding out on you, Healy? Okay, then. Bring him back to Metropolis. Right. So long. That stool pigeon you trailed last night, Kent, Squealy Evers? Yeah, I sent Healy up to Rockville.
Uh-huh.
He and the local police put Squealy on the pen.
They did, eh?
All stoolies are yellow, and Squealy's no exception. He talked.
Yes?
It won't help us much. He doesn't know where Batman and Robin are. And he doesn't know anything about the mob who use the crescent moon and star for their symbol.
Uh-oh.
All he knows is that there is such a mob. And if he hears anybody asking about them, he's supposed to tip off Patsy at the Golden Lily nightclub.
Well, what was he doing at the Golden Lily last night? And why did he skip town?
He says when Batman and Robin fought their way out of the dark ambush he walked them into, he figured they'd add up the right numbers and know he'd put in the tip for the ambush at the coffee shop.
Uh-huh.
So he hustled back there and hid across the street in the doorway. And sure enough, about an hour later, Batman and Robin showed up with you. So he rushed over to the Golden Lily and told Patsy the coffee shop waiter might leak and to expect company.
Then
Patsy gave Squealy the keys to his car and told him to beat it out of town and lay low for a while.
And then I trailed Squealy half the night for nothing.
Maybe not.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Squealy's information gives me a little more ammunition to use on Pat Simo.
On whom?
Charlie Pat Simo is Patsy, the owner of the Golden Lily.
Oh.
And I'll bet my shield he's mixed up in the disappearance of Batman and Robin. We know he's somehow tied up with the Crescent and Star mob, and Batman and Robin were last seen at his place.
Oh, yes, but that
Now,
was...
my hunch is they followed the girl, and she steered them into a trap. And Patsy...
Wait a minute. What girl?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot to tell you. I've got it right over here. There you are. Take a look at this photograph, Kent.
Uh-huh.
You see, we do a little detective work, too. You're not the only Sherlock.
Wait, Scott, look, Inspector. This girl's wearing an ornament in her hair, and it's a crescent moon and star.
Well, why do you think I showed you the picture?
Oh, but who is she?
She was introduced as Gloria Garrett, star of the London music halls. I called Scotland Yard about an hour ago.
And?
They never heard of Gloria Garrett in London.
Uh-oh.
And so far, nobody's heard of her here either.
Well, now, wait a minute. We can trace her through Patsy, can't we? He and the Crescent and Star mob must have planted her at the Golden Lily and arranged for her to be introduced, knowing that if Batman and Robin were there, they'd follow her.
That's what I figure. And as soon as we get Patsy down here, I'm going to put the screws on him.
Good.
I've always been sure he's a crook, but he's a smart potato, and we've never been able to pin anything on him.
Well, do you think you can now? At least enough to make him talk?
I hope so. I've got an alarm out for him, and we should pick him up soon. Then we're going to crack this case wide... Excuse me.
Sure.
Hello? Oh, yes, Donovan. Did you get him? What? No. I see. Okay. Yeah, that's right. See you later.
What's the matter, Inspector?
They just picked up Patsy.
Oh, good.
Not so good. They found him floating in the harbor with a knife in his back.
Stunned, Clark Kent's jaw drops. The old owner of the Golden Lily was their only link in the chain of circumstances revolving about Batman and Robin's sudden disappearance. But that link is broken forever. Now what? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
Gang, talk about bright, sparkling color. Why, you can't beat those comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Those red and black and blue pictures of your favorite comic strip characters are real eye-catchers. And the pictures are so true to life that, well, you'd almost think they're going to talk to you. Take Harold Teen, for instance. His hair is combed just so, like in the funny papers, and he's grinning away as if he's just heard a big joke. And Smiling Jack looks mighty natural, too, in his trim-looking uniform. And Superman in bright blue jersey with red Superman insignia and that red cape flying in the wind. Yes, sir, every single one of those 18 different comic buttons is really on the beam. And you get the extra fun of trading duplicates with your friends, too. So better get busy on your collection. Ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these comic buttons. You don't send in either money or box tops, and you can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's an exclusive prize, one of these nifty comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. It's your prize from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Shocked when they learned that Patsy, owner of the Golden Lily nightclub, had been found murdered, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson hurried to the club on the waterfront, which in the bright light of day is deserted except for a porter who listlessly sweeps the floor between the empty tables. Searching the place thoroughly, Kent and Henderson finally ended up in Patsy's small private office on the little balcony above the dance floor, where the inspector has gone through the dead man's desk.
Not a thing here to show that Patsy even knew about the Crescent and Star Mob, Kent. Not a note, not an unexplained phone number, nothing. The boys couldn't find anything in his hotel either. How did he contact them?
I don't know, but I'm worried, Inspector. It's 10:15. Batman and Robin have been missing since midnight.
Well, I'll admit I'm worried myself. But what can we do? Patsy is dead. We can't find Gloria Garrett, and nobody else can tell us anything about the Crescent and Star.
I can't understand how they... Wait a minute. What's that?
What's what?
In here.
Well, that's the storeroom. We went through it.
Yes, but I think we missed something. Come here a minute.
Well, what is it?
Look, a phonograph.
Well, what about it?
Listen to this.
Oh, we haven't time to play records, Kent.
Listen. Yeah. You hear that?
So what?
You remember the song?
Of course, All Alone. Irving Berlin wrote it, but what's
this
that?
Phonograph record is the answer to our prayers.
What? Are you nuts?
No, I'm not. In a minute or two, the telephone on that desk is going to ring, and you are going to answer it.
Yeah? And who'll it be?
A member of the Crescent and Star Mob. Now, listen.
For a long moment, Inspector Henderson stares at Kent as though he were certain the Daily Planet reporter is out of his mind. In the background, the phonograph needle scratches on the recording of the once popular song, All Alone. How does Kent know the phone will ring? And why is he so certain it will be a member of the Crescent and Star Mob calling? In the meantime, Batman and Robin, with only a scant 45 minutes to go before the ceiling of their incredible torture chamber drops to the floor, are in mortal danger. From now on, the action is tense, exciting, and mysterious. So don't miss a single word of it. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, as the famous Batman and Robin join in The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, as Clark Kent, he hopes to find some trace of Batman and Robin through a strange device he has just found at the Golden Lily. We'll join him in a moment. But right now, here is our good friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, one of the girls in the gang told me the other day that she can't decide which is the most fun, adding a different comic button to her collection when Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep, or getting a duplicate so that she can trade with her friends for a different button. Well, either way, of course, you're getting a new button for your collection, and you're another step on the way toward having all 18 buttons in the series. And what beauties they are. The pictures of your favorite funny paper characters are done up in full comic strip colors on a white enameled metal button just about as big around as a nickel. There's a handy pin on the back, too, so that you can wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap, and everybody can see how many you've collected. What's more, you don't have to let your pals get ahead of you. No, sir, because you can get these comic buttons just as easy as anything. Sure, all you do is to ask Mom to get you a good supply of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Don't send in any money, not even a box top. But look inside the Pep package for your exclusive prize. One of these dazzling comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. There's a prize for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek, Now, the adventures of Superman.
Captured by leaders of the mysterious Crescent and Star mob, whom they believe have knowledge of 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, the amazing element which robs Superman of all his strength and power, Batman and Robin were placed in a basement room in a bogus sanitarium where the steel ceiling was so built that it slowly descended toward them hour by hour. When they had less than an hour left before the moving ceiling met the floor, Superman, hunting desperately for them, arrived at the Golden Lily nightclub where they had last been seen. Suspecting that Patsy, the recently murdered owner of the club, had been a go-between for the Crescent and Star mob, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent and Police Inspector Henderson, searched the premises thoroughly and were about to give up when Kent discovered a phonograph hidden in the storeroom. As we continue now, Kent, over Henderson's objections, has turned the switch on and is about to play a record found on the phonograph. Listen.
Oh, we haven't time to play records, Kent.
Listen, Inspector. There. You hear that?
So what?
Remember the song?
Of course. All Alone. Irving Berlin wrote it. So what?
I know it sounds silly, but that phonograph record is the answer to our prayers.
What? Are you kidding?
Oh. In a minute or two, the telephone out there in Patsy's office is going to ring. And you are going to answer it.
Oh, yeah? Who'll it be?
Someone from the Crescent and Star mob.
From the... What?
What did you say?
I said that in a minute or two, we'll get a phone call from someone in the Crescent and Star mob.
Oh, we will, eh? I suppose you're sending out thought waves telling him to call.
Oh, no, not thought waves, Inspector. Radio waves. Come here, look. Look what's in this cabinet.
Hey, that looks like a shortwave radio transmitter.
That's exactly what it is. It's hooked up to the phonograph, see? And it's beaming the record to the Crescent and Star mob.
Who said it is? How do you know?
I'm sure of it. Look, if Patsy was a go-between for the mob, he had to have some way of contacting them. And this is the way he did it. You remember the lyric of the song? It goes, all alone by the telephone. Well, the mob hears the song in their hideout, and one of them calls Patsy.
Hey, you may have something there, Kent.
I'm sure I have. Why doesn't the call come through?
How do you know the transmitter is working?
The tubes are lit. Hey, wait a minute. The record's running out. I'll set it back.
Hey, you're wasting your time, kid. Something just occurred to me.
What's that?
You said the mob went through all this rigmarole to keep Patsy from learning their identity.
That's right.
And yet one of them was here last night in full view of Patsy and everyone else.
I don't follow you.
That girl singer, Gloria Garrett.
Oh, no, I don't think she was a member of the gang.
Oh, no?
No.
Well, she was wearing that Crescent and Star symbol in her hair, wasn't she?
So what? She was given the symbol and sent here to lead Batman and Robin into a trap.
That doesn't hold water, Kent. If the mob was so careful about their precious identities, they wouldn't take such a chance. They'd know all Patsy or anyone else had to do was to follow the girl, and she'd lead them to the gang.
Well, they probably protected themselves against that.
No, I don't think...
Now, look, Inspector, please stop arguing. I'm sure this is the answer to how Patsy contacted the Crescent and Star mob.
Well, if it is, then why haven't they called?
I don't know. I can't understand it.
Well, I can. And so could you if you weren't such a stubborn fool. Now, come on, let's get back to headquarters. There's no more to be done here.
No, wait, Inspector.
Wait for what?
For the call. We're bound to get it.
Now, listen to me, Kent. I know you're worried about Batman and Robin. So am I. But this isn't the place to find them.
No, but...
Now, come on, it's 10:35.
Please, Inspector, wait 5 more minutes. This is the answer. I know it. They have to call.
Well, okay. 5 more minutes, but no more.
Skeptically, Inspector Henderson puffs at his cigar while Clark Kent watches the telephone in the adjoining office, every nerve strained, waiting to pounce on the instrument the moment it rings. Meanwhile, in the long, oak-paneled room at the bogus sanitarium, headquarters of the Crescent and Star organization, its leader, a man who calls himself Mr. Jones, sits at his desk beside a hot, glowing fireplace, a shawl thrown over his thin shoulders. His eyes behind rimless pince-nez glasses are as pale and cold as chipped ice. As the door at the end of the room opens, the man known as Mr. Smith, his powerfully built mustached henchman, enters. Mr. Jones reaches for the silver-encrusted atomizer at his elbow and hastily sprays his throat.
You sent for me, Mr. Jones?
Yes. Close the door. You're letting a draft.
If you would listen to me and inhale fresh air instead of this hot...
Fresh air is full of germs. I've told you 1,000 times. But never mind that now. Something I don't understand is happening, Mr. Smith, and I don't like it.
Yes, what is it?
I'll show you. Listen to this.
Oh, why turn on the receiver from the Golden Lily? You know Patsy is dead.
Is he?
Of course he is. Felix and Herbert took care of him early this morning as you directed. You said too many knew of his connection with us now, so...
Listen.
What? The signal from the Golden Lily. Well, how can that be?
That's what I want to know. If Patsy is dead,
Of course he is dead. Felix and Herbert say so, and they've never failed us.
Then who is trying to contact us from the Golden Lily?
I don't know. Perhaps someone, a porter or a waiter, discovered the transmitting phonograph and turned it on.
Or perhaps the police.
The police?
Yes.
What?
Wait till I turn this off. I've been thinking, Mr. Smith. The police may have found Sidney's silver coin bearing our symbol after his death. They knew Sidney was associated with the Atom Man, so they followed the clue of our symbol to the Golden Lily nightclub.
But how could they without our hearing about it? We know from our informers that only Batman and Robin have been asking for information about the symbol.
Batman and Robin, of course. They often work with the police. It must have been Sidney's coin we found on Batman.
Yes, that could be.
I'm sure of it. Mr. Smith, the police are getting too close for comfort. We've got to get out. What time is it now?
It is exactly 10:37.
When will the little job be finished in room 0?
At exactly 11 o'clock, the ceiling will reach Batman and Robin, where they lie stretched out on the floor. 2 minutes.
Never mind the details. Be in this room at exactly 5 minutes after 11. You and all the others. We'll take our records and money and leave. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Wait. Something occurred to me a moment ago. A short time before Sidney's death, he called us for some information, I understand. I was away at the time, so I suppose you talked with him.
Yes, he wanted to know where the Scarlet Widow would be contacted.
The Scarlet Widow. Now, why... But, of course, the widow...
What about her?
And nothing, Mr. Smith. Just an amusing anecdote I remembered. I suppose we have the widow's present whereabouts in our files.
Yes, we keep a running file on everyone who might be of use to us, as you well know.
Naturally, of course. Go now. Hurry. And be back here as soon as Batman and Robin are finished.
Very well. You'll all be here at 11:05.
Good. I'd better turn this on again. I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
Pulling his shawl closer about his stooped shoulders, the scholarly-looking Mr. Jones rises to his feet, a small ironic smile twisting his thin lips as he listens to the strains of All Alone emerge from the shortwave radio receiver. Scarcely 20 minutes of life remain now for Batman and Robin, and miles away in the Golden Lily nightclub, Clark Kent still waits anxiously for the phone call from the Crescent and Star gang. What will happen? We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, I've been taking a census of the characters on those swell comic buttons you're all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. And here's what I found out. There are 4 girls like Orphan Annie and Lillums, 9 men like Smilin' Jack and Uncle Walt, for instance, 4 young fellows like Herbie and Periwinkle, and 1 dog. That's Sandy, of course. Well, that's a pretty good total, isn't it? 18 different comic strip characters, and they're pictured on sturdy white enamel buttons that you'll have for a long time. And what a thrill it is to get a new button every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. If it's a duplicate, you know, like one you already have, why, that's even more fun, because then you can trade with your pals. These comic buttons look mighty smart, too, when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. So get busy on your collection. Just ask Mom to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these swell comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's an exclusive prize. One of these gleaming comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
It is exactly 10:42, 18 short minutes before the steel ceiling in room 0 will complete its descent and close down on Batman and Robin. And miles away in a storeroom at the Golden Lily nightclub, Clark Kent still plays the phonograph attached to the shortwave radio transmitter. Police Inspector Henderson is running out of patience.
Now, look here, Kent. We said we'd wait 5 minutes, and we waited 7.
I know.
You were wrong, admit it. This transmitter is not beamed to the Crescent and Stellar hideout.
Well, I'm sure it is, Inspector.
Confound it, man. Use your head.
I am.
If it is, why haven't they called in by this time to see what Patsy wants?
I don't know. There must be some Wait a minute. Of course.
Of course what?
They haven't called in because they know Patsy is dead and they suspect a trap.
How do they know he's dead?
Because they killed him. They rubbed him out.
Hey, I hate to admit it, Kent, but I think you're right.
Sure, we've got to work fast, Inspector. The mob must know someone is onto them now because that record is playing. They'll probably finish Batman and Robin and clear out if they haven't done so already.
Yeah, then what do we do?
I've got an idea. It's a pretty long chance, but it might work.
What's that?
I haven't time to explain now, but look. I want you to stay here, Inspector, and keep playing this record over and over until you hear from me.
Huh? Oh, I don't get it.
Never mind. Just please do as I say, Inspector. It's our only chance. Will you?
Well,
I knew you would. Now just keep playing that record over and over. And keep your fingers crossed.
Scowling and puzzled, Inspector Henderson stares after Clark Kent, who rushes from the room. What is Kent's plan? It is now 10:45. Only 15 scant minutes remain before the heavy steel ceiling closes down upon Batman and Robin. What will happen? Tomorrow's episode is a thriller-diller, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, to follow Superman, Batman, and Robin in The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow The Adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep.
The Super Delicious Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, who is today carrying out a plan he hopes will lead him to Batman and Robin. We'll learn what happens in a moment. But right now, here is Dan McCullough to talk about your collection of comic buttons. Go ahead, Dan.
Say, gang, you know what I think is one of the best things about collecting those comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep? Well, I think it's pretty swell that your fun never stops. It keeps right on and gets more exciting all the time. You see, just as soon as you have one comic button, you're looking forward to getting another one. Or when you've got 6, you're wanting the 7th. And right on up until you're ready for your 18th. And, of course, if you should get a duplicate, why, that's even more fun because then you can trade with your friends and still add to your collection. And do you feel smart when you wear your buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap? Why, you feel like strutting around because the colors are so bright against the white background. What's more, these comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But whenever Mom opens a new package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's your exclusive prize. One of these exciting comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Ask Mom to get you P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, The Adventures of Superman.
In a bogus sanitarium, the headquarters of the mysterious Crescent and Star gang, Batman and Robin face death in a basement dungeon called Room Zero, where the heavy steel ceiling is slowly being lowered until it meets the floor. Meanwhile, in the Golden Lily nightclub in Metropolis, known to be a contact point for the gang, Clark Kent discovered a phonograph attached to a shortwave radio transmitter. On the phonograph was a record of the song All Alone by Irving Berlin. Instructing Police Inspector Henderson to keep playing the record over and over again, Kent disappeared. As we continue now, Batman and Robin lie face down on the floor of Room Zero. The steel ceiling is only a scant few inches above them, with only a few minutes to go before it will have completed its descent to the floor. Listen.
Robin,
If you want me to pass the butter, we're fresh out of it, Pappy.
cut the wisecracks. I'm afraid this is it.
Looking into your crystal ball again, huh?
Yes, that was the ceiling. Dropped another half inch.
Getting monotonous, isn't it?
Yeah. Robin,
Still here, teacher.
I should have known better than get you into this. I'm I'm sorry.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. I knew we were stepping into something when we left the nightclub. You're still a youngster. I should have...
Sent me home to bed?
Something like that.
Do you think I would have gone?
Well, no.
Then consider the case closed.
But just the same...
Oh, will you stop it? You want me to start blubbering or something?
You wouldn't.
Well, if you keep talking this way... Shucks, we've always been together and everything, and if we've got to go out now, well...
I know.
Then let's not talk about it. Uh-oh. Another half inch. Not much more to go.
Don't think about it.
If only I didn't have to hear it. The least these high-class goons could do was fix the darn thing so it wouldn't make such a racket.
Yes, they might have furnished us with a last meal. Condemned men are entitled to that.
Yeah. You know the thing I regret most, Batman?
What?
That turkey sandwich we almost had at the Golden Lily last night. I can taste it now. You suppose they put Russian dressing on it?
Well, you said you can taste it. You tell me.
Yep, it's Russian, all right. Very good, too. It needs a little salt, though. Would you mind passing it?
Sorry, no salt. Will the Worcestershire do?
Worcestershire sauce and Russian dressing. I don't think I can afford to be seen with you at Sloppy Joe's Greasy Spoon tonight.
Let's make it the Ritz then, Robin. I feel like slumming.
It's a date. Batman.
Huh?
I guess Jones and Smith weren't bluffing after all.
I guess not. I guess Superman isn't going to get here either.
Superman? You didn't tell me you were expecting him.
Oh, I was clinging to a faint hope till this very minute that Kent would somehow pick up our trail at the Golden Lily. I know we didn't leave any clues, but... Oh, no, skip it. I'm afraid this winds up the last adventure of the Batman and Robin.
Designed to what they are now sure is their fate, Batman and Robin lie still as the heavy steel ceiling, dropping a fraction of an inch at a time, continues on its murderous mission. But meanwhile, once more in his true identity of Superman, Clark Kent has streaked away from the Golden Lily, and high in the air he is following the shortwave radio beam on which the record, all alone, is being sent from the phonograph transmitter in the nightclub. As he rocketed across Metropolis Harbor, the record was clear and strong. But now, as he streaks into the country, the carrier wave has grown fainter and is almost lost.
Uh-oh. What happened to the beam? Suddenly got weak. This must be a dead spot. I can't afford to lose it now. I can't. No, it's still weak. And it keeps fading. Well, it might come in stronger again if I keep going. That's my only hope. Away! There, it's better now. Away!
Like a great red and blue arrow, Superman streaks above the wooded countryside, his cape streaming in the mighty rush of wind. Stronger the key song comes in on the shortwave beam, and stronger. Now it is loud above all else in the Man of Steel's ears as he approaches a large, old-fashioned house set in a grove of trees.
Must be getting close. What's that house I'm coming to? No, Soap. That's the sanitarium. Oh, wait. There's a huge aerial on the roof. Yes, and what are those men in the house rushing from room to room, packing suitcases? What's going on down there? Great Scott, that room in the basement. Batman and Robin. Down to them. Down!
Like a meteor plummeting through space, Superman crashes down through the bogus sanitarium to the heavy oaken door outside room 0. One wrench and the great door is torn. Then, seizing the edge of the steel ceiling, which even now is beginning to press fatally upon Batman and Robin, the Man of Steel raises it with one hand.
There. All right. Come on, Batman, Robin. Crawl out while I hold the ceiling up. That's it. Now hurry outside the door of the room so I can let it drop.
Christopher Columbus. Look, Batman, it's...
Oh, the Marines have landed. Oh, I was beginning to think you missed the boat, Superman.
Well, I almost did. How do you fellas trying to do? Cheat a tailor out of a pressing bill?
Oh, we were about to discover how it feels to be a pancake.
Uh-oh, get behind me. Here comes trouble. Greetings, gentlemen. I'll take those guns, please.
Save some for me, Superman.
The guy with the fat mouth. Mr. Smith, he's mine.
Look out behind you, Robin. Okay, I've got him.
And I've got this one. Oh, here's where the ceiling falls on you.
Nice going, Robin.
Uh-oh, hit the floor. Batman's throwing a bead on you. Don't shoot.
Joe, I shed bullets like a duck sheds water. Give me that gun. Okay. Looks like the show's over, boys. 1 up and 10 down. I don't see any more in the house.
Well, I think that's the work, Superman. Did we get Jones?
What?
I didn't spot him.
He must be in the pile somewhere. Turn Smithy loose, will you, Superman? I've got a little something I've been saving up for him.
No, I have enough. I give up. I cannot fight Superman.
But you can fight me, you big gorilla. I'm gonna knock
Relax, Robin. There's something more important here. I can't find Jones.
Who's Jones?
Their number 1 man. Smith here is number 2. Where is he, Smith?
He said to meet him in the conference room.
Well, that's right over here. Come on.
Nobody in the conference room.
You're right. It's empty. Where is he, Smith?
I don't know. He said he'd be here. We were going to leave as soon as
Batman and I were finished, huh?
Never mind that. If Jones isn't one of the men on the floor in the next room...
He isn't.
Well, then he got away. There's nobody else in this house.
Uh-oh.
But Mr. Smith here, who you say is the number 2 man of the gang, ought to serve our purpose. Now, look, fella. Talk straight and talk fast. Where are the 2 pieces of kryptonite?
The what?
Don't look so innocent. You know what we mean.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look here,
Just a minute,
Smith.
Batman. He may be telling the truth. But he can tell us how to find it by telling us where the Scarlet Widow is. She has the 2 pieces of kryptonite, or she knows where they are.
Well, Smith, speak up. Where's the Scarlet Widow? Come on, we're waiting.
He looks like he's seeing a ghost.
What's the matter with you, Smith?
Look!
Look at what?
There!
I don't see anything.
Neither do I.
I do. Something tells me it's bad news. Come here. I'll show you.
Puzzled, Batman and Robin follow Superman and Smith, who walk straight to the blazing fireplace. What has happened now? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, you fellows and girls know what a kick you get out of meeting up with one of your friends unexpectedly. Well, you get the same sort of thrill when Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep. First off, you're glad to have more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal to eat. And when you get one of those swell comic buttons in the Pep package, you're meeting up with an old funny sheet friend. Yes, every single one of these comic strip characters is someone that you've known in the funny papers, like Moon Mullins, for instance, with his big black cigar and his eyes a-popping, or a curly-headed Orphan Annie in a bright red dress, or Superman himself, looking just as strong and just as handsome as he does in the comic strips, because these pictures are done up in full, bright colors, so your favorite characters look just as natural as can be. The buttons look mighty slick, too, when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. So how's about asking Mom right now to get you some more Kellogg's Pep? That's how easy it is to get these comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. You just look inside the Pep package for your prize, a gleaming comic button or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In the conference room of the Crescent and Star gang, Superman and Mr. Smith, the number 2 man of the gang, have led Batman and Robin to the fireplace in which a huge log burns. One of the large stones alongside the fireplace seems slightly out of place. Bending swiftly, Superman touches it and it slides aside, revealing a deep vault.
Well, what do you know? A vault.
Right, Robin. This is what you were looking at, weren't you, Smith?
Yes. I saw it had been opened and... Yes, look. Everything has been removed. The files and the money. Oh, I was afraid of that. Mr. Jones acted very strangely when I spoke to him half an hour ago. He must have taken the files and money and escaped.
Never mind the money. What about the files? What were they?
The records we kept of the location of everyone who might be of value to us.
Was the Scarlet Widow in those files?
Yes, of course.
Don't you know where she is?
Oh, there were thousands of names in our files. How could I remember everyone?
Uh-oh.
Well, where do we go from here, Superman?
I don't know. It looks like we've reached the dead end of a one-way street.
Helplessly, Superman, Batman, and Robin stare at the empty vault of the Crescent and Star gang. What can they do now with the only clue to the Scarlet Widow and the 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite in the hands of the cunning Mr. Jones, who has disappeared? Have all their efforts been in vain? And will the possessors of the kryptonite do what Superman most fears? Create another human atomic monster? Or something even more terrible? Fellows and girls, there's danger, excitement, and mystery directly ahead for Superman and his 2 friends, Batman and Robin. So don't fail to be with them tomorrow when they take up the trail of the Scarlet Widow and Mr. Jones. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman. And today, the trail of the Scarlet Widow is apparently lost with the disappearance of Mr. Jones. In a moment, we'll learn what the Man of Steel plans to do next. But right now, let's join Dan McCullough and his young pal Eddie, who seems to be all wrapped up in a problem of some sort.
A-U-T-H. O-T-H. Say, Dan, how do you spell authentic?
Hey, what are you doing with a big word like that?
I'm writing a theme for English class tomorrow.
What about?
Well, we can take any subject we want, so I'm writing about my collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep.
Well, swell, but...
You're going to tell me how to spell authentic?
Well, I'll tell you where you can find it in the dictionary, if you'll read me your theme.
Oh, okay.
Well, it starts with A-U. Now, you can look it up after you've read what you've written.
Well, it isn't done yet, but here's what I've got so far. Among the funny paper characters appearing on these swell comic buttons are Skeezix, Orphan Annie, and Superman. There are 18 buttons in all, and each picture is, I want to say, an authentic reproduction of...
How about authentic reproduction of the real comic strip picture? How's that?
Swell. Hey, that's swell, Dan. Let me get it down.
And say, while you're about it, Eddie, you can tell how much fun it is to collect those exciting comic buttons and to wear them pinned on your jacket or dress or cap and to trade duplicates with your pals. And better mention how bright the colors are, too, how slick these buttons look. And don't forget to include how easy it is to get them. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But every time Mom opens a new package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's your exclusive prize. One of these dazzling comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember the name, it's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
When Superman saved Batman and Robin from death at the hands of the Crescent and Star Gang and captured 11 of the criminals in their hideout, he thought he would learn the whereabouts of the Scarlet Widow and 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, the strange, deadly element which robs him of his strength. But Superman was doomed to disappointment because the mysterious leader who calls himself Mr. Jones had escaped with all of the gang's files. As we continue, it is a short time later. Batman and Robin are searching for Mr. Jones, while Superman, who had summoned Inspector Henderson to the scene and then disappeared, has reappeared at Metropolis Police Headquarters in his guise of Clark Kent. Deeply worried, he is in Henderson's office where the inspector is trying to reassure him. Listen.
Oh, stop worrying, Kent. Everything's under control.
Are you kidding, Inspector?
Not at all. Thanks to Superman, Batman, and Robin, and you, too, we've broken up one of the most vicious gangs of international spies and crooks in the history of crime.
But the biggest prize of all escaped us.
If you mean the head man.
That's exactly whom I mean. The man they call Mr. Jones. He got away with the gang's files, which show the whereabouts of the Scarlet Widow. And only the widow knows where the 2 pieces of kryptonite are.
We'll get Jones, and his files, too.
You hope.
We will. We've got a good description of him.
Well, you've had a good description of the Scarlet Widow for months, but you haven't been able to find her.
Okay, don't rub it in.
I'm not trying to, but we're in a terrible spot, Inspector. One day or even 1 hour may mean the difference between life and death to all of us.
What do you mean?
I mean the kryptonite. Whoever has it knows now what amazing power it has. He knows that it not only robs Superman of his strength, but that it gave the Atom Man his deadly atomic power. Why, at this moment, someone may be creating another human monster or something even more horrible.
I know, but what else can we do? I put out a 9-state alarm for Jones, and the police all over the world are hunting for the Scarlet Widow.
I suggest we have another talk with Smith.
With whom?
The bird who calls himself Smith. You know, the number 2 man of the Crescent and Star Mob.
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea he knows more than he told us.
Well, you won't get anything out of him. He's a tough nut.
Oh, we'll see. Come on, Inspector, take me to him. I've got a little hunch that might just work out.
Okay, Kent. I'll never argue with your hunches again. Not after this morning when you called the turn on the phonograph and the Golden Lily. This way, through the file room.
Right in here, Inspector.
Okay, Hogan.
Hello, Hogan.
Here's your cell, Kent. We want to have a little talk with you, Smith.
I'm not talking.
Not even about your dear friend, Mr. Jones?
That dirty... No, I'm not talking about him either.
Well, it was nice of him to turn on the shortwave receiver so the beam could be traced to your hideout, wasn't it?
I'll pay him back for that when I get my hands on his skinny
Forget
neck.
it, pal. When you leave here, it'll be to make a one-way trip to the death house.
Oh, you haven't got me there yet.
We've got enough on you to send you to the chair a dozen times. Best lawyer in the business couldn't save you.
Even if you had the money to hire him, which you haven't. Oh, Mr. Jones didn't pass up a nickel of the fortune you had in that vault.
Ah, the double-crossing rat! If I could only get my hands on him. He's afraid of fresh air. I'd let plenty of fresh air into him.
Well, fortunately for Mr. Jones, you can't do anything of the kind. But if you'll help us find him, you'll have the satisfaction of knowing he'll pay for his crimes, too.
What do you say, Smith? Now, here's your chance to square things with your double-crossing pal.
Just a moment. Look, Smith, when you learned that Mr. Jones had run out and left you holding the bag, you said you should have suspected it because he had been acting suspiciously.
Yes, the dirty...
What did he do?
He laughed.
What?
He laughed. Only twice before in all the years I've known him did I ever hear him laugh. And each time it was just before completing a big deal.
Well, that helps us a lot, too. Come on.
No, wait, Inspector. What were you talking about at the time, Smith? When Jones laughed.
Yeah, it was, let me see. Oh, yes. He asked me if we had a file on the Scarlet Widow in the vault, and I said naturally we did. It was then that he laughed.
Ah, so that's it. Jones must have thought of the kryptonite.
Just a minute, Kent. When Sidney contacted you that time, did you tell him where the Scarlet Widow was?
Yes, until his death, Sidney was our leader.
Oh, he was, huh? What did you tell Sidney?
Where the widow was.
Where is he?
I don't remember.
You've got to remember. Try, man, try.
How can I? We had thousands of files showing the locations of all people who might be valuable to us.
I think you do remember, Smith.
I don't. How could I remember one file in all those thousands?
Perhaps because you consulted it recently, and because your curiosity was aroused when Sidney, your leader, wanted the information.
No, I don't remember. Now, you see, I'm trying to cooperate with you, Inspector. Release me, and I'll do my best to lead you to Mr. Jones.
Are you kidding? Look, mister, get this through your head. When you leave this cell, it'll only be to go upstairs to court. And your next stop will be the death house. And that's as true as the Lord made little green apples.
Mr. Jones will enjoy reading about your execution. I can see him now, sitting in some stuffy room, spraying his throat and laughing at you.
No, it can't be like that. Won't have it.
Then tell us where the Scarlet Widow is, and we'll have your pal Jones in this next cell before you can say Jack Robbins.
Oh, that I'd like. Seeing him here, huddled in his shawl, close to me.
Then tell us where the widow is. Now, I can't promise, of course, but it might go easier with you in court if you do.
You think it will? You think the judge will spare my life?
There's a chance.
Oh, if I can only live to see him die. All right. I'll tell you.
Good. Where's the widow?
She's hiding out in a book and gift shop on Winston Road. It's owned by one of her gang. A woman named Gertrude Meadow.
Now we're getting someplace. Let us out of here, Hogan.
Okay, Inspector.
Come on, Kent.
Right with you.
Your hunch was right again, Kent. Now, keep your fingers crossed. I hope we're in time to grab the widow and Mr. Jones.
Hurriedly, Inspector Henderson and Clark Kent leave the cell block at police headquarters, following their first really important lead. What will they uncover at the book and gift shop? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, Eddie's still working on that theme about his collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pet. And I'll bet if he wanted to tell everything about how swell they are, why, he could write a book. Because these comic buttons really are honeys. they're done up in full comic strip colors on white enamel buttons that you'll have for a long time. And every single funny paper character looks just as real as he does in the comic strips. Besides that, there's the excitement of getting a new button every time Mom opens a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal. And even more fun when you have duplicate buttons to swap with your pals. Better ask Mom to get you some more pep tomorrow, because that's the only way you can get these comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of pep, there's an exclusive prize. One of these brilliant comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. It's your prize from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Directed to the Scarlet Widow's hideout by Mr. Smith, Inspector Henderson, Clark Kent, and a squad of police officers sped to a small book and gift shop on Winston Road in a fashionable residential section of Metropolis. Finding the front door locked and bolted, Henderson led the way to the rear door in an alley. Stationing his men on either side of the door, he demanded admission.
All right, in there, open up. We've got the place surrounded.
You're wasting time, Inspector.
Back, Kent. Open the door and walk out with your hands up or we'll blast you out.
I tell you, you're wasting precious time. There's nothing dangerous in there.
Stop telling me how to run my job.
But we've got to get in there in a hurry.
Mind your own business, Kent. This is your last chance. Are you coming out or do we come in and get you?
Please, Inspector.
Shut up. Okay, boys. Break the door down. Come on, hold it. Yeah, that does it. In we go, boys. If they want trouble, let them have it. Careful now.
Hey, what's this? Who's this guy on the floor? His name is Sniggers, and he's been shot.
Oh, I can see that.
Oh, he's dead. Kent, wasn't he the Scarlet Widow's man Friday?
Yes, he used... Oh, come here, Inspector. What? Holy cat.
Who's that stretched out behind the packing case?
The Scarlet Widow, in person.
What? Get out of the way.
Take it easy, Inspector. She was shot, too, but she's still alive.
Get him. Get the rat.
Get home. Who shot you, Widow?
Jones.
Jones, huh?
I thought so. Listen, Widow. Where is the kryptonite?
I'm done for. You've got to get him.
Where is he?
He double-crossed me. You've got to get him. Kill him. Do you hear me?
Sure. But where is he?
If you don't, he'll get Superman.
Superman?
Yes. He knows where kryptonite is.
Where is it?
He's going to get it. And then finish Superman. And...
Tell us where that kryptonite is, Widow.
Tell us. Oh, it's no use, Inspector. She passed out.
Yeah. And from the looks of her, I'm afraid we got here just a minute too late.
Silently, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson looked down at the gaunt, ugly woman in the blood-stained scarlet dress, who lies pale and motionless at their feet. Were they too late? Is the famous Scarlet Widow dead? And what is this new threat against Superman now being engineered by the sinister and mysterious Mr. Jones? Fellows and girls, don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode when we learn more about Mr. Jones and see the Man of Steel take up a desperate chase on which his very life depends. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, who, as Clark Kent, experiences one of the most shocking surprises of his life in today's exciting episode. In just a moment, we'll return to our story. But first, let's lend an ear to our good friend, Dan McCullough.
Say, gang, wouldn't you like to shake hands with the person who thought up the idea of putting those exciting comic buttons in packages of Kellogg's Pep? I know I would, because these comic buttons are just about the slickest thing that's happened in a long time. First off, there's the doggone smart looking, just about as big around as a nickel, with detailed, true-to-life pictures of your favorite funny paper characters, like Smiling Jack, for instance. You know, you've followed his adventures. Or K.O., who's always sleeping in a dresser drawer. Or Superman, who looks so handsome and powerful, you think of all the wonderful things he's done. Yes, there's plenty of excitement whenever Mom opens a new package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, because that means you get a new button. Might even mean that you'll have the fun of trading duplicates with your pals. So how about asking Mom to stock up on Kellogg's Pep tomorrow? That's the only way you can get these comic buttons, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's a swell prize. A dazzling comic button, or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
In the back of a book and gift shop, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, and Police Inspector Henderson found the person they had been seeking for months. The gaunt, ugly woman known as the Scarlet Widow, who had stolen the original piece of kryptonite from the Metropolis Museum. The widow was mortally wounded, but she managed to tell them that Mr. Jones, the mysterious leader of the Crescent and Star gang, had shot her, and that he had boasted he would finish Superman. But before she... But before she could tell them where the two missing pieces of kryptonite were, the deadly element which robs Superman of his strength, she lost consciousness. Inspector Henderson had her removed to the Metropolis Hospital. And as we continue now in a little anteroom off the hospital corridor, Kent and Henderson leap eagerly to their feet as Dr. Baker, the chief surgeon, enters. Listen.
What's the verdict, Doctor? I'm afraid it's bad news, Inspector. Frankly, we can't save her.
I was afraid of that.
Is she conscious, Doctor?
Not at the moment, Mr. Kent, but we've given her a transfusion, and it's possible she'll regain consciousness for a short period before the end.
Oh.
Dr. Baker?
Coming, nurse. There may be some changes. I'll call you if she's regained consciousness.
All right.
Thanks, Doctor.
What a tough break, Kent.
Yeah.
She'd only held out long enough to tell us where Mr. Jones went.
Well, he went after the two pieces of kryptonite, of course.
Well, you don't have to tell me that. But where? Where did he go?
I wish I knew. Yes, and I wish I knew what Jones meant when he said he was going to finish Superman. I'm worried, Inspector.
You and me both.
Inspector, Mr. Kent.
Dr. Baker's calling us. Come on.
Keep your fingers crossed. Did she come to, Doc?
Yes, and she asked for you, Inspector.
Good.
Oh, fine.
This lucid interval won't last long. I'd advise you not to waste any time.
Leave it to me. Hello, Widow.
Hello, Inspector. I'm glad to see you. You've got to get that rat Jones. You've got to get him, send him to the chair for this.
Yeah, sure, but...
I'm done for. I know it. Otherwise, I'd take care of him myself. So it's up to you to get him.
I will, if you'll help me. You said he went after two pieces of kryptonite?
Yes. The dirty double-crosser offered me $50,000 to tell him where the stuff was. So I told him. Then he pulled a gun.
Oh, he shot Sniggers too, huh?
Yes. One bullet finished poor Sniggers.
Where's the kryptonite, Widow? Tell us where it is, and we can go after Jones.
Yes. Go after him. Get him.
Oh, she's losing consciousness. Doctor.
I was afraid of this.
You've got to do something, Doc.
There's nothing I can do.
I'm all right. I'm not going. Not until I get it all off my chest.
That's it. Keep talking.
Jones double-crossed me.
Uh-huh.
You've got to get him, Inspector. You've got to.
I will. Just tell us where he went. Where the kryptonite is.
Yes. I'll tell you. I sold one piece to the Vulture.
The Vulture?
Yes.
Who got the other piece?
The Laugher.
Holy smokes.
Where are the Vulture and the Laugher, Widow?
I don't know. Hey, who's he?
He's all right, Widow. He's a reporter, Clark Kent. You say you don't know where to find the Vulture and the Laugher?
No. But you'll find them, and you'll get Jones.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Widow. Did Jones mention anything? Anything at all about where they might be?
No. All he said was he knew where they were.
Uh-huh.
He was going to get kryptonite.
Yeah?
Had a big plan to finish Superman.
Did he say what his plan was?
He said...
Yes, Doc. Doc.
You'll have to leave now, Inspector. She's unconscious again.
Yeah. Well, come on, Kent.
All right.
I'll send a report to your office, Inspector.
Okay, Doc. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, we're no closer to Mr. Jones than we were before, Kent.
No, I'm afraid you're right. Well, if only we had some lead. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I just remembered something.
What?
At the bookshop. Come on, Inspector. Hurry.
Well, here's the bookshop, Kent. Now what?
I told you, Inspector, I might have been mistaken. I'd rather wait and see. Will you let us in, Riley?
Okay.
Let's see. Right back here.
What was, for Pete's sake?
Yeah, there it is. Behind this pile of books. See?
All I see is some broken glass.
Well, look at these two larger pieces with silver on them. And this bulb and little rubber tube.
Yeah?
Thought I noticed it when we broke in here this morning, but then I saw the widow and forgot about it.
So what? What is it?
Mr. Jones's atomizer.
Oh.
He used it to spray his throat. Batman and Robin described it to me. They said it was made of beautiful glass like this and encrusted with fine, heavy silver.
So what?
Just this. Jones couldn't stand being without his atomizer. He broke this one, so we'll have to get another. That gives us a lead.
Oh, yeah? I suppose you mean we cover all the stores and try to catch him coming in to buy another atomizer, huh?
No, we don't have to cover all the stores, just a few top jewelry shops.
Huh? Oh, I get it. You mean because this is such a fancy job,
Exactly. Apparently, Mr. Jones's taste in atomizers is the best, and I'd say only a few high-class shops like Thayer's or Bartier's carry gadgets like this one. So if we check those shops and learn that one of them sold this particular spray gun...
Jones might go back to the same shop for a replacement. Say, you've got a head on you, Kent. I ought to know better than to argue with you by this time. Come on. There's only one thing, though. Jones has a couple of hours start on us, and he might have picked up his new atomizer already. But, even if he did, and we locate the shop, we ought to be able to get a lead to it.
And if he didn't, we can lay for him.
Right. Let's go. Maybe we're on the trail at last.
Leaving the bookshop, Inspector Henderson and Clark Kent take up the trail of the broken atomizer. There's a startling climax coming up in today's episode, which we'll bring you in a moment. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, gang, if Mom's going shopping tomorrow for her weekend groceries, better remind her to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep. Because you like to eat it for breakfast, of course, and also because you'll be getting another button for your collection. Maybe one of those comic buttons that you haven't got yet, like a Herbie or Lillums or even Superman himself. Or maybe it'll be a duplicate, like one you already have, so that you can have even more fun swapping with your pals. Whichever one it is, you'll have a new bright-colored button to wear pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And will you feel proud? Why, these comic buttons are real eye-catchers, done up in brilliant red and blue and black on a clear white background so that the pictures show up like anything. And aren't you glad they're so easy to get? You don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's an exciting prize. One of these dazzling comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Ask Mom for P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson have visited 4 of the finest jewelry shops in Metropolis, but so far have failed to find the one which had sold the handsome silver-encrusted atomizer to Mr. Jones. Now, as the afternoon wanes,
They're entering the exclusive shop of Thayer and Son on Fifth Avenue.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Can I be of service to you?
Well, I hope so. Take a look at these pieces of atomizer and see if you recognize them.
Recognize them?
Yeah. I want to know if you sold it.
Why, yes, we sold this.
Oh, you did, huh?
Good. Yes, this is one of a pair we imported from Belgium just before the war. It's a particularly fine specimen of
Never
Louvain.
mind that. You say this is one of a pair? How about the other one?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It was sold 2 hours ago.
You mean it's gone?
Well, no, it's not exactly, but it's promised to a customer.
Oh, it is, huh?
But I'm...
To whom?
Oh, well, it isn't the policy of Thayer and Son to discuss their customers' affairs.
Take a look at this.
Oh, my heavens, the police.
Yeah. I'm Inspector Henderson. Now, tell me about that other atomizer.
Oh, yes, certainly, Inspector. Well, about 2 hours ago, a gentleman phoned and said his brother had purchased a Louvain atomizer in our shop a year ago.
Brother? Just a stall. Go on.
Well, he described it as
It was this one?
Yes, sir. He wanted to know if we had another one like it, and I told him we had it made. So he asked if we'd hold it for him till 6 o'clock. That he'd send a young lady for it.
6 o'clock, eh? Almost 6 now.
Yes, 1 minute off.
Yeah, we got to move fast, Kent. Look, son. Is there someplace we can hide here so that when this party comes in, we can see her, but she can't see us?
Well, you may use the office over there if you wish.
Good. Come on, Kent.
Right. Look, what did this man say his name was?
Phillips.
Phillips, huh?
But if you just wait in here.
Thanks.
There's a buzzer under the showcase which sounds in here. When the person comes in and asks for the atomizer, I'll ring the buzzer.
Good boy. Kent, the trail's getting warm.
I'd say red hot, Inspector.
What the...
Take it easy. Just the big clock behind you.
Guess I'm getting jumpy. You said 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And that's just what it is.
No, there's the buzzer. The dame's here for the atomizer.
Yeah.
What? Great Scott!
Wait, Kent. Don't go out there.
Just cracking the door a little so you can see. Look, Inspector. Look who it is. Great Jemima. Lois Lane.
Incredulously, their jaws dropping, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson stare through the crack in the door at Lois Lane, girl reporter for the Daily Planet, who stands at the counter with the clerk. What does this mean? What possible connection can Lois have with the dangerous and deadly Mr. Jones? Fellows and girls, don't miss Monday's startling and exciting episode. It's dramatic, surprising, thrilling. So tune in then, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
There's the buzzer, Kent. The dame's here for the atomizer.
Yes.
What? Great Scott!
Wait, don't go out there. Don't go out there, I said.
Not, I'm just cracking the door so you can see. Look. Look who it is, Inspector. Great Jemima. Lois Lane. Yes. I'm going to go out there and stay where you are. Don't move.
Are you sure that this is the right atomizer?
Oh, yes, miss. Mr. Phillips described it over the telephone.
Oh, the reason I ask is that he was particularly anxious that there be no mistake.
You hear that, Kent? Miss Lane says Phillips sent her, and Phillips is the name Jones gave the clerk over the phone.
Maybe it wasn't Jones. Maybe we're on the wrong track.
No, we're on the right track. Don't worry about that.
I can't understand how Lois...
Oh, this is a beautiful thing.
Oh, it's as fine a specimen of Louvain as I've ever seen. Note the crystal quality of the glass.
It's lovely.
And see the simply stunning silver mountings, solid sterling, and exquisitely designed.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Come on, get on with it.
I'm going out there, Inspector.
Come back here.
Let go of my
You
sleeve.
try to leave this office before I say, and so help me, I'll pull a gun on you, Kent.
Now, look, quiet.
If you'll just wrap it up for me, I'll take it.
Oh, certainly, miss. Shall I have it wrapped to the gift?
Well, Mr. Phillips didn't say, but I suppose you might as well.
Well, it won't take long. Have a chair, miss.
Thank you.
Here comes the clerk. Step aside so Lois can't see you when the door opens, Kent. Okay.
What'll I do now, Inspector?
Wrap up the atomizer and give it to her.
No, wait.
I'm running this show, Kent. Get going, Sonny.
No,
Shut up. Go ahead, son, and make it snappy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, leave the door open a crack.
Yes, sir.
What's the idea of telling him to give the atomizer to Miss Lane?
You ought to be able to figure that out, Kent.
You mean you're going to follow her?
You're darn tootin' I am. I'm going to let Miss Lane lead us right to Mr. Jones.
I tell you, there's some mistake, Inspector. There must be. I'm going to bring her in here and have her explain.
Kent, I warned you. If you take one step out of this office before I give the word, I'll put a bullet through you.
Oh, listen to reason, Inspector. You know Lois. You can't really
I believe what I see and nothing else.
Inspector, please, just let me bring Lois in here.
Over my dead body. I know how hard this hits you, Kent. But use your head, man.
But if you'll
This is no time for sentiment. Mr. Jones wants the kryptonite. He knows the vulture and the laugher have it, and he's the only person who can lead us to them.
I know all
Jones said he's going to finish Superman when he gets the kryptonite. Is that what you want?
Of course not.
All right, then forget it's Lois Lane out there and figure it's just another crook.
Lois isn't a crook.
Now, I'll bet my shield against the collar button. Hold it. Here comes the clerk with a package.
Here you are, miss. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
Oh, not at all. Thanks very much. Oh, here's Mr. Phillips' check. I believe it's the right amount.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye, and Merry Christmas to you.
Well, Merry Christmas to you, miss.
Come on. Wait till she gets away from the door. Okay. Let's go.
She just left, Inspector. She went that way.
I know you did okay, son. And thanks. So long.
So long. Merry Christmas, Inspector.
Yeah, the same to you, too. Wait. Okay. There she goes. Come on. Now, take it easy and don't get any closer. Even in this crowd, she might see us if she turns around.
I wonder where she's going.
That's what we're going to find out, sonny boy. And keep your eyes peeled in case she slips the atomizer to somebody who just happens to be passing.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Hey, look, Inspector, I just thought of something.
Here, what?
Lois might be walking into trouble.
You're not kidding.
No. I mean, she may not know what she's doing.
Oh, you think maybe she's just walking in her sleep, huh?
No, but...
Hold it. He's going into that candy shop. Okay. Come on. Fast. Hold it. Can see through the window from here. Looks like she's just buying a box of candy.
What else would she buy in a candy shop?
I want to make sure nothing happens to that atomizer.
Nothing's going to happen to it. Listen, Inspector, I'm certain she doesn't know what she's mixed up in. She must have been tricked some way.
Sure. A star reporter like her only earns about $100 a week. So she must have answered an ad for an errand girl to make a little extra Christmas money,
That's not funny. I'm afraid she's walking into danger, that's all. We've got to warn her.
We'll warn her when I've got the handcuffs on her and Mr. Jones.
Oh.
Quick, turn your face away. She's coming out.
And a Merry Christmas to you.
There she is. Still has the atomizer.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Going to flag a taxi. Come on, Kent.
Hey, wait, you're going the wrong way. You left your car back there.
We're not going to use my car.
Why?
She might spot the police insignia.
Oh, yeah.
Cab stopping for her. Come on. There's someone getting out of cab in front of the jewelry shop. Taxi! Taxi!
Hurry. Someone else is making for that cab.
Yeah, well, they'll be out of luck. Here we are. Hop in, Ken.
Okay.
Where's the taxi?
Just passing us, the yellow cab.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Hey, driver. Follow that yellow cab that just passed us and step on it. This is a police shop.
Yes, sir.
We're almost at Crest Park, Inspector. I wish I knew where Miss Lane was going.
She's going to deliver the atomizer to Mr. Jones, of course.
I don't believe it.
You're a stubborn guy, Kent.
Well,
but you'll see. Uh-oh. Cab is stopping. Pull over to the curb, driver.
Okay,
Hey, look. She stopped in front of a church.
Getting out of the cab. Wait till we see where she goes now.
Look. She's going into the church.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
You see, Inspector, you were wrong.
I can't be.
What do you mean? You don't think Jones would risk being seen in church in public, do you?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Come on, Kent. We're going to follow her and see what this is all about.
Wait for us, driver.
Puzzled, Inspector Henderson and Clark Kent hurry toward the large brick church into which Lois has disappeared, carrying the atomizer. We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
I know, gang, that you've been mighty busy all day long with preparations for Christmas Eve. But I'll bet you haven't been too busy to pay mighty quick attention if someone should say, here's another comic button for your collection. Well, that's what happens, you know, when Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pet. And that's an important moment because, well, maybe it's a brand new button, a character that you don't have in your collection yet, like Winnie Winkle or Smokey Stover or Superman himself. Or maybe it's a duplicate, and that's even more fun because then you can negotiate a trade with one of your pals and still add a new button to your collection. So better keep a watch on Mom's supply of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Be sure to remind her when it's time to get another package or two, because that's the only way you can get these swell comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's an exciting prize. One of these colorful comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, P-E-P, Pep, is made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Following Lois Lane from the jewelry shop in which she picked up an atomizer, presumably for Mr. Jones, Inspector Henderson and Clark Kent trailed her to a large brick church in the outskirts of Metropolis. Now, seated in a rear pew of the church, which is suitably garlanded for Christmas Eve, they look on in amazement as Lois, wearing a black smock and still carrying the package containing the atomizer, enters the choir box and joins the large choir.
This is strange, Inspector. Lois never told me she sang in the choir.
Yeah, there are a lot of things she never told you, Kent. About Mr. Jones, for instance.
Oh, I tell you, you're wrong about that.
No, I'm not. And I figured this church angle out.
What do you mean?
This is Christmas Eve. They're having Vesper carols. Miss Lane sings in the choir, and that makes her look good.
Oh, no.
But right after Vespers are over, she'll take the atomizer to Jones' hideout.
That's ridiculous.
So all we have to do is to wait here, enjoy the music, then trail her to the payoff.
Oh, it's impossible. I can't believe it.
Here comes Mr. Phillips, the choir leader, Mother.
Yes, he's such a fine man.
Kent, did you hear that?
He's done a fine job directing the choir, too.
Oh, excuse me, mister. Did you say the choir leader's name was Phillips?
Yes, that's him standing in front of the choir now.
Kent, the slender guy in the frock coat wearing the nose glasses.
I heard he's Phillips. And he fits Batman and Robin's description of Mr. Jones perfectly.
Kent, that choir leader is Jones, the guy we've been looking for. That's why Miss Lane came here.
Their eyes literally popping, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson lean forward tensely in the church pew, staring at the slender, scholarly-looking man in the frock coat and pince-nez glasses directing the choir. The choir in which Lois Lane is singing. Can this man really be the murderous criminal who was the leader of the Crescent and Star gang? And can Lois be associated with him? It hardly seems possible, and it's little wonder that Clark Kent has turned pale as a ghost. What is the answer? Tomorrow's episode is dramatic and exciting, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, for a thrill a minute in The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. The following program is transcribed.
Kellogg's Pep,
the super delicious cereal presents The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman who today finds it necessary once again to call on his friend Batman for assistance. We'll join them in just a moment. But first, here's Superman himself with a personal message for you.
Hello, everyone. This is Superman, bringing you best wishes for a very Merry Christmas from Lois Lane, Perry White, Jimmy Olsen, and myself. You know, after so many years of half-heartedly celebrating this wonderful holiday while the world was at war, while the many men and women we knew and loved were scattered all over the globe, Christmas today is very extra special. It's special because many of our friends and relatives are back home to celebrate Christmas with us. And because, once more, peace on earth, goodwill to men is more than just a beautiful phrase. On this Christmas day, let's all determine to do everything we can to see that this remains a lasting peace on earth through the everyday practice of goodwill to men. You see, wars grow out of misunderstanding, hate, and intolerance. All things that were preached against by the Prince of Peace, whose nativity we celebrate today. Now, if we try to understand our fellow men, if we avoid hate and banish intolerance, we would do away with the cause for war, and this scourge would forever disappear from the earth. Try to remember always that, as Abraham Lincoln said, all men are created equal. Regardless of race, creed, or color, we're all humans, entitled to the same respect and privileges. Here in America, all of us, black and white, Catholic, Protestant, and Jew, are all Americans. We must live together peaceably at home if we are to live in peace with the rest of the world. Let's see that forever hereafter there is peace on earth, goodwill to men. A Merry Christmas to you all.
Now, the adventures of Superman.
Learning the whereabouts of 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, the deadly element which robs Superman of his great strength, a mysterious criminal leader calling himself Mr. Jones boasted that he would destroy the Man of Steel. Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson found Jones' broken throat atomizer, and locating the jewelry shop where it had been purchased, learned that a man giving the name of Phillips had just ordered a similar one by telephone. Hiding in the shop on Christmas Eve, Kent and Henderson were stunned when Lois Lane, girl reporter for the Daily Planet, called for the atomizer. They trailed her to a church, where Lois took a position in the choir box. A moment later, a slender, scholarly-looking man appeared and was identified as Mr. Phillips, the choir leader. As we continue now, the choir has begun to sing, and Kent and Henderson, seated in a rear pew, realize that the choir leader answers perfectly to the description of the murderous Mr. Jones. Listen.
Kent, that choir leader is Jones, the guy we're looking for.
Well, he answers the description Batman gave us, all right. He's thin, scholarly, even the pince-nez glasses. But I can't believe it.
Whether you believe it or not, it's true. Jones is masquerading as a choir leader named Phillips. But he slipped up when he sent Miss Lane to pick up his atomizer. And now I'm going to pick him up.
Wait, Inspector.
Wait, nothing. That guy is a crook and a murderer.
Come here. Let go of my sleeve. Have you forgotten where you are? You're in church. This is Christmas Eve and services are going on.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Besides, we're not sure he is, Mr. Jones.
Not sure? Didn't we find his busted atomizer in the bookstore where he shot the Scarlet Widow?
I know.
And didn't he order a duplicate from the same jewelry shop where he bought the first one, using the name of Phillips?
I know all that, and I'm inclined to agree with you. But neither you nor I ever saw Jones, so we can't make a positive identification.
Wait till I get my hands on him. I'll get the truth out of him.
You might not. The thing to do is to get someone here who knows him, who's seen him.
Yeah? Who?
Batman, of course, or Robin. They both know Mr. Jones. He tried to finish them off in his phony sanitarium.
Well, where are you going to find them? Nobody knows where they keep themselves.
I think I might be able to find them. You wait here, Inspector.
Just try to get me away.
Okay, but just don't tackle our choir leader friend until I get back.
Are you trying to tell me how to run my job again?
No.
Well, on your way then. And if you want to be in at the finish, make sure you're back by the time those Vesper carols are over. Because the minute they are, I'm going to put handcuffs on Mr. Jones and Miss Lane.
Leaving the church, Kent swiftly resumes his true identity of Superman and streaks through the dark evening skies to the other end of the city, where he drops down before a handsome brick residence, where Batman and Robin live under their true names of Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson. A large illuminated Christmas tree stands on the terrace, and Batman, wearing the gray tweeds of Bruce Wayne and looking worn and weary, opens the door to Superman's ring.
Oh, hello, Superman. Come on in. I've got bad news for you.
Why, what happened?
Robin and I lost Mr. Jones' trail. I'm awfully
Don't
sorry.
worry about it. I think Inspector Henderson and I picked it up.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Where? When?
Jones is at a church across town, masquerading as a choir leader named Phillips, or so we think. We need you to identify him. Can you come over now?
Well, all I have to do is close it. Oh, wait. Do we need Robin?
I don't think so. Not at the moment, anyhow.
Well, good. Come on, then. I made him go to bed. He was pretty worn out.
Well, no wonder. After your little experience in room 0. Well, all set for a quick trip?
We go by Superman Express, eh?
Non-stop. Hang on.
Let her rip.
Here we go, then. Up and away!
Oh, you're a lot faster than my bat plane. If you ever need a job, Superman, come to see me.
Thanks a lot. I'll remember that.
Gosh. Don't ever tell Robin about this ride. He'd never forgive me for leaving him behind.
I'll make it up to him. That looks like our church ahead. Fasten your safety belt. We're going down.
Roger.
Down to those bushes. Down! Oh, good. Choir's still singing. Okay, strip to your Batman costume. Then I'll get back into Clark Kent's clothes.
What for? Oh, yes. I saw Jones as Batman.
That's right.
Can't very well identify him as Bruce Wayne, can I?
No. And I left here as Kent. You realize you're the only person in the world who knows I'm Superman?
These quick changes get a little confusing sometimes, don't they?
You're not kidding. I've almost given myself away to Jimmy Olsen a dozen times. There we are. Now, my specs. Okay. You all set?
I'll just have to get my hood and mask on. There. Here, I'm ready. Lead me to friend Jones.
Come on.
Oh, it's starting to snow. Looks like we'll have a nice white Christmas.
Won't be nice for me.
Well, why not? This bird is really Jones. We'll make him give out with where the kryptonite is, and all your troubles will be over.
Not quite. I haven't had the heart to tell you yet, but Lois Lane is mixed up with him some way.
What?
Yes, she... Uh-oh, hold it.
What's up?
I guess the carols are about over. They're going to open the doors. Quick, get behind this bush.
You were right. That X-ray vision of yours comes in handy. But where's the choir leader?
He's joining Lois. Now they're starting down the aisle together. Oh.
What now?
Oh, she just gave him the atomizer.
What atomizer?
I'll explain later. I was hoping she wouldn't give it to him. Wait a minute, here comes Henderson. Suppose he's going to stand outside and grab them. Inspector!
Oh, there you are, Kent. Listen, she gave him the atomizer.
I know.
Batman.
Merry Christmas, Inspector.
How did you find him, Kent?
Why,
Oh, yes, he, that...
Never mind, tell me later. Here comes our saintly choir leader and Lois Lane. You see them, Batman?
I think so, but not very clearly. There's too many people around.
They're moving this way. You'll get a good look at our bird in just a moment. And we're counting on you to identify him.
If he's Jones, you can depend on my knowing him. I've got a little score to settle with that rat. Oh, I see him now.
Is it Jones?
Wait till he gets closer. I want to hear his voice. Tensely, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson watch Lois Lane and the slender, scholarly-looking choir leader approach through the crowd and wait for Batman to identify the man as Mr. Jones. If he does, Superman may be freed from the menace of the deadly kryptonite forever. But Lois will be branded as a criminal. We'll return in a moment for the dramatic climax of today's episode. But first, here is a very special message for you from your friend Dan.
Today, gang, I won't be talking to you about Kellogg's Pep because it's Christmas Day. Instead, let's talk about what makes Christmas one of the very best days in the whole year. You see, Christmas is a day when lots of dreams come true, when that very special gift that you've been wanting so much more than lives up to your hopes. It's a day when you give a happy thought to others, when the gifts you give warm someone's heart. So Christmas and its kindly customs have lived for many centuries. It's a day of joy and cheerfulness, a day you look forward to and plan for, and a day you remember ever after. So, gang, today, the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek is wishing you the very happiest Christmas of all.
Outside a church on Christmas Eve, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson are waiting for Batman to identify the choir leader as Mr. Jones, a criminal leader and murderer. He is now approaching through the crowd with Lois Lane. Listen.
Well, Batman, is it Jones or not?
Just a second, Inspector. I want to see him close up and hear his voice.
Oh, where is it? Vesta's lovely tonight, Mr. Phillips.
Indeed, they were, Miss Lane. You members of the choir did me proud.
Thank you. Oh, look, it's starting to snow, and you forgot your hat.
No, I didn't. I never wear a hat.
Well, how about it, Batman?
No, I don't think he's Jones.
He isn't?
No, he looks amazingly like him, but no, it's not Jones.
I'm sorry. But I'm glad, too, for Lois's sake.
You're sure you won't catch cold, Mr. Phillips?
Oh, I never catch cold.
Famous last words.
Wait, it is Jones.
What? It is?
Yes, his voice fooled me at first.
You're sure?
I'm positive. He's putting on an act, but it's still Jones. I swear to it.
That's enough for me. Let's go.
Now, wait, Inspector. Don't scare Lois.
You keep out of this,
You
Kent.
always wanted a very
Good evening, Mr. Jones.
I beg your pardon.
Never mind begging my pardon. Just put your hands out for the pretty bracelets.
What? Inspector Henderson, what is the meaning of this?
As if you didn't know, Miss Lane. Come on, Jonesy. Put out your hands.
But Clark.
Hello, Lois.
And Batman. Wait, Clark, what is this? Well, why are you looking at me so strangely? And what is Inspector Henderson doing to Mr. Phillips?
Now, see
Save
here,
it for the judge. All right, Miss Lane. Let's try this other bracelet on you. For size.
What? I should say not.
I don't understand.
Clark, are you just going to stand there and let him handcuff me?
I'm sorry, Lois. There's nothing I can do about it.
But
There, that does it.
What?
Now, we'll come along quietly, both of you. I gave you a break taking you behind this bush where it starts. But if you want all your church friends to see you...
I don't care what they see. I want to know the meaning of this outrage.
So do I.
Oh, cut out the comedy, will you? Now, I've got a taxi waiting up the street. If you want to act nice, we can ride in that.
What?
Otherwise, I'll have to call the wagon.
The wagon? You must be out of your mind, Inspector. Clark, will you stop standing there like a gook and explain this? I suppose it's a joke,
Maybe
but it isn't
murder
very...
is a joke to you, Miss Lane, but not to us.
Murder? Well,
Mr. Jones here murdered the Scarlet Widow, Lois.
Mr. Jones. Oh, so that's it. You've made a mistake. This isn't Mr. Jones.
Of course not. My name is Algernon Phillips.
Yeah, and mine's Humperdinck Hornschnozzle. Let's get going to that taxi.
I will not budge until I know what this is all about.
You'll move and move fast, Miss Lane.
Now, look...
And if it'll make you feel any better, which it won't, Kent and I were in the jewelry shop this evening when you picked up the atomizer for your friend, Mr. Jones.
The atomizer? Oh, of course I did. But I don't understand.
I think I do now.
You realize we've got the goods on you, huh, Jones?
I realize it's time to reveal my secret.
What?
We know your secret, chum.
No, you don't, Inspector. It's a strange and quite terrible story, one I've kept locked in my heart for years. But now, well, I guess I can't keep it secret any longer. I live just a few doors down the street. If you gentlemen would be good enough to accompany me there...
Nothing doing. We're going to headquarters.
Please, Inspector. You see I'm not armed. You can examine my house carefully before we go in. I assure you, you won't regret it. But if you insist on going to headquarters now, I'll never tell my story.
Oh, no?
Take him up, Inspector. What can you lose?
That's what I say.
Huh? Well, okay. We'll go to your house, Jones. But remember, don't try any tricks. It won't be healthy.
I quite realize that. Shall we go?
Yeah. And remember, I'm right behind you. With a gun.
Handcuffed together, the slender, scholarly-looking choir leader and Lois Lane start away from the church, closely followed by Inspector Henderson and a puzzled Clark Kent and Batman. What is the strange and terrible story Mr. Phillips, or is it Mr. Jones, has promised to reveal? Well, it's a strange story, fellows and girls, one you won't want to miss. So be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also... Kellogg's Pep! The super delicious cereal presents...
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman. And today, the man who calls himself Mr. Phillips promises to tell Inspector Henderson his story. We'll join them in a moment. But right now, here's a word from your announcer. Okay, Dan.
Say, gang, even though Christmas Day is over, most of you fellows and girls still have some vacation left from school. And during the holidays, the kids in our neighborhood are going great guns on their collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Why, I've seen the kids in huddles comparing notes on how many comic buttons they've collected so far and swapping duplicates with each other and showing off how snappy these buttons look pinned on their jacket or their dress or cap. Because these comic buttons are just about the brightest and the smartest things you ever saw. They're done up in full comic strip colors, red and blue and black, and they're made of sturdy metal, too, so they'll last and last. And every one of the 18 different buttons has a true-to-life picture of one of your favorite funny paper characters. There's even one of Superman himself. And say, aren't these comic buttons easy to get? You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But every time Mom opens a new package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's your exciting prize. One of these slick-looking comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Tell Mom you'll eat lots of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
When Lois Lane called at a jewelry shop for a handsome silver-encrusted atomizer ordered by a man believed to be Mr. Jones, the mysterious criminal leader who had boasted he could destroy Superman, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson trailed the girl reporter to a church. It was Christmas Eve, and to the amazement of Kent and Henderson, the choir leader at the church answered perfectly to the description of Mr. Jones. As Superman, Kent left and returned with Batman, who positively identified the choir leader as Jones. Henderson arrested both Jones and Lois, and the man who had first insisted his name was Phillips then offered to reveal a strange story. As we continue now in a small music studio almost filled by a baby grand piano with Batman on guard in the front hall, the slender, scholarly-looking choir leader sits opposite Henderson, Kent, and Lois, and nervously fingering his pince-nez glasses, begins his story. Listen.
Going to tell you a secret I've kept locked in my heart for many years. I did not believe anything could ever make me reveal it. But now...
But now that we've got the goods on you, you decided to come clean, huh? Or is this another trick?
I assure you it is not, Inspector.
Well, if it is, it won't work. You can take my word for it.
I understand. I want to tell you about two brothers who loved each other very dearly.
I'm not interested in two brothers. I'm interested in two stolen pieces of kryptonite that you said you were going to use to finish Superman. Now, where are they?
Well, how would Mr. Phillips know where the kryptonite is?
He tricked the Scarlet Widow into telling him and then shot her, that's how.
The Scarlet Widow?
What? Oh, you're mad, Inspector. You're stark-staring mad.
Now, wait a minute.
Look, that line won't get you any place, Miss Lane. You know Phillips is Mr. Jones?
I know.
Yes, you.
Well, I never
Lois,
heard...
Inspector, stop it. We're not getting anywhere this way.
Well, then
Now, we agreed to listen to this man's story, so let's do it.
Fair enough, Kent. Go ahead. Say your piece.
Yes, Inspector. I started to tell you about two brothers who were very close to each other. But while they were in college, one of them, we'll call him Richard, was seriously hurt in an automobile accident. For a long time, he was not expected to live. And when he finally recovered, he was changed.
How do you mean, changed?
He was altogether different, Mr. Kent. He mistrusted everyone, and soon he began to hate everyone. He hardly ever talked to anyone, and when he did, it was to say something sneering or nasty.
I don't see where this is getting us any place.
Please let me finish, Inspector.
Okay.
In the two brothers last year at college, Richard, the one who had been in the accident, was expelled for stealing. He was furious. He said it showed that everyone was against him. He swore he'd get back at them. Then he forged his father's name to a check. That practically bankrupted his father, and Richard disappeared.
He was mentally sick.
Well, of course he was.
I'm beginning to get the drift of all this, Jones. You're hoping to beat a murder rap by pleading insanity.
Just a minute, Inspector. You don't understand. I haven't been telling you about myself.
Huh?
What do you mean?
I've been telling you about my brother.
Your brother?
Yes.
Oh, I think I get it. You see,
Hold it,
Inspector...
Kent. Let him talk. Go on, Jones.
My brother's name actually is Richard. We're twins. And I'm very much afraid that Richard is the man you speak of as Mr. Jones.
Good heavens.
What? How do you like that guy trying to pull a gag like that on me? Look, mister, we've wasted enough time.
Just a moment. I'll prove that I'm telling the truth.
Hey, where are you going?
Just to this cabinet. There's something in it you should see.
Now, don't get any ideas like pulling a gun.
There are no guns in the cabinet, Inspector.
You stay out of this, kid.
Here, I have an album here which I'd like to show all of you. Perhaps you'd like to call the gentleman in the strange costume who identified me as Mr. Jones.
That man? No, I want him to stay in the hall and watch the entrance. But don't worry. He can hear everything.
Very well. Here, I'll set the album on the piano where you can all see it. Now, here are photographs of Richard and myself as infants. We were, as you can see, identical twins.
Well, yes. What cute babies.
Baby pictures don't mean a thing.
What's that? Oh, I see what you mean. Here, I'll skip to where we're older then. Here we are in high school.
Well, I could tell one of those boys was you, Mr. Phillips.
Well, I couldn't.
Well, how about these pictures of us in college then, Inspector? Now, these were taken before Richard's accident. You certainly recognize me there, don't you?
He'd have to be blind if he didn't.
Is that so?
Yes.
Okay, so those pictures do look like you, and like you've got an identical twin brother, too. But I've seen plenty of trick photography.
Of all the suspicious people.
It's my business to be suspicious, particularly where murder is involved. Now, look, Mr. Jones, or Phillips, if you're telling the truth, I suppose you've got some birth records around.
Unfortunately, I haven't.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I didn't think you did.
You see, my father was town clerk in the little Iowa town where Richard and I were born. He and Mother lived in the town hall, and when a fire destroyed it, and then...
Yeah, I get it. All the records were lost, including the birth records of you and your twin brother. Honest, Jones, for a guy who was head of the Crescent and Star Mob, you ought to be able to do better than that.
I swear it's the truth.
Well, where is this twin brother of yours?
I don't know.
Sure. Now, let's get going. We've wasted too much time already. You too, Miss Lane.
Me?
Naturally. Unless it was your twin sister who picked up the atomizer for Jones this evening. Come on.
No. Clark, don't let him.
Just a moment, Inspector.
I told you before to stay out of this, Kent.
But...
Okay, Jones. Hold out your right hand. You hold out your left, Miss Lane.
Please, Inspector, wait one moment. You're wrong, and I can prove it. Or rather, Mr. Phillips can.
I'm not listening to any more twin brother gags.
You won't have to.
Now, Mr. Phillips, an innocent girl's reputation and freedom are involved here, and there's a little business of a murder. So I think the thing to do is to convince Inspector Henderson he's wrong, don't you?
Well, I
know how you feel, Mr. Phillips. But at a time like this...
You're right, Mr. Kent. I'll do it.
Do what?
Prove he's not Jones, of course, in the only way that'll convince you. Go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
Puzzled, Inspector Henderson and Lois Lane look at the thin, scholarly-looking choir leader. What does Clark Kent mean? How can Phillips prove he is not Mr. Jones? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, the other day I was talking to a certain young lady who lives in our block, and she was telling me how she's going to knuckle down to collecting those swell comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pet. Of course, she's been collecting them right along, but now she's discovered that her brother is way ahead of her, so she's going to get busy. She has some duplicates that she wants to trade with some of her pals and add different buttons to her collection that way. And, of course, all new ones that she gets will be pinned right away with the others on her jacket. We were also talking about how smart-looking these buttons are, with their true-to-life pictures of favorite funny paper characters like Smokey Stover and Herbie and handsome, powerful Superman himself. Now, maybe you'd better take a tip from that girl and get busy on your collection. Just ask Mom to get you a good supply of that super-delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pet. That's the easy way to get these comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But inside the Pet package, there's your exciting prize. One of these brilliant comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember the name. It's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In the small music studio of Mr. Algernon Phillips, or is it Mr. Jones, Clark Kent has just challenged the choir leader to prove he is not the head of the criminal Crescent and Star gang, and Phillips has agreed.
You're right, Mr. Kent. Miss Lane's reputation and freedom are involved. Under the circumstances, my conscience will not permit me to protect Richard any longer.
Sounds like double talk to me.
Just a moment, Inspector. All right, go on, Mr. Phillips. Tell him about the atomizer.
Yes. You see, Inspector, I purchased that first atomizer for my brother Richard.
You did?
Yes, I neglected to tell you that as the years went on, Richard became a fanatic about disease. He was deathly afraid of germs, and in fact... Christmas, I was passing the jewelry shop of Thayer & Son. I saw a beautiful atomizer in the window. It was made of lovely crystal encrusted with silver. The price was really more than I could afford. but I could not resist buying it for Richard.
You said he disappeared. How'd you expect to give it to him?
Well, on Christmas Eve each year, Richard telephones me. On a few occasions, he's even come to see me.
Really?
Yes. Richard was mad about the atomizer I bought him. For the first time since we were in college, I heard a kind word, a word of thanks from him. I did not hear from him last Christmas, but early this afternoon he phoned me. He was quite distracted. He said he had just broken his atomizer.
That's the one we found in the bookshop, Lois, where the Scarlet Widow was shot.
Oh, I'm beginning to get this now.
All right. Go on, Mr. Phillips.
Well, my brother wanted to know where I'd bought the atomizer, the one that he'd broken. I told him that I'd get him another one because I wanted to see him again. I told him I'd have it for him tonight, and because Miss Lane's office is near Thayer & Son, I asked her if she would pick it up for me.
Well, never mind that. What did your brother say?
He said he would either come for it himself tonight or send Tara.
There. You hear that, Inspector?
Yeah, it's okay if it's true. Who's Tara?
Tara's a Hindu boy who attached himself to my brother when he was in India several years ago. He's devoted to him.
I see. And your brother said either he or the Hindu boy would come here tonight, is that it?
Yes. Yes, he told me to be sure to be alone, and I promised that I would. I had no idea this terrible thing would come up, or that Richard could be a murderer.
Well, maybe this makes things a little different. That's that man. Somebody's coming.
It's a boy wearing a turban. It must be Tara. He's coming up the walk.
Well, how do you know, Clark?
Oh, He's right. Now, look, Kent. You and that man slip out the back way and around to the front of the house. I'll be on the back stairs with Miss Lane. You, Phillips, give the boy the atomizer and say nothing about us. You savvy? Okay, Batman. Go out the back door with Kent. Now, come on, Miss Lane, and move fast. And if this is a trick, lady, and you try anything, it'll be just too bad for you and your choir leader friend. That's the bell. Now do your stuff, Phillips, and make good. Come on, everybody, out the back way. If this is on the level, we'll have Mr. Jones behind bars tonight.
Well, I'll do my best. I'm coming.
Hurriedly, Inspector Henderson, Clark Kent, Batman, and Lois leave the studio apartment by the back door as the bell rings again, announcing Mr. Jones' Hindu servant. Will he lead them to Mr. Jones, or is this a desperate trick? Tomorrow, an amazing thing happens, fellows and girls. Something beyond even Superman's and Batman's ability to cope with. So tune in then. Same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, you'll get a bang out of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 swell Kellogg cereals. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. Makes it easy for Mom, too. No dishes to wash, thanks to the new Kell Bowl Pack. You can eat right out of it. What's more, these generous packages are great for lunch boxes and outings. So ask Mom to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety at the grocer's her very first chance.
Kellogg's Pep!
The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, who is today hoping to find the mysterious Mr. Jones through his servant, Tara. We'll learn what happens in a moment. But right now, let's join Dan McCullough and his young pal Eddie, who seems to be kind of excited.
Say, Dan, did I tell you? I just added Harold Teen to my collection of comic buttons.
Did your mother open a new package of Kellogg's Pep?
No, not this time. This was a very complicated trade.
Yeah?
Yeah, Doris had a KO trade for Superman, and Pee-wee wanted to swap Lilims for Herbie. Then Bud came in. He had an extra Harold Teen, but he didn't...
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. That sounds like double talk. Would you say that again?
Well, Doris traded Pee-wee, a Superman, for a Lilims, and Bud said he'd swap Harold Teen if Pee-wee would give him the one that he...
Look, Eddie, would you take it easy?
Oh, okay, sure. Doris had a KO button and wanted one with Superman on it, right?
Right.
Pee-wee had Lillums and wanted Herbie. Got it?
Got it.
Bud had an extra Harold Teen.
Yeah.
So Doris swapped her KO for Pee-wee's Lillums, and Bud traded Harold Teen for the Lillums Doris got from Pee-wee, and Doris traded me that Harold Teen for my Superman. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. Never mind, Eddie. We get the general idea anyway. We get the idea that there's a load of fun in collecting those swell comic buttons and trading duplicates with your pals. All the gang knows how slick-looking those comic buttons are, too, with their full-color, true-to-life pictures of favorite funny sheet characters. What's more, it's no secret how easy it is to get these exciting comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop. Just ask Mom to get you some of that super-delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because inside every package, there's a snazzy prize, one of these swell comic buttons or a military insignia or a warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Convinced that a choir master who calls himself Algernon Phillips is in reality the mysterious Mr. Jones, an infamous criminal who had sworn to destroy Superman, and that Lois Lane is in league with him, Police Inspector Henderson ordered their arrest, despite Clark Kent's vehement protests. Phillips, while asserting his innocence, admitted he was Jones's twin brother and volunteered to help Kent and the inspector in their search for the missing man. He informed them that his brother or a young Hindu servant would call that evening for the atomizer he had purchased. Just then, Kent warned Henderson that a Hindu boy was approaching the building. As we continue now, the inspector and Lois Lane are hiding in the kitchen of Phillips' apartment, guarding the rear entrance, while Kent and Batman, who is helping him, wait across the street from the building, covering the front door. They huddle in a cold, dark alley as the swirling snow begins to pile high on the deserted street.
Oh, boy. We certainly picked a fine night to play watchdogs, Kent. And the time that little Hindu comes out, I'll be an icicle.
Oh, go on. It isn't that cold.
Well, maybe not for you, my muscle-bound friend, but I'm positive my toes have cracked off. At least I can't feel them anymore.
Well, there's that much less of you to be cold.
What's going on in there, anyhow? Why is he taking so long? Put that X-ray vision of yours to work.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Phillips is handing the boy a package.
The atomizer?
Yes.
At last. Maybe now we can get moving again.
Well, Phillips is still questioning him.
And still trying to find out where his brother is, I suppose.
I suppose so. Uh-oh.
What?
Boy's broken free. He's running down the stairs. He'll get away all right.
Good. Coming out the front door?
Uh-huh. There, he's opened it.
Oh, fine. Now at least I can see him, too.
Oh, stay back. Don't let him see us.
Oh, a cagey youngster. Look at him eyeing the whole street.
Uh-huh.
Think he's wise?
I hope not.
There he goes. Heading west to the avenue. Come on, it's our move.
No, wait. Henderson's coming out. He'll want to tag along.
Oh, look at him. Charging like a mad bull.
Yes. Batman, where are you?
Coming, Inspector. Let's go before he wakes up the whole neighborhood.
Did you see it, Kent? He came out the front door. He has the atomizer.
Yes, we saw him. Where did he go?
Oh, confound this snow. You can't see 5 feet in front of your nose.
He went up the block that way.
Well, then what are we standing here for? Come on, we'll lose him.
Easy, Inspector, easy. You'll blow a fuse.
Wait a minute. Where's Lois?
I left her inside with Phillips. Now, come on. I'm not letting that Hindu out of my sight. Say, where is he? If we've lost him...
Look, Inspector, I think it would be better if you stayed here. Why? Well, Batman and I can travel pretty fast.
I can travel fast, too, if I have to.
I know, but
and besides, if you think you're going to make a scoop of this for the benefit of your newspaper, well, you've got another thing coming.
But better drop it, Kent. You'll get a chance later.
Okay.
Come on, now.
Right, Inspector.
You'll see him, Kent?
Yes. About a block ahead of us. We'll keep this distance.
No. Close it up. I want to keep an eye on him myself.
Careful. We can't afford to make him suspicious. He's our only lead to Mr. Jones.
Maybe yes, maybe no. What makes you so sure Phillips isn't really Jones?
Well...
After all, we've only got his word on this twin brother story.
We've got his actions.
You mean giving the boy the atomizer? That could be a blind.
Yes, that's true. But did you notice him in the street tonight when we were walking to his apartment? He didn't wear a hat or a muffler. Jones wouldn't do that. He'd be wrapped up to the ears.
Yes.
Jones hates fresh air, and on a night like this, nothing would get him out of doors.
Found it. Where's that young Hindu? Can't see him at all.
We're right behind him, Inspector. Stop worrying.
Hey, how the devil can you see through this snow, Kent?
Huh?
Thicker than cotton.
Well, we'll lose that Hindu boy.
He's only half a block ahead of us now. Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That isn't the boy.
What?
Kent, what are you talking about?
I tell you, that isn't the Hindu boy.
Well, how do you know? I can't even see
Watch
it.
it, Kent.
Well, come on. Let's catch up to him.
This is the most idiotic business I've ever... Hey, wait, you two. Wait for me.
Step on it, Inspector.
You're going too fast.
He just ducked into that drugstore up the street. Come on, Batman.
Kent, are you sure about this? You're sure it isn't the Hindu?
Positive. You'll see in a minute.
Well, then where did the Hindu go?
I don't know.
Well, here's the drugstore.
Right.
There's the boy in the store. He's at the soda fountain.
That's the one.
But it isn't the Hindu.
Well, I don't know about that. What about that box he's holding in his lap? The box Phillips gave him. The box for the atomizer.
Let's check it and be sure.
Are you crazy? You don't want him to know we're trailing him. He'll never lead us to Jones' End.
But this may be a wild goose chase, Inspector. We've got to make sure. We can't let him go again.
I don't like this one bit.
I don't either. Come on.
Hey, you.
Huh?
Now, wait a minute, Inspector. Take it easy. Don't frighten him.
Look, son. Were you out on the street 2 minutes ago?
Yes, sir.
Did you come from the direction of Maple Avenue?
Yeah, I passed it, but...
It's all right, son. Don't be frightened. We won't hurt you. We just want some information.
Well, gosh, I...
What's in that box?
The box?
Yes, the box. What's in it?
Gosh, I don't know.
Huh?
Honest, mister, I don't know. Somebody just gave it to me.
Are you kidding? Come on, open up.
Wait, Inspector. When did you get the box, son? Who gave it to you?
Just a couple of minutes ago, out on the street, a boy walked up to me, handed me the box and $1, and asked me to wait in here with it.
Uh-huh. Would you recognize that boy if you saw him again?
Yeah, I guess so. He was about my size.
Did you notice anything unusual about him, son? His coloring?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. He was kind of dark. Looked almost like he was Chinese.
That's the Hindu, Kent.
Then why in heaven's name did he give the atomizer away?
He didn't. Do you mind if we open that box you're carrying, son?
I don't know. He told me to hold it
He
for
won't
him.
be back, son. You can be sure.
Come on, hand it over.
All right. But honest, mister, I didn't do nothing wrong. He gave me $1.
It's all right, son. We believe you. Now, let's see here.
Come on, Kent, open it.
I am.
Well? Great jumping Jehoshaphat. It's empty. The atomizer's gone.
I didn't take nothing out. Honest.
No. We know that, son.
Listen, where did this fellow go? The one who gave you the box.
He ran across the street. Then I didn't see him no more.
You're sure you're telling us everything? You're not making this up?
No, I ain't. Please, you gotta believe me. I didn't do nothing wrong.
Now, come on, you...
Stop badgering the boy, Inspector. He's telling the truth.
Then what about the Hindu? Where'd he disappear to?
Into thin air, evidently. Yes, and he was our only lead. Now Jones is in the clear. There's no way we can stop him from getting the kryptonite.
Is Kent right? Has the mysterious Mr. Jones given them the slip? We'll see in a moment, so stay with us. And now, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, to look at those swell comic buttons you're all collecting, you'd never guess you can get them so easy in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Why, you don't have to spend a single penny of your allowance on them, and they're so doggone smart-looking that, well, you're mighty proud to wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. They're done up in full comic strip colors, brilliant red and blue and black on white enameled metal buttons that you'll have for a long time. And each picture is so true to life. Orphan Annie and Smitty and Superman look just the way they do in the funny papers. So see how soon that you can collect all 18 comic buttons in the series. Just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal. That's all you do. You don't even send in a box top. But inside every package of Pep, there's an exciting prize. One of these bright-colored comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. It's your prize from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
As Clark Kent, Batman, and Inspector Henderson returned to Phillips' home after losing track of the Hindu boy who was carrying the atomizer to the mysterious Mr. Jones, less than a mile away, in a quiet residential section of Metropolis, we find Jones himself, seated in a tightly closed room, illuminated by a single table lamp. The room is hot and stuffy, but the thin figure is wrapped in a heavy overcoat with a muffler wound about his throat and a gauze mask covering his mouth and nose. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door.
Who is it?
It is I, Master. Tara.
Come in.
I have it, Master. I have the atom.
Wait, stop.
Yes, Master.
How many times have I told you never to come near me in the clothes you wear on the street?
I am sorry, Master.
Go back. Stand by the door. You carry deadly germs all over you.
Very well, Master. But I have the atom.
Yeah, give it to me.
Yes, Master.
No, don't come any closer. Throw it.
As you wish, Master.
Come.
Here you are, Master.
My dear brother. I knew he would not fail me. Sentimental fool.
You wish me to put the medicine in it, Master?
No, I'll do it. Now I shall banish these foul germs.
That will kill germs, Master?
Of course. Come here.
Yes, Master.
Stand still now.
Well, what do you do, Master?
I'm sterilizing your clothing, stupid. Now, you're all right.
I am glad, Master.
Did my brother ask you any questions?
Yes, he wished to know where you were.
You didn't tell him?
No, Master. I did not say a word.
Good.
But I play trick in case anybody follow. I give box to boy I meet on street. Keep atomizer in pocket. Then go down in sewer. Walk underground to this street. As you tell me.
And what makes you think no one saw you give the box away?
Snow very thick. Hard to see.
All right. Now I feel well enough to go to work again.
Yes, Master. You wish to go out?
No, you are going out, Tara. You'll deliver a message for me.
Yes, Master.
Take that piece of paper on the desk. There's an address on it.
Yes, Master. This paper?
Yeah, that's it. Go to that address and see a man called the Laugher. Here, give him this coin.
The coin. It has the star and crescent.
Yes, that will be enough identification. Tell the Laugher I want to see him right away.
That is all, Master?
All for him, yes. But not all for us. Before I am through, Tara, Superman will be our plaything.
His deep-set eyes gleaming coldly from his thin, almost skull-like face, the mysterious Mr. Jones utters a dangerous threat. Why is he so anxious to control Superman? And how does he plan to do it? Another Atom Man, or some other form of atomic master? We'll learn more tomorrow, so don't fail to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep,
the super delicious cereal, presents
the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, the Man of Steel, whom the wily Mr. Jones hopes to catch in his cunning trap. In just a moment, we'll join him with his guest, the Laugher. But right now, here's Dan McCullough to talk about your collection of comic buttons.
You know what I think is particularly swell about those snappy comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out? Well, I think they sort of hold our Superman gang together. All you fellows and girls have something in common, because you're all collecting comic buttons and having great fun, too. First of all, there's the thrill of seeing which button's inside every time Mom opens a new package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal. If it's a brand new one, why, you can pin it right away with the others on your jacket or your dress or cap. Or if it's a duplicate, like one you already have, why, that's even more fun, because then you have the business of swapping it with one of your pals and a chance to compare notes on how many you've each collected. And you'll want every one of these 18 colorful buttons, too, from KO right on up to Superman. And you can get them easy as 1, 2, 3. Just ask Mom to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep. Don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. But look inside the Pep package for your prize, one of these dazzling comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. There's an exciting prize in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
A mysterious criminal leader calling himself Mr. Jones knows the whereabouts of 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, the deadly element which robs Superman of his great strength. Superman, Batman, and Police Inspector Henderson twice almost had the elusive Mr. Jones within their grasp, but he escaped them. It is now Christmas Day, and while our friends and the police continue their desperate search for him, the slender, scholarly-looking Mr. Jones is in a small apartment above a Turkish rug shop in the crowded foreign section of Metropolis. He sits huddled in a chair, a blanket across his thin knees, and a shawl over his stooped shoulders. As Tara, his Hindu boy servant, ushers a huge red-faced man into the room, Mr. Jones seizes his crystal and silver atomizer and hastily sprays his throat. Listen.
Hello, Jones.
Come in, Laffer, come in. Close the door, Tara.
How are you, Jones? Long time no see.
You'll excuse me if I don't accept your hand, Laffer. You've just been outside and may infect me. Just let me spray my throat again and I'll talk with you.
Same old Jones. Still afraid of germs. If you'll take my advice and let a little fresh air into this oven.
Fresh air carries disease. Now sit down. I have something important to discuss with you.
I didn't think you wanted to wish me a Happy New Year. What's on your mind?
A certain piece of kryptonite.
Kryptonite?
Yes. I want to buy it from you.
I don't follow you, Jones.
Now, look here, Laffer. Please don't waste my time or yours. You should be aware by now that we of the Crescent and Star know everything.
Really?
Yes. We know the Scarlet Widow stole the original kryptonite fragment from the Metropolis Museum and cut it into 4 pieces, and that 2 of the pieces are now gone forever. We know that the other 2 were purchased by you and the Vulture for $1 million each. Now, about your piece of kryptonite. I want to buy it, Laffer.
Sorry, it's not for sale.
I'm willing to pay you a profit, of course.
No soap, Jones. Since you know so much, you ought to know why I won't sell.
You think it protects you against Superman?
I know it does. He can't come within 10 feet of the stuff without passing out cold.
But
No, there are no buts, brother. Once before, Superman caught me and broke up the sweetest string of rackets in the country. I don't intend to have that happen again.
It will, though, unless you do business with me.
Now, look, Jonesy, don't get any foolish ideas just because I walked into this room alone. And just in case you've forgotten who I am, I can put 6 slugs in you and that Hindu before you can get that fancy spray bottle up to your mouth.
Don't be childish, Laffer.
Just be
I
careful.
tell you again that unless you do business with me, you'll be back in the penitentiary very soon.
What do you mean?
Superman knows you have the kryptonite.
What?
Yes, the Scarlet Widow talked.
Why, she wouldn't, not the widow.
She talked, I tell you. The police cornered her, and she talked. She was dying from a bullet wound and told the police about you and the Vulture.
I don't believe it. I would have heard if she'd been shot.
Inspector Henderson is keeping it quiet, just so you won't be warned. He and Superman are turning heaven and earth to find you.
Well, I'll take my chances with the cops, and I'm not afraid of Superman. I've got the gimmick to stop him.
You talk like a fool. The kryptonite is only valuable against Superman when he doesn't know you have it. But knowing you do have it, he'll be careful. He'll locate you and then lead the police to you.
If he finds me.
My dear fellow, you know the Crescent and Star Gang are international spies. You and every other important crook know that for a price we would furnish the present whereabouts of any other crook or spy. We keep a running file on everyone who might be of use to us.
Wait a minute. You mean I'm in those files?
How else do you suppose I found you?
And the cops and Superman know about my new setup? They know I had my face lifted and my fingerprints burned off?
They don't know yet.
Oh. You almost gave me a heart failure, Brother Jones.
Now that everything is understood, I presume we can get down to business.
Business? Oh, I see. You want to sell me my file, huh?
Quite right.
Yeah, I should have guessed it. Okay, what's your price, Jones?
The piece of kryptonite.
What? Now, look here, Jones.
Now, please, Laffer. I despise dramatics. And I detest guns in anyone else's hand. Put that one away.
Nothing doing.
Please be sensible. 4 of my men, all excellent shots, by the way, are behind a thin false wall at your back. Look. I need only press this button under the arm of my chair, and the wall slides back. Like that. You see, Laffer?
Okay, it's a standoff. So where do we go from here?
We cooperate and destroy Superman.
Destroy Superman? Are you kidding?
Not at all. With the kryptonite, I can do it.
Look, I thought you were smart, Jonesy. Don't you know not even the Atom Man could finish him?
True. But with certain information I have recently obtained and your kryptonite, I believe I can.
Are you dreaming?
I never dream, Laffer. I deal only in facts. Now, Do you prefer to cooperate with me and save your skin, or shall I turn my files on you over to the police?
Now, just a minute. Why are you so keen about getting rid of Superman?
It's so important, I don't dare mention it even in front of Tara. But I'll tell you this much. Once Superman is
Stop
finished...
dreaming and tell me how you intend finishing him. I'm not saying I'm in on this deal, of course, but I'm willing to listen.
Once you've heard the details, I'm sure you won't hesitate. Now, wait until I spray my throat. I've talked a good deal. It's become dry. That's better. Now, listen, Laffer. This is the plan, and it can't fail. As you know, kryptonite is the most radioactive element in existence. The Atom Man could easily have destroyed Superman.
In his precise, coldly metallic voice, Mr. Jones confides his plan for destroying Superman to the Laffer. A short time later, Jimmy Olsen, cub reporter, enters the almost deserted city room of the Daily Planet and meets Beanie Martin, the head copy boy.
You still here, Beanie? I thought you were having a big dinner at your house today.
We are, but I got tied up delivering Christmas baskets. Listen, Jim, Mr. Kent just called up.
Don't tell me he's going to be late picking me up. We're having Christmas dinner at Mr. White's house today.
I know. Mr. Kent says he's been delayed in the south end of town, and he wants you to grab a taxi and meet him at the Metropolis Bridge. He'll be waiting there in his car in 30 minutes.
Okay, I'll just get the presents on my desk and beat it. Thanks, Beanie.
You're welcome. Oh, I almost forgot. A messenger brought a letter from Mr. Kent a few minutes ago. I guess you want to take it along, huh?
Sure, let's have it.
Here you are. There's something in it. Besides the letter, I mean. Feels kind of like a coin, except it's more square than round.
Don't you know it's not only bad manners, but against the law to monkey with other people's mail?
I wasn't opening it.
Well, give it here.
Okay. Well, I'll be getting along home. So long, Jim, and Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Beanie. See you tomorrow. Now, let's see if I got all the presents. Mr. Kent, Mr. White, Lane, Mom, Coke. Yep, all there. I'd better get started.
Picking up his gaily wrapped Christmas packages, Jimmy Olsen carelessly thrusts the letter for Clark Kent into his jacket pocket and leaves the Daily Planet, unaware that the letter carries startling consequences for both himself and Kent. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, you fellas know how often the girls win out in spelling bees or reading contests. Well, you know, nowadays I've heard that many times the girls are winning out in collecting comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Of course, whenever that happens, the boys get busy right away, and the race is on. Good fun it is, too, because everybody gets a kick out of those true-to-life pictures of favorite comic strip characters, like Smokey Stover with his bright red fireman's cap, and Periwinkle wearing a red bow tie, and Superman himself, complete with blue jersey, flying red cape, and Superman insignia. And how those colorful pictures do stand out against the clear white background of these sturdy metal buttons. So, fellas, don't let the girls get ahead of you. And girls, don't let the fellas get ahead of you. Everybody pitch in. It's easy, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. Just ask Mom to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's an exciting prize. One of these dazzling comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
En route to Editor Perry White's suburban house for Christmas dinner, Jimmy Olsen left a taxicab at the beginning of the huge mile-long Metropolis River Bridge, where Clark Kent, at the wheel of his car, is awaiting him.
Here I am, Jim. Hurry up.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
Want some help with your packages?
I can handle them, thanks.
Okay, wait till I open the door.
Thanks.
There you are. File in. We're a little late. I got tied up downtown.
Right. All set.
Good.
No luck with Mr. Jones yet, huh?
No, Jim, he fooled us and got away. You know, I never tackled a more slippery customer.
Hey, what's the matter? Look out, Mr. Kent, you're crowding the car in the next lane.
I see, Jim.
What's the matter? Are you sick?
I don't know. I feel
What?
kind of weak. Jim.
Yeah?
A letter in your pocket.
Yeah?
Kryptonite in it.
Oh, look out! You're headed for the bridge railing, Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent, stop!
I can't.
Well, give me the wheel. You're running into the bridge.
Too late. Jimmy snatches at the steering wheel behind which Clark Kent has suddenly collapsed, and the car crashes through the bridge rail and plummets down toward the Metropolis River far below. Faster it falls and faster, spinning completely about in the air and then plunging into the dark waters. For a moment, the gleaming car tops a scene above the surface of the water, and then it disappears, carrying Jimmy Olsen and the unconscious Kent to the muddy bottom of the river. What happens to Kent, who, as we know, is Superman, and who, a moment before he lost consciousness, gasped that there was kryptonite in the letter in Jimmy's pocket, the letter which had been delivered for Kent at the Daily Planet a short while before? Fellows and girls, Monday's episode is tense and exciting, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, his nemesis, the deadly kryptonite, has again loosed its power against him. We'll learn the outcome in a moment. But right now, let's stand by for a word from our good friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, older folks often think that they have a corner on reminiscences. You know, thinking back and remembering all the fun they've had. But I know a lot of fellows and girls who are reminiscing these days when they go over their collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because every single one of these funny paper characters looks a doggone lifelike that, well, you keep chuckling over the things that they've done in the comic strips. Like the way Smitty's always trying to get out of doing his work at the office. Or Lillem's wearing those old-fashioned dresses and shoes. And, of course, there are the many times Superman has saved people from danger and captured criminals. Yes, sir, every single one of these 18 comic buttons has a real story to tell. They're all mighty worthwhile, too. And they're so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. Fact is, you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. They come only as exclusive prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. So how about asking Mom to get you a package or two of Pep so that you can add another comic button to your collection? That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Aware that a powerful racketeer known as the Lapper had purchased one of the 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, a strange green glowing element which robbed Superman of his great strength, serious Mr. Jones, leader of an international confidence ring, told the Lapper that with the kryptonite he could destroy the Man of Steel, even though all others had failed. That day, a letter for Clark Kent was delivered to the Daily Planet, and unaware that it contained a tiny fragment of kryptonite, Jimmy Olsen put it in his pocket and met Kent at the Metropolis Bridge, from where they were to proceed in Kent's car to a Christmas Day dinner at the home of editor Perry White. As they started across the bridge, however, Kent collapsed at the wheel, and his car crashed through the rails and plunged into the river. As we continue now, Kent, who was hurled through a window, has regained consciousness and can see his car with Jimmy trapped in the front seat, sinking through the green depths below him. Swiftly, he resumes his identity of Superman, then freezes, horrified, as he realizes he cannot come within 10 feet of Jimmy without again succumbing to the effect of the green glowing kryptonite in the boy reporter's pocket. Listen.
What'll I do? Got to save Jim, but I can't get close to him. Oh, he'll be drowned. I must save him somehow. Wait a minute. Car's rear bumper is about 10 feet from him. Down to it. Down! Now, if only the bumper will hold the weight of the car. It must. It's my only chance. Up out of the river. Up!
There. So far, so good. Now I can tip the car a little. Spill the water out of the window like that. There. Now we'll go to... police launch is coming this way.
Down to the deck. Down.
What's this?
Quick, Captain. There's a boy in the back of the car.
What?
It's Superman.
Get him out, please. Give him artificial respiration. For heaven's sake, hurry.
All right, Superman. Sergeant Morris, give me a hand here.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
How is he?
Can't tell yet. Come on, get him out, Sergeant. All right.
Alive, isn't he, Captain?
Yeah, he's alive.
Oh, thank heaven.
Yeah, but he's in bad shape. Got to get the water out of him.
Right. Take his coat off.
Okay.
That's it. Now just throw it over there. All right, now stand by with that full motor while I apply artificial respiration.
Okay, Superman.
Are you ready? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1.
Anxiously, Superman works over the limp body of Jimmy Olsen as the police crew stands by. Long, tense minutes go by before the boy reporter revives and is carried to a bunk in the cabin below, where, suffering from exposure and shock, he falls into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, he awakens, and his eyes dimly make out the tall figure in the blue costume and red cape standing across the cabin.
Superman.
Hello, Jim. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm okay, but where am I? What are you doing here?
You're on a police patrol launch.
What? How?
I brought you here. You and Clark Kent had a little accident on the Metropolis Bridge. Do you remember?
We did? Keepers, I remember. Something happened to Mr. Kent.
Right.
He crashed through the guardrail and...
Took a ducking in the river. You're all right now.
Mr. Kent, what about him?
He's all right, too.
He is?
Uh-huh.
Boy, that's wonderful. Say, why are you standing so far away from me?
It's because of that letter on the table beside you.
A letter? I don't get it.
The letter addressed to Clark Kent. It has a tiny fragment of kryptonite in it.
No kidding.
Where did you get the letter, Jim?
Oh, messenger brought it to the Daily Planet today for Mr. Kent.
Did you see the messenger?
No, Beanie Martin said it was some kid. I can't believe it. Listen, are you sure this hunk of stuff in here is kryptonite?
You bet I am. That's why I'm standing over here. If I come within 10 feet of it, I lose all my strength.
Gosh, imagine that. Who sent it and why?
That's what I want to know. Open the letter, will you?
Open it?
That's right.
But the letter is addressed to Mr. Kent.
Yes, I know, but the kryptonite must be intended for me. Go ahead, open the letter, Jim. I'll take all responsibility with Kent.
Okay, if you say so. Gosh, look how this piece of kryptonite glows. Ow! Burned my hand.
Uh-oh, I meant to warn you. I'm sorry. Pick it up quickly and throw it through the porthole.
Okay. There she goes.
Ah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Now I can come closer to you. Let me read the letter, will you, please?
Okay, here.
Thanks.
A little hard to make out. The water made some of the ink run.
All right. See now, dear Mr. Kent, I understand that you and some of your colleagues, that means fellow workers,
Yeah, I know.
your colleagues on the Daily Planet have contact with Superman. Please show him the enclosed particle and tell him if he is interested in securing the rest of it to insert an advertisement in the personal column of tomorrow's Planet instructing me how to contact him in confidence. Well, I'll be.
Gosh, is it signed?
Just the initial J.
What do you suppose that stands for?
Mr. Jones, of course.
Mr. Jones?
Uh-huh.
Oh, isn't he the guy Mr. Kent and the police are looking for, the boss of the Crescent and Star gang?
That's right. Apparently, Jones wants to contact me. Well, this is very interesting.
I wouldn't call it interesting. Guys like Mr. Jones and the Laugher and the Vulture want to see you. They mean trouble.
No doubt about it. But I've got to contact Jones. That's my only chance to recover the kryptonite before something terrible happens. Look, Jim, I'll see Kent and arrange about the ad. You keep all this under your hat, understand?
Oh, sure. I won't breathe a word.
Good boy.
Keepers, I'm scared.
Well, don't be. Just take care of yourself.
Oh, thanks again for pulling me out of the drink. And
Not at all.
watch your step with Mr. Jones.
I will, Jim. So long.
So long, Superman.
Well, I wonder what Jones is up to. He threatened to destroy me, but he knows I won't walk into a trap with my eyes open. I can't figure this out at all.
Deeply puzzled, Superman stands for a moment outside Jimmy's cabin door on the police launch, preparing himself to meet Mr. Jones' threat. Why did Jones send the note? We'll return in a moment to learn more about it. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, New Year's Eve is a time when you take stock of the past year and make plans for the new year. And while you're about it, it's a good time to take stock of your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep and make plans for getting more. Because you don't want to miss out on the fun all the fellows and girls are having with these bright-colored buttons. And you want to be right in there pitching when they're swapping duplicates. And I bet you'd kind of like to have collected more buttons than the rest of the gang, too. You know, these white enameled buttons really show up when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. The brilliant red, blue, and black pictures of your favorite comic strip characters stand out like anything. Now, there are 18 different comic buttons in this series. So remind Mom to get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way you can get these nifty comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top. Actually, you can't even buy them anywhere. They come only as exclusive prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. So hop to it, gang. Ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
While Superman was preparing to insert an advertisement in the Daily Planet in response to Mr. Jones' request, Jones himself, in his hideout above a Turkish rug shop in the foreign section of Metropolis, has just completed an important phone call. Now, his cold blue eyes gleaming behind his glasses and his thin, scholarly face showing a trace of a cruel smile, he picks up his silver and crystal atomizer and carefully sprays his throat. His companion, the huge gangster racketeer known as the Laugher, regards him impatiently.
This is one of the first times they've ever seen you smile, Jones. That phone call must have been good news.
It certainly was, Lapa.
Well, what was it? Oh, stop that ridiculous spraying. Why'd you do it?
Yeah, that's better. Because germs often adhere to a telephone.
What was the call?
It was from a gentleman named Bush.
Who's he?
The chemist who dissolved the piece of kryptonite for my late partner, Sidney, and injected it into the Atom Man.
What? How'd you find him?
It was a simple matter of elimination for my agent. My files show a list of chemists who are available for, shall we say, extra-legal affairs.
Listen, Jones, I've been thinking. If this guy Bush can dissolve the kryptonite, why don't we let him dissolve it all and create another Atom Man?
It isn't that simple. We need the Atom Man's electronic throat converter and gloves, which the FBI has.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that.
And besides, the Atom Man couldn't destroy Superman. We must destroy him.
Are you sure you can finish him?
With your piece of kryptonite and a certain other substance which my assistant has received, we can't fail. Have you made all the necessary arrangements on Mount George?
Everything's all set. As soon as you've got the man in the blue costume and red cape, my boys will take over the whole works in the mountain.
Good. If all goes well, he'll be in our hands tomorrow evening. Our scheme is foolproof. Daring, if you like, but foolproof. We won't have a chance.
I wish I could be that sure. You think we'll put an ad in the Daily Planet like you told him to in the note?
Yes, he'll put in the ad all right. And then, despite his X-ray vision, he'll walk into our trap and never suspect he's in it until it's too late.
You hope.
I know. Take my word for it, Lapa. Tomorrow night, in Project 3 on Mount George, Superman will finally perish.
Tomorrow night, in Project 3 on Mount George, Superman will perish. So says Mr. Jones, head of the greatest confidence ring the world has ever known. Superman, he says, will walk open-eyed into a deadly trap and not realize he's done so until it's too late to save himself. Is Mr. Jones right? Does he really possess a means of destruction more terrible than the late atomic monster? What is Project 3 on Mount George? In Wednesday's episode, Mr. Jones, the cunning spider, weaves a deadly web for Superman, and the Man of Steel does walk into it. There's thrilling action and suspense ahead, fellows and girls, so don't fail to tune in Wednesday, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep!
The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, in the apartment of Mr. Jones, the cunning arch criminal is seeking to loose the terrible power of kryptonite against the Man of Steel. We'll take you to the scene in a moment, but right now, here's Dan McCullough and his young pal Eddie, who seems to be busy with pencil and paper. Let's see what's going on.
Hey, what are you writing, Eddie? Hey, Eddie.
Huh?
What are you so busy about?
Oh, I'm writing a play.
Yeah?
Which do you think would make the better heroine, Dan? Nina or Lillums?
Nina or Lillums who?
You know, on those comic buttons the kids are all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep.
Sure I knew. Nina and Lillums from the funny papers. Well, now, let's see. One's a blonde and one's a brunette.
Yeah. I think Lillums would be a glamorous heroine, don't you?
Well, maybe. What's your play about?
Well, the heroine is traveling around the world, see, but she gets lost in the middle of an Egyptian desert. Then I thought I'd have Superman rescue her.
Sounds like that plot has possibilities.
Some of us kids are going to give the play a club meeting tomorrow afternoon, so I have to hurry up and get it written.
Well, while you're about it, Eddie, find a place in your script for some of the other characters on those swell comic buttons, like Smitty or K.O. or Orphan Annie. You've got a lot of funny paper characters to pick from because there are 18 different buttons in all. And fellows and girls in the gang say that every single one looks as real as in the comic strips, done up in full comic strip colors, too. So these buttons really show up when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. But you know, the best part is, it's so easy to collect these comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, and you'll find your prize in every package. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Plotting to destroy Superman, Mr. Jones, the sinister leader of the Crescent and Star gang, set a deadly trap for the Man of Steel. Locating the chemist who had worked with the late Atom Man, Mr. Jones had him dissolve a small amount of kryptonite, the strange green glowing element which robs Superman of all his strength. The solution was then dyed the color of ink and placed in an ordinary ink bottle. As we continue now, Superman has come to the home of Mr. Jones's twin brother, a kindly music teacher named Algernon Phillips, who was named by Mr. Jones to negotiate with Superman for the return of the 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite. As his friends Batman and Robin wait anxiously outside in the darkness, Superman enters Mr. Phillips' music studio, unaware that the slender, scholarly man facing him is in reality Mr. Jones, who is impersonating his twin brother, and that the sealed, harmless-looking ink bottle on the desk contains deadly kryptonite. Listen.
Let's get right down to business, Mr. Phillips. Your brother said he has the 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, and he's willing to turn them over to me for a price.
That's right.
What's his price?
One moment, please. My brother insisted that before we discuss the details, I must be convinced beyond doubt that you are Superman.
What do I look like? Little Orphan Annie?
Oh, please understand me, sir. It's not I who am suspicious. I am placed in the unhappy position of having to represent a miserable criminal who happens to be my own brother. He suggests that a police officer, for example, could secure such a costume as the one you wear.
I see. All right, what do you want me to do?
Well, my brother suggested a test.
What is it?
He said that if you really are Superman, you would have no difficulty in lifting my grand piano.
Oh, that's easy.
One moment.
Yes?
And sustaining it and yourself in midair.
All right. Watch closely, Mr. Phillips. First, I'll lift the piano like this.
Good heavens. Why, you lifted it as easily as you would a toy.
Now, up to the ceiling. Up!
My word. You did it.
Satisfied, Mr. Phillips? Or would you like me to stay up here and play chopsticks on the piano?
Oh, dear, no. I'm quite satisfied. Come down at once, please, and don't drop the piano.
Right. Down! I believe the piano stood right here. Now, if you're convinced I'm Superman, we can... What's the matter with you? You're shivering.
You created quite a draft, flying up and down. I'm fighting a cold at the moment, so if you don't mind, here, I'll take a throat lozenge. May I offer you one?
No, thanks. That's funny.
What is?
The other night, Christmas Eve, you were out in the snow without a hat. You said you never took cold.
Did I now? Well, pride goeth before a fall, Superman. Perhaps I spoke too hastily. Or perhaps I'm not as young as I used to be. But I know you're anxious to get this business over with, and frankly, so am I. It's most distasteful for me to realize I'm representing a criminal, even if he is my own blood brother.
Yes, well...
Perhaps I should make my brother's position clear first, so that you'll be able to understand the reason for his turn.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You see, my brother suffered an unfortunate accident during his college days, and he was never the same after that. He acquired a quite morbid fear of death, for one thing.
But not of murder.
No, unfortunately. Well, since you discovered the hideout of his Crescent and Star organization and got on his track and then discovered that he'd shot the Scarlet Widow, he's mortally afraid that you will eventually trace him and turn him over to the police, who'll put him in the electric chair.
He's not kidding.
It's because of that he's willing to give up the 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite.
I don't get it. What do you mean?
Well, my brother wishes to live out the rest of his allotted days in safety and security. He has plenty of money.
Now, wait a minute. If you mean he wants to trade the kryptonite for his freedom, nothing doing. He's guilty of murder and heaven knows how many other crimes. The police will never dream of making a bargain with him.
He isn't thinking of the police, but of you.
Me?
Yes. He says he's willing to take his chances with the police. He's outwitted them times without number in the past, and he feels that he can do so again. But he's afraid he may not be able to outwit you.
So that's it. He wants me to promise to let him alone.
Yes. In return for which he'll turn over the kryptonite to you. Here, I have pen and ink right here. If you'll sign an agreement...
Just a moment, Mr. Phillips.
We can make it a very simple agreement. My brother says he knows that your word is your bond. Here, I just open this bottle of ink.
Come back here.
But
I don't intend to sign any such agreement.
Oh, you don't?
No. I realize how great a danger the kryptonite is to me, but...
And to the rest of the world, Superman. Don't forget the Atom Man.
We'll take our chances on that.
That...
I will not do business with a crook and a murderer.
That is your last word?
It is. Now I'll say good night.
One moment, please.
Yes?
I wonder if you would object to putting your refusal in writing.
Why, what's the idea?
To save my life.
What do you mean?
Well, my brother knows I undertook this task most unwillingly. He also knows that I attempted to help the police trap him the other evening. He was sure you'd accept his offer at once, and when I tell him you refused, well, he may not believe me.
I see. All right. I'll write no and sign it. Will that do?
Oh, yes, and I'll be very grateful. I have paper in this drawer. I really think you're making a mistake, Superman.
Well, we all have to stand or fall by our own decisions.
I'm afraid that you're going to fall.
What do you mean?
My brother's a very dangerous man. I don't think you quite realize that.
Oh, yes, I do. But your brother doesn't realize that crime doesn't pay. He's going to learn that. Now, is this the paper you want me to write on?
If you please.
Very well.
I'm afraid I'm a bit old-fashioned. I don't have a fountain pen.
Oh, this straight pen looks all right.
It is. And I just got this new bottle of ink. Here, I'll open it for you.
I'll open it.
Oh, don't bother. I can manage it. There we are. Now then.
His face turned from Superman, Mr. Jones allows a crooked smile of triumph to part his thin lips as he pulls the stopper from the ink bottle containing the dissolved kryptonite. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Humdingers, on the beam, really snappy looking. Yes, that's what fellows and girls are saying about the comic buttons you're all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. And no wonder these swell prizes are so popular, because they're so bright-colored and gleaming, really show up when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And because they're made of sturdy metal, so that you'll have them a long time. And because every single one of these 18 different buttons has a true-to-life picture of one of your favorite comic strip characters, like Smilin' Jack and Lillums and Superman himself. Yes, sir, it's a load of fun to collect these comic buttons and exchange duplicates with your pals. What's more, they're easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. They come only as prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Right now, gang, remind Mom to get you a package or two of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Posing as his twin brother, the choir leader, Mr. Jones offered to trade the kryptonite for Superman's promise not to search for him thereafter. When the Man of Steel refused, Mr. Jones asked him to put his refusal in writing. And when Superman agreed, the cunning gang leader opened what appeared to be a bottle of ink, but which actually contained some of the deadly kryptonite, which had been dissolved and dyed black. As we continue now, Superman, reaching for the pen, has suddenly paled and staggered.
What?
What's the matter, Superman?
I don't know. I feel funny.
Really?
Yes. I'm weak. As if
what? Shall I get you a glass of water?
Yes, please. I'll just sit down. Oh, I can't understand. Wait. I feel the same way I did when I was in the presence of the kryptonite.
Do you really?
What are you grinning at? Wait. I know. There's kryptonite in this room.
There is indeed.
Of course. The ink. The kryptonite was dissolved, dyed the color of ink.
How clever you are, Superman.
You devil, I get it now. You're not Phillips. You're Jones.
Right again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll make a short phone call, and then we'll be on our way. Both of us.
What do you mean?
Tara is close by. He'll be here directly with a... all right, Tara. I'm ready for you. Tara will be here in a moment or two. Then we can go to Mount George.
Mount George?
Yes, to Project 3.
What?
Where we have some excellent equipment. Excellent for our purpose.
What purpose?
Why, your destruction, of course, Superman.
You're mad. You can't kill me.
You're wrong, my friend. Very wrong.
No.
We know why the Atom Man, with all his atomic power, couldn't finish you. But we can.
You're mad. Batman!
I know Batman is outside.
Help.
But he can't see you or hear you. And he can't help you.
Batman.
Nobody can help you. Just a minute.
Batman.
Tara.
Batman.
Come in, Tara, and bring that stretcher in with you. Our friend is all ready for his little trip. His last trip in this world.
Helpless, unable to move under the spell of the kryptonite, Superman sees the turbaned Hindu boy and a burly companion enter through the back door of the apartment with Mr. Jones, dragging a stretcher behind them. What will happen? Batman and Robin are outside. Is there any chance that they can intervene to save Superman before he's taken to the mysterious Project 3 on Mount George? Well, don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, fellows and girls. Superman is in real danger of his life. So tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep,
the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, for whose safety Batman and Robin are today greatly concerned. We'll join the famous pair in just a moment. But right now, here is our good friend Dan McCullough.
You know, even though you fellows and girls are mighty fond of eating crisp, sunny-flavored Kellogg's Pep, you're not a bit sorry to see the box empty, because you always know that Mom will get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal double quick. And you know that you'll be adding another of those snappy comic buttons to your collection. Maybe Orphan Annie, with her brilliant red dress and curly hair. Or her dog Sandy, looking so real that he could bark. Or even Superman himself, complete with bright blue jersey and red cape flying in the wind. Now, if it should happen to be a duplicate, you know, a button you already have, well, that's even more fun because you can trade with your pals. So whatever funny paper character it is, you're sure to have another smart-looking comic button to pin on your jacket or your dress or cap. Now, how you get these swell comic buttons is important. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy 'em anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you a good supply of Kellogg's Pep, and she'll find your prize inside the package. One of these brilliant, gleaming comic buttons. Just ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Fearful for his safety while Superman is alive, Mr. Jones, the cunning leader of the Crescent and Star gang, allied himself with a powerful racketeer called the Lapper, who had one of the 2 stolen pieces of kryptonite, the strange green glowing element which robbed Superman of his strength. Jones had a small portion of the element dissolved and dyed the color of ink and placed in an ordinary-looking ink bottle. Then, posing as his twin brother, the kindly music teacher, he pretended to negotiate with Superman for the kryptonite. Suddenly, he removed the stopper of the ink bottle, and as the emanations of the deadly element reached him, the Man of Steel became dazed and helpless. As we continue now, it is 8:30 of a dark, moonless night, and outside the apartment house in which Superman has been trapped, his friends Batman and Robin wait. Listen.
Oh, I don't like this, Robin. Superman's been in there half an hour already.
Stop worrying, Batman.
I can't.
Well, if you have to worry, do it while we walk, will you? It's too cold to stand still on this snow.
You walk if you want to. I'm going to stand right here where I can see both entrances to the apartment.
Both entrances?
Right, the front and the rear. All right. Come on, Robin.
Oh, decided to walk after all?
Just as far as the front entrance hall. Here we are. Inside, come on.
Ah, we wait in here where it's warm, huh?
Nope. We find the bell. We want on the wall there. And we'll ring it.
Well, wait a minute, Batman.
I'm not waiting any longer. I didn't like to set it from the beginning. I like it less every minute. Let's see. Now, here we are. Algernon Phillips. First floor front. And then I'll give him a ring.
We can't ask him if Superman is all right. He'll think we're nuts.
Well, tell him we're from the gas company or something.
In these costumes?
And never mind that. Why doesn't he answer?
Are you sure the bell is working?
Yes. I can hear it through the speaking tube.
Ring it again.
That's what I'm doing. Something's wrong, Robin. Come on.
Where?
Around the back way. Now remember, there's a transom over the back door.
Say, you have got the jitters.
There's a crawly feeling I always get on the back of my neck when there's danger.
Will you please tell me how Superman could be in danger with Algernon, the music teacher? He's a mouse.
He's Jones's brother, and Jones is a rat. Also, he's got the kryptonite. Now, here are the stairs.
I see them.
Oh, good. Transom is open a crack. I'll boost you up, and you take a look-see.
Okay, but we're wasting our time.
We'll find out. All right. Up you go.
Let's check.
Can you see?
Just a minute. Yeah, now I can. Hey, that's funny.
What?
Nobody's home.
You sure?
Positive. Can see the whole layout. There's just a little kitchenette in the music studio. The lights are on, but Superman isn't there. Or Algernon either.
Oh, all right, come on down.
How do you add this up, Batman?
I don't know. They couldn't have left the studio without our seeing them. I was watching both entrances.
Maybe Superman left by a window and took Algernon with him.
No. The only windows are the 3 in front of the studio. We would have seen them. Now, where... Wait a minute. Of course, come on.
Of course what?
There's a door to the basement under these stairs. You see?
Sure enough.
Here we... Uh-oh. On the double, Robin.
What gives?
There's Mr. Jones in the alley.
Hey, what's that?
Jones, he got away.
In an ambulance. You sure it was Jones?
Jones or his twin brother with 2 other men. Put someone else on a stretcher into an ambulance.
Gosh, who do you suppose that was?
Well, it could have been Superman.
Superman?
Yes. Hey, here comes a truck. Hop in the middle of the alley and flag it.
Good idea. We'll chase the ambulance.
Right. Okay. Hop in, Robin.
Hey, what's the matter? You fellas are stand in front of the truck. Hey, what kind of clothes you got on?
Never mind that, buddy. Quick. Follow those twin tail lights up the alley. Hurry.
No, sorry. I'm tired from a work all the day. I'm a bed with a bed.
$100 will rest you up nicely, won't it?
$100?
That's right. Catch that ambulance, and the $100 is yours. Now get going.
Why you don't say that in the first place? Hang on now.
Step on it, will you? We gotta get to that street before they're out of sight.
For $100, I'm a catch him, you betcha.
If this jalopy holds together, you mean? You would draw a coffee grinder like this in a pinch, Batman.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, chum. The ambulance turned right going out the alley, didn't it?
Yes.
Well, better turn right here.
Okay, you betcha.
I don't see the ambulance.
Yes, I hear it. Yeah, the siren. I hear it. Come on, step on it, Tony.
Hey, how do you know my name's Tony?
I'm psychic that way. Can't you get any more speed out of this buggy?
I'm allowed to know, but I'm going to try. Hey, you hold on to your hatch. Ain't got enough springs left in the body.
I practically got no body left. But let her rip, Tony. Boy, what a wild ride. You got any idea where we are, Batman?
Yes. This is the Mount George Road. And look, Robin. There goes the ambulance up the mountain.
Uh-huh. What do you suppose they're going up to that deserted neck of the woods for?
I don't know. Except it's for no good. Hey, Tony, do you think your truck can climb that mountain?
My truck, she's a climbing anything, even a telegraph pole.
It had better. If we get stuck out here, we're done for. This is no man's land.
I'm a telling you, don't worry. This one fine truck, you betcha my life.
I'm sure it was back in 1915.
Wait a minute. She's a plenty good right now. She's a got a book. She's a... Uh-oh. Hey, what's the matter?
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth, Tony.
Hey, something is the matter with my throat.
It's all up now, but I think we're sliding back downhill.
Oh, no, Mommy.
Come on, Tony, come on. Get her started again.
I'm afraid this is a dead pigeon, Batman.
There's something's the matter with my truck. Come on!
Hurry, man, hurry. That ambulance is almost out of sight.
Oh, that's all, brother.
Oh, the battery's finished. Dead as a doornail.
Uh-huh. Now what do we do?
I'm not to know, gentlemen. I'm afraid it's Tony's a truck. She's a finish.
Dismayed, Batman and Robin sit in the disabled vegetable truck, watching the taillights of the ambulance disappear at the top of Mount George, and hearing its siren wail as if in grim irony. We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, my pal Eddie tells me that it's pretty much a matter of pride with you fellows in the gang not to let the girls get ahead of you, and particularly when it comes to collecting comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Of course, now, I don't have any figures to tell just how many buttons fellows and girls have collected, but I do know that I've seen a good many young ladies wearing a good many comic buttons pinned to their jacket or their dress or cap. And I've seen groups of girls in the schoolyard comparing notes on how many they've collected and trading duplicates with each other. Why, it's a real thrill to add a new funny paper character to your collection, like Uncle Walt, for instance, from Gasoline Alley, or young Smitty, the office boy, or Superman himself with his bright red cape and Superman insignia. And you know, the best part is, you don't have to spend any of your allowance to get these exciting comic buttons, and you don't send in a box top, and you can't even buy them anywhere. They come only as exclusive prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. So how about asking Mom to get you some Pep tomorrow? Get your prize from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In a low rectangular building of stone and steel at the top of Mount George, 60 miles from Metropolis, a strange scene is taking place. A vast laboratory below a domed skylight contains a huge, round, furnace-like object about 10 feet high with steel walls 3 feet thick. Just behind it is a glass-enclosed giant control board, gleaming with dials and small levers. Standing beside it, dwarfed by its size, are a short, dapper Japanese and the slender, scholarly Mr. Jones. Behind them, flanked by Tara, Mr. Jones's Hindu boy servant, and two burly men, Superman, barely conscious, lies on a stretcher on the stone floor. His eyes are glazed, and he is kept powerless to move by Tara, who passes the ink bottle containing the kryptonite solution under the Man of Steel's nose at regular intervals. Mr. Jones is speaking.
Everything is ready, Professor Noshima.
Yes, Mr. Jones. The Laffer's men easily conquered the few guards who are here.
How about the cyclotron?
It is in excellent condition.
Good. Now, you're certain you can finish Superman?
Of course, Mr. Jones. As I explained, the Ataman failed to destroy him because the nuclear fission was not properly controlled. What I have done is to prepare a moderator of graphite in the kryptonite given me by the Laffer. The moderator will slow up fission just enough to ensure a chain reaction.
And that will finish Superman?
Completely. He will be disintegrated.
You're certain of this? You can't possibly be mistaken?
Not possibly.
Good, Professor Noshima. Excellent. With Superman dead, we will be safe. Then we will get the other piece of kryptonite from the vulture. And And you know what we will do then.
I do indeed, Mr. Jones.
And let's get this over with. Go to work, Noshima.
Very well. You, gentlemen, play Superman in the cyclotron, please. Here, I will open the funnel for you.
Hey, Tara, Marco.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Oh, don't. You can't do it.
The great Superman.
No.
This is the end of you, my friend.
You can't do it, Jones. You can't get in there. Push, Tara.
He's inside.
Yes. I will now close the cyclotron. Like this. Now, if you will sit beside me at the control board, Mr. Jones, the X-ray machine will permit you to see the end of Superman.
Fine, Noshima. Fine.
So, we begin the fission of the kryptonite. In just one moment now, you will see the utter destruction of Superman.
Evil face twisted into one of his rare gloating smiles, Mr. Jones sits at the huge control board of the cyclotron beside the Japanese scientist, Professor Noshima, and waits for the destruction of his greatest enemy. In one moment, the terrible chain reaction of the kryptonite, described by Noshima, will begin. Has the Man of Steel finally come to the end of his great career on Earth? Fellows and girls, Monday's episode is amazing and thrilling, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the Grand Old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep,
the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, the Man of Steel is alone and helpless in a deadly atomic cyclotron. We'll learn what happens in a moment, but right now, let's stand by for a word from our good friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, most fellows and girls think that surprises are more fun than anything. That's why you members of the gang get such a kick out of it when Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep. Of course, it's no surprise that this super delicious whole wheat flake cereal makes doggone good eating. But you never know exactly which comic button you're going to find inside the package. It might be a brand new one, maybe Periwinkle with his bright red bow tie, or Orphan Annie's dog Sandy, or even Superman himself looking mighty powerful in his brilliant red and blue jersey. And if it's a duplicate comic button, you know, like one you already have pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap, why, that's even more fun because then you can exchange with your pals. And are these buttons smart looking? Why, every single one of these 18 funny paper favorites looks so doggone real that, well, you'd know them right off the bat. But the best part is, these comic buttons are so easy to collect. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom gets you plenty of Kellogg's Pep, and you'll find your prize inside the package. So get your comic buttons, gang, from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Resolved to ensure his own safety by eliminating Superman, Mr. Jones, the sinister and mysterious leader of the Crescent and Star Gang, obtained possession of a piece of kryptonite, the rare and deadly element which, because of some curious chemical action, robbed Superman of all his great strength. By a clever ruse, Mr. Jones lured the Man of Steel into the presence of the kryptonite, and once dazed and helpless, he was taken to a laboratory on a mountain near Metropolis. Meanwhile, the truck in which Batman and Robin were trailing Mr. Jones broke down at the foot of the mountain. As we continue now, Superman's half-conscious body has been placed in a huge oven-like cyclotron, a machine used for smashing atoms. Seated at the cyclotron control board with Mr. Jones is Professor Noshima, a Japanese expert on atomics. He slowly turns a dial, and a low, eerie hum rises from the monstrous machine. Listen.
In a very few minutes, Mr. Jones, the nuclear fission of the kryptonite will begin. And that will be the end of Superman.
You're sure, Noshima?
I am positive. The piece of kryptonite you gave me is the most radioactive element in existence. When its atoms are bombarded, it releases 100-fold more neutrons than even U-235 or plutonium. Nothing on Earth can withstand its force.
That's what the Germans thought when they created their Atom Man. But it didn't work. Superman survived.
I have told you they made one mistake.
You told me, but frankly, I didn't understand you. This is all Greek to me.
It is really quite simple. When the atom is smashed and the neutrons are permitted to escape, they must escape in what is called a fission or a chain, just as the machine gun bullets escape from the muzzle of a gun one after the other.
Yes, I see.
The Germans, in creating their atomic man, did not provide for a continuous chain reaction. Therefore, the bombardment of Superman's body was not complete.
And in this machine, it will be?
Yes.
What's that?
The heat is expanding the kryptonite and feeding it into position. In a moment or two, the atomic reaction will begin. You wish to observe it?
You mean I can actually watch Superman being destroyed?
Yes. Yes. Put these dark glasses on. They will protect your eyes from the blinding light which will soon develop.
All right.
Now, look directly at the glass panel on the control board. At intervals, a bell will ring, and you will see reflected on the panel exactly what is going on within the cyclotron. There, it begins.
Yes. Yes, I see him. He's on his hands and knees.
He is struggling against the atomic reaction.
What are those strange green flashes? Like miniature lightning.
Those are the beta rays of the kryptonite. Watch closely now. In less than a minute, you will see...
Joe, wait!
Who is that?
Jones! Jones!
It's the Lapa. Don't bother us now, Lapa. We're in the middle of a...
Get off that thing. I've got to talk to you.
Not now.
Turn it off, I said. There's trouble.
Trouble? Turn it off, Noshima.
Very well, Mr. Jones.
Now, what is it, Lapa? Why didn't you close the door? You know how sensitive I am to drafts. Now I'll have to spray my throat.
Stop wasting time with that spray bottle and listen.
I'm listening. I don't want to catch pneumonia.
Maybe that'll be better than the electric chair.
Electric chair?
What are you talking about?
You remember that truck you said was following you out here tonight?
I said I thought it was following us. I was mistaken. It turned off at the foot of the mountain.
That's what you think. It parked down there with its lights out.
It did?
Yes. Your boys, Tara and Marco, started down to look it over. I heard a rumpus in the dark and went down after them. I found them both in a ditch alongside the road, out cold.
What? Who did it?
I didn't wait for them to come to tell me. I hurried back here.
May have been police or FBI men in that truck.
Exactly what I was thinking, Jones, and so I'm getting out. I stopped by to tip you off and pick up my kryptonite. I'll take the back road down the mountains through the woods.
You're crazy. You can't leave now.
I'm not tangling with the police, Jones. They've got too much on me. Let me have that kryptonite.
We can't give it to you. It's in the cyclotron.
Well, get it out and hurry.
Don't be a fool, Lapa. We've got Superman in there. In a minute or two, we'll finish him.
Yeah, well, maybe I can and maybe I can't, and I'm not waiting. Now, will you get it out for me?
Don't move, Lapa.
Put down that gun, Jones.
No. You're not going to upset my plans, you stupid coward.
The police, you fool.
There's plenty of time to take care of Superman before they get here.
They might be hiding in the woods outside right now. It's pitch dark. They can sneak up there.
This laboratory is built of stone and steel. Walls are 3 feet thick. Noshima.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Close the outside door and bolt it. Hurry!
Listen to me, Jones.
Don't move, Lapa. You'll never move again. Close and bolt the door, Noshima.
But the Lapa might be right. If many police come, we should escape before they reach you.
Will you do as I say? Or shall I shoot you?
No. Do not shoot. I will do as you say.
Hurry!
You're crazy, Jones. I should have known better than to hook up with you. What if the walls are 3 feet thick? We can't stay here forever. We'll be trapped like rats.
No, we won't. At least I won't. I have a plan. I always have a plan.
Mr. Jones, have it, Batman. I've got him, Robin. Let me go. No, you don't. Mr. Jones! It's Batman and Robin.
Oh, so again. I'll take care of them.
Take the floor, Robin.
They got the jack. And now we'll get you. What happened to the lights?
Batman turned them off.
Come on, Robin. Up and at 'em. Right beside you, Pappy. I can't see them.
There they are.
You
You okay, Robin?
Never better. I see a big fat shadow ahead.
Well, that's the laugher. And he's for me.
Oh, yeah? Come and get me.
Well, here I come. Get Jones, Robin.
Check.
I like that, Laffer. Come on, Laffer. Let's see you laugh.
I'll murder you, Batman.
Yeah, try it, fat stuff. And try this on your bazooka. And this. That takes care of our laughing friend. Robin. Hey, Robin, where are you?
Looking for Jones. Where are you, Jonesy? I got something for you.
So have I. Speak up, Jones.
Stay away!
We go to the right.
Stay away, I said. Or I'll turn the dial on the cyclotron, and Superman will be finished. He's inside.
Christopher Columbus.
He's bluffing.
Got my hand on the dial. If I hear you take one step toward me, and I warn you, I got the ears like a cat, I'll turn the dial, and Superman will die.
Who are you trying to kid?
I'll show you. Look at this glass plate on the control board. You can see him.
Jeepers, he's right, Batman. Superman is in the cyclotron.
Yes.
Now, listen to me. I want you both to walk back to the door. Turn on the lights when you get there so I can see you. Then walk out of the door. Get started and I'll turn the dial, and that'll be the end of Superman.
What'll we do, Batman?
I don't know, chum. It looks like he's got us.
Helpless, torn with indecision, Batman and Robin stand in the darkness while a few feet away at the huge control board, Mr. Jones holds his hand on one of the innumerable dials. What will happen? We'll return in a moment to find out, but first, here is your announcer.
I don't know why it is, but there always seems to be a lot of rivalry between the fellows and the girls in our neighborhood. Believe me, the fellows don't want to let the girls get ahead of them in anything. So there's a real race on nowadays in collecting those brilliant colored comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. I don't know who's ahead, but I do know that all the kids are mighty busy exchanging duplicates, for instance. Boy, that's really fun. Suppose you have 2 comic buttons with Smitty on them, but you don't have a Superman button. So you find out which one of your pals has an extra Superman and whether he needs a Smitty in his collection. You make the trade, and both of you are a little farther on your way to collecting all 18 buttons in the series. It's a kind of thrill, too, to pin your new button with the others on your jacket or your dress or cap so everybody can see how many you've collected. Better get busy on your collection, gang. Ask Mom to get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these swell comic buttons. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in any money, not even a box stop. But there's an exciting prize for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Having fought their way into a mountain laboratory where Superman is helpless in a huge atom-smashing cyclotron, Batman and Robin dispose of the laugher, only to be stopped by the cunning Mr. Jones. Standing in the dark laboratory, his hand on one of the many dials on the great control board, Mr. Jones threatens that unless Batman and Robin leave, he will twist the dial and destroy Superman. Batman and Robin discuss their predicament in low tones.
What do we do, Batman?
Start walking to the door, I said. I'll count to 3. If you don't start by then, I'll turn the dial.
Okay. You win, Jones.
I always win. All right. Walk to the door. Turn on the lights there and then leave.
Okay.
We can't trust him, Robin. He'll turn that dial as soon as we're out of the place.
Sure he will.
Then let's take him in fast. He's just off to the right.
Check.
I'll start counting. 1.
Come on, Robin.
Forward! All right. I intended to finish Superman anyhow. Now, in a moment, Superman will be dead.
Oh, yeah? I've got him, Robin. Turn off the cyclotron.
Okay, take someone for me.
Wait. You hear that? In a few seconds, the kryptonite atoms will bombard Superman and destroy him.
Turn it off, Robin. Hurry.
I'm trying to, but there are 100 dials and levers and gadgets on this board. I don't know which is which.
Which is the right dial, Jones? Hurry and tell us the right.
No! You've got me, but Superman will die. In only a few seconds
Robin,
now.
for Pete's sake.
Nothing happens. Help me, Batman.
Okay. Come here, Jones.
I can show you how to turn it off, but I won't. Superman will die. He'll die.
Frantically, Batman and Robin twist dials and press levers on the huge control board, seeking in vain to stop the atomic chain reaction of the kryptonite, which is now beginning. And within the great cyclotron, Superman lies helpless as the green lightning flashes and forks toward him. Have Batman and Robin battled so gallantly against such great odds to save their famous friend, only to fail at the very end? Don't miss tomorrow's smashing climax of our story, fellows and girls. Amazing and exciting things happen. So be sure to tune in, same time, same station, and thrill to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep!
The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today we shall learn whether Batman and Robin will be able to save the life of the Man of Steel. We'll take you to the scene on Mount George in a moment. But right now, here is your announcer with a friendly tip.
Say, gang, just in case Mom should ask, here's what to tell her about why you like Kellogg's Pep for breakfast. First of all, this super delicious whole wheat flake cereal tastes a doggone good. It's crisp as can be and loaded with sunny, golden toasted flavor. Then Kellogg's Pep is good for you. Got extra amounts of two important vitamins you need. That's vitamin B1, an energy vitamin, and good old sunshine vitamin D. And, of course, you get a new comic button for your collection every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. Maybe it's Kale, that little whippersnapper who sleeps in dresser drawers, or Smokey Stover in his brilliant red fireman's cap. Maybe Superman himself. Now, if it's a duplicate, like one you already have, well, that's even more fun because then you can trade with your pals and still add a new comic strip character to your collection and wear it pinned to your jacket or your dress or cap. So how about asking Mom to get you some Kellogg's Pep tomorrow? That's the only way you can get these smart-looking buttons, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But there's a comic button for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Overpowered by a solution of kryptonite, the deadly radioactive element which robs him of his great strength, Superman was taken to a secret laboratory on a mountain near Metropolis. There he was placed in a gigantic cyclotron, a huge atom-smashing machine. And Mr. Jones, the murderous leader of the Crescent and Star gang, and a Japanese scientist, prepared to destroy him by bombarding him with the shattered atoms of the kryptonite. Batman and Robin arrived in time to overpower Jones's henchmen. But in the darkness, Jones managed to reach the control board of the cyclotron and start the deadly atomic bombardment. As we continue now, in the dark laboratory, Batman and Robin are working desperately with the dials and levers on the great control board in an effort to shut off the current. Mr. Jones, attempting to escape, has been knocked out by Batman. Listen.
Batman, how do you turn this thing off?
We've got to find the right dial or lever.
Sure, but which one? There are dozens of them, and it's pitch dark.
Let's try them all. No, wait, Robin.
Why?
You try the dials. They're in rows on the left side of the control board. I'll try the levers on the right. One of them must be the master control.
Okay.
Hurry, Robin. Something's exploding inside the machine. If we turn this thing off soon, it'll be the end of Superman.
How do you know?
Look at the ground glass window on the control board. It shows what's going on in the cyclotron. See the flashes of green lightning?
Oh, yes. And look at poor Superman lying there. Oh, jeepers, they're getting louder.
Hurry, Robin. Hurry.
I've tried every one of these dials.
Let's try them again.
Can't we get the cyclotron door open?
It's not in the dark. We haven't time to look for a light switch.
Oh, look at the green lightning now. It's starting to hit Superman.
Oh, I'm afraid he's done for. Say, Robin, we must have found the master control. The lightning's fading out.
Oh, I hope it's not too late.
Don't touch the dials now. Don't touch anything. That does it. All quiet.
Oh, my knees are like water. Do you suppose we got it turned off in time to save Superman?
We'll find out once we get some light. Where's the switch?
At the end of the room, near the door. Got it?
Not yet. No, here it is. Yeah, that's better. Now to get that cyclotron door open. Let me at it, Robin.
Okay, turn the handle. That does it. Oh, golly, Superman looks...
Never mind. Take hold of his leg now and pull.
Right.
Here we are. Now, let's see.
Is he alive?
I'm alive.
Here, Robin?
Hallelujah.
Get me away from kryptonite in cyclotron.
You bet. Here, lend a hand, Robin.
Right. He's a big boy, isn't he?
Okay, this is far enough. Feel better, Superman?
I'm pretty weak, but I'll be all right. Soon.
Sure you will.
Oh, 30 seconds more, though. Would have been all over. Much obliged, boys.
Forget it. You saved our hatch a couple of times.
Particularly in Mr. Jones's room 0.
Speaking of Mr. Jones, where is he?
Hey, that's what I want to know. You slapped him down right here, Batman.
Well, he must have come through and beat it when we were working on the control board. And the lapper got away, too.
Oh, wait. I see them.
You do?
Where?
Jones is running down the mountain through the woods. The lapper and several of his men are driving along the main road in a car.
Oh, and we haven't got a car.
Don't worry. I'll collect our murderous friend.
You?
But you can't.
I'm all right now. You fellas stay here and guard that cyclotron. What's left of the kryptonite is in it. I'll be back soon with the police.
Right. Good luck, Superman.
Thanks. Through that door. Now, up and away! Now, let's see. Well, there's Mr. Jones. Thought he got away from me again, did he? Well, he's in for a little shock. Down and grab him. Down! Surprise, Mr. Jones. Hang on to your atomizer. We're going for a ride. Up and away!
Carrying the completely frightened leader of the Crescent and Star gang, Superman takes off after the car, in which the Lapper and his crew are attempting to escape, swooping down on them like an avenging eagle. After delivering them all to the Metropolis Police Headquarters, he returns to the laboratory on Mount George with Inspector Henderson and a department scientist. He looks on as the balance of the kryptonite is destroyed in the cyclotron. The next morning, once more in his guise and garb of the mild-mannered reporter, Clark Kent, he enters Editor Perry White's office in the Daily Planet.
Good morning, Chief.
Huh? Oh, good morning, Kent.
I like the story I got last night.
Story?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean about Superman, Batman, and Robin nailing Mr. Jones in the lapper?
And the kryptonite. Jones swears both the stolen pieces were in the atomic pile in the cyclotron, so all of Superman's worries are over.
That's fine.
Say, incidentally, I just stopped at headquarters. Jones broke down and told Inspector Henderson where he'd hidden the records of the Crescent and Star gang. Henderson is turning handsprings of joy. Now he can finish mopping up one of the worst confidence rings in the country.
Good.
Oh, and the police rescued Jones's brother, you know, the nice little music teacher? Jones was planning to rub him out.
Nice story, Kent. Nice story.
Hey, now, look, I'm not asking for any bouquets, but considering that we did scoop the town on a terrific story, you might show a little more enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm?
Yes. You might at least say, nice story, as if you meant it. Or you might even give me a $5 raise. Well, come to think of it, I haven't had one for quite a while. Little raise is good for morale.
A raise,
Mhm.
yes, a raise. Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with you, Chief?
There's nothing wrong with me. It's Lois.
Lois?
Yes, she's been acting very strangely the last few days. Hasn't been herself at all.
What do you mean?
Well, this morning, before I left my house to come to the office, she called me.
Yes?
She said she was resigning from the Daily Planet.
What?
That's right. Wouldn't give any reason, just said she was resigning.
Well,
When I tried to argue with her, she said it was no use, that she was through. Then she burst out crying and hung up. And when I called her back, there was no answer.
no answer. That's funny.
Puzzled, Clark Kent stares at his deeply worried editor. Lois resigning. What does this mean? We'll return in a moment for the really startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, gang, if you saw Lillums ice skating out on your neighborhood mill pond, or Smokey Silver riding the fire truck, or Orphan Annie's dog Sandy palling around with your pet, you'd be mighty surprised, wouldn't you? Well, of course, that can't actually happen, but you'd almost feel as if it could when you look over your collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because your favorite comic strip characters look so doggone real and lifelike that, well, it seems they could almost speak. And these comic buttons are really bright with color. The brilliant red and blue and black pictures stand out like anything against the white enamel background. Look mighty smart when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap for everybody to see. Believe me, gang, you won't want to miss out on a single one of these 18 different buttons. You'll want to collect them all. And you can, too. Easy as 1, 2, 3. You just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
and look inside the package for your exclusive prize. Remember, you don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. But you'll find one in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In his office at the Daily Planet, editor Perry White has just told Clark Kent that Lois Lane, star girl reporter, has resigned under mysterious circumstances.
Lois resigned from the Planet? Why, that's impossible, Chief.
Yes, that's what I would have said. Lois, why, she's a part of this paper. She's like my own daughter.
Yes, I know. She didn't give any reason?
No. I asked her if it was a question of money, but she said that had nothing to do with it. She refused to discuss it. When I tried to question her, she burst out crying and hung up.
That's odd. You say she's been acting strangely?
Yes, for several days now, while you were away on the Jones story.
Oh?
At times, she seemed to be in a trance. You talked to her and she didn't hear you.
What?
Other times, she was nervous and irritable. Fly off the handle if you so much as asked her how she felt.
Well, that doesn't sound like Lois at all.
Oh, no, of course it doesn't. Her work has fallen off, too. You should see how she botched up a Sunday feature assignment. Well, you'd swear a cub reporter had written it.
Well, did you talk to her about it?
Why, of course I did. I talked to her like a Dutch uncle. I told her I knew something was bothering her. And if she'd tell me what it was, I'd do everything I could to help her.
And what happened?
Well, she flew into a towering rage and told me to stop persecuting her.
Persecuting?
Those were her very words. She said I'd been persecuting her for years and it had to stop.
Well, I'll be darned.
Kent, can you imagine that? Me persecuting her? Why, there's nothing I wouldn't do for Lois.
It sounds to me as if she's in some sort of trouble, Chief.
Why, of course she is. But she won't tell me what it is.
Oh, she is now. Well, morning, Lois.
Oh, good morning. Hello there, Lois. Hello.
You were talking about me, weren't you?
About you? Why,
You were? I could tell by the way you suddenly stopped when I came in.
Oh, now, just a minute,
You
Lois.
stay out of this, Clark. You were talking about me, weren't you, Chief?
Why, as a matter of fact, I was telling Kent about your sudden resignation.
I knew it. You're always talking about me, trying to poison people against me.
What?
Ever since I came to work for you, you've been persecuting me, spying on me, nagging me, and then talking about me behind my back.
Lois.
You thought I didn't know, but I did.
Well, of all the... Now, look here, Lois.
Listen, Lois, I don't know what's come over you, but...
I've come to my senses, that's all. And I told you to stay out of this, Clark.
I'm sorry.
This is between Perry White and me, and I'm going to settle it once and for all. Nobody can ruin my life, drive me out of my mind.
Ruin your life? Wait, well, you're crazy.
There, you see? You said it. That's what you've been telling everyone, that I'm crazy.
What?
Well, I'm not, and you're not going to make me crazy.
Lois, control yourself. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. My eyes were closed for a long time, but they're open now.
Oh, now look.
I know how to take care of myself, and I'll show you that I do. With this...
Lois! Put that gun down, Lois!
Not until I fired a bullet into that ugly, scheming brain of yours. Goodbye, Mr. White. Goodbye.
Shocked with horror, Perry White and Clark Kent stand frozen in their tracks as the wild-eyed girl reporter levels a pistol at the gray-haired editor and tightens her finger on the trigger. What has happened to Lois? And what will happen to Perry White? Well, fellows and girls, we're starting a brand new and exciting Superman mystery adventure tomorrow. It's different, packed with thrills and chills, and you won't want to miss a single chapter of it. So, tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.